Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a library box recording. All library box recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librarybox.org. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages you may guess, though never fully realize, what it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell victim to the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal, indeed, was the discipline of our captors, that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue. The change happened whilst I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though trouble and dream infested, was continuous. When at last I awakened, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. The one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery. I was in reality more horrified than astonished, for there was in the air and in the rotten soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish, and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of the unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing in sight save a vast reach of black slime. Yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. With so unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me, that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any sea-fowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness, and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hammock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still traveled toward the hammock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first spied it. By the fourth evening I attained the base of the mound. which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too worried to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced were too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon, I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy. Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I had said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me, but I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down to the other side into the immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illuminate. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of paradise lost, and Satan's hideous climb through the unfashionable realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for descent, whilst after a drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks, and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian dips where no light had yet penetrated. All at once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me, an object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of the distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with the sensations I cannot express, for despite its enormous magnitude, and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since their world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone wearily and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me, and unlike anything I had ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water on account of their enormous size was an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Dore. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least, a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine, which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I did not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly white and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seemed to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background, for one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe, some tribe whose land's descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologists, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then suddenly I saw it. With only a slight turning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, polyphemus-like, and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms. The while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds, I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal, and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollection of a great storm, some time after I reached the boat. At any rate, I knew that I had heard peals of thunder, and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in the San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist, and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god, but soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information of the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men. Often I asked myself if it could not have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man-of-war. This I asked myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likeness on submarine obelisks or water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down in their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind, of a day when the land shall sink and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a nose at the door, and of so immense a slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand. The window. The window. End of Dagon.
The Dead Woman's Photograph. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaul, South Carolina, 2020. The Dead Woman's Photograph by W. Bob Holland. Virgil Hoyt is a photographer's assistant up at St. Paul, and a man of a good deal of taste. He has been in search of the picturesque all over the West, and hundreds of miles to the north in Canada, and can speak 3 or 4 Indian dialects, and put a canoe through the rapids. That is to say, he is a man of an adventurous sort and no dreamer. He can fight well and shoot well and swim well enough to put up a winning race with the Indian boys, and he can sit all day in the saddle and not dream about it at night. Wherever he goes, he uses his camera. The world, Hoyt is in the habit of saying to those who sit with him when he smokes his pipe, was created in 6 days to be photographed. Man, and especially woman, was made for the same purpose. Clouds are not made to give moisture, nor trees to cast shade. They were created for the photographer. In short, Virgil Hoyt's view of the world is whimsical, and he doesn't like to be bothered with anything disagreeable. That is the reason that he loathes and detests going to a house of mourning to photograph a corpse. The horribly bad taste of it offends him partly, and partly he is annoyed at having to shoulder, even for a few moments, a part of someone's burden of sorrow. He doesn't like sorrow, and would willingly canoe 500 miles up the cold Canadian rivers to get rid of it. Nevertheless, as assistant photographer, it is often his duty to do this very kind of thing. Not long ago, he was sent for by a rich Jewish family at St. Paul to photograph the mother, who had just died. He was very much put out, but he went. He was taken to the front parlor, where the dead woman lay in her coffin. It was evident that there was some excitement in the household and that a discussion was going on, but Hoyt wasn't concerned, and so he paid no attention to the matter. The daughter wanted the coffin turned on end in order that the corpse might face the camera properly, but Hoyt said he could overcome the recumbent attitude and make it appear that the face was taken in the position it would naturally hold in life. And so they went out and left him alone with the dead. The face was a strong and positive one, such as may often be seen among Jewish matrons. Hoyt regarded it with some admiration, thinking to himself that she was a woman who had been used to having her own way. There was a strand of hair out of place, and he pushed it back from her brow. A bud lifted its head too high from among the roses on her breast and spoiled the contour of the chin, so he broke it off. He remembered these things later very distinctly, and that his hand touched her bare face 2 or 3 times. Then he took the photographs and left the house. He was very busy at the time, and several days elapsed before he was able to develop the plates. He took them from the bath in which they had lain with a number of others and went to work upon them. There were 3 plates, he having taken that number merely as a precaution against any accident. They came up well, but as they developed, he became aware of the existence of something in the photograph which had not been apparent to his eye. The mysterious always came under the head of the disagreeable with him, and was therefore to be banished. So he made only a few prints and put the things away out of sight. He hoped that something would intervene to save him from attempting an explanation. But it is a part of the general perplexity of life that things do not intervene as they ought, and when they ought. So one day his employer asked him what had become of those photographs. He tried to evade him, but it was futile, and he got out the finished photographs and showed them to him. The older man sat staring at them a long time. "Hoyt," said he at length, "you're a young man, and I suppose you have never seen anything like this before. But I have. Not exactly the same thing, but similar phenomena have come my way a number of times since I went into the business. And I want to tell you there are things in heaven and earth not dreamt of." "Oh, I know all that, Tommy Rot," cried Hoyt angrily. "But when anything happens, I want to know the reason why and how it was done." "All right," said his employer. "Then you might explain why and how the sun rises." But he humored the younger man sufficiently to examine with him the bath in which the plates were submerged and the plates themselves. All was as it should be, but the mystery was there and could not be done away with. Hoyt hoped against hope that the friends of the dead woman would somehow forget about the photographs, but of course the wish was unreasonable, and one day the daughter appeared and asked to see the photographs of her mother. "Well, to tell the truth," stammered Hoyt, "those didn't come out as well as we could wish." "But let me see them," persisted the lady. "I'd like to look at them anyway." "Well now," said Hoyt, trying to be soothing, as he believed it was always best to be with women. To tell the truth, he was an ignoramus where women were concerned. "I think it would be better if you didn't see them. There are reasons why." He ambled on like this, stupid man that he was, and of course the Jewess said she would see those pictures without any further delay. So poor Hoyt brought them out and placed them in her hand, and then ran for the water pitcher, and had to be at the bother of bathing her forehead to keep her from fainting. For what the lady saw was this. Over face and flowers and the head of the coffin fell a thick veil, the edges of which touched the floor in some places. It covered the features so well that not a hint of them was visible. "There was nothing over Mother's face," cried the lady at length. "Not a thing," acquiesced Hoyt. "I know, because I had occasion to touch her face just before I took the picture. I put some of her hair back from her brow." "What does it mean, then?" asked the lady. "You know better than I. There is no explanation in science. Perhaps there is some in psychology." "Well," said the lady, stammering a little and coloring, "Mother was a good woman, but she always wanted her own way, and she always had it too." "Yes?" "And she never would have her picture taken. She didn't admire herself. She said no one should ever see a picture of hers." "So," said Hoyt meditatively. "Well, she's kept her word, hasn't she?" The two stood looking at the pictures for a time. Then Hoyt pointed to the open blaze in the grate. "Throw them in," he commanded. "Don't let your father see them. Don't keep them yourself. They wouldn't be good things to keep." "That's true enough," said the lady slowly, and she threw them in the fire. Then Virgil Hoyt brought out the plates and broke them before her eyes. And that was the end of it, except that Hoyt sometimes tells the story to those who sit beside him when his pipe is lighted. End of The Dead Woman's Photograph.
The Eyes of the Panther by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Eyes of the Panther by Ambrose Bierce. 1. One does not always marry when insane. A man and a woman, nature had done the grouping, sat on a rustic seat in the late afternoon. The man was middle-aged, slender, swarthy, with the expression of a poet and the complexion of a pirate, a man at whom one would look again. The woman was young, blonde, graceful, with something in her figure and movements suggesting the word lithe. She was habited in a gray gown with odd brown markings in the texture. She may have been beautiful, one could not readily say, for her eyes denied attention to all else. They were gray-green, long and narrow, with an expression defying analysis. One could only know that they were disquieting. Cleopatra may have had such eyes. The man and the woman talked. "Yes," said the woman, "I love you, God knows. But marry you, no, I cannot, will not." "Irene, you have said that many times, yet always have denied me a reason. I've a right to know, to understand, to feel, and prove my fortitude if I have it. Give me a reason." "For loving you?" The woman was smiling through her tears and her pallor. That did not stir any sense of humor in the man. "No, there is no reason for that. A reason for not marrying me. I've a right to know. I must know. I will know." He had risen and was standing before her with clenched hands, on his face a frown. It might have been called a scowl. He looked as if he might attempt to learn by strangling her. She smiled no more, merely sat looking up into his face with a fixed, set regard that was utterly without emotion or sentiment. Yet it had something in it that tamed his resentment and made him shiver. "You are determined to have my reason?" she asked in a tone that was entirely mechanical, a tone that might have been her look made audible. "If you please, if I'm not asking too much." Apparently this lord of creation was yielding part of his dominion over his co-creature. "Very well, you shall know. I am insane." The man started, then looked incredulous and was conscious that he ought to be amused. But again the sense of humor failed him in his need, and despite his disbelief, he was profoundly disturbed by that which he did not believe. Between our convictions and our feelings there is no good understanding. That is what the physicians would say, the woman continued, if they knew. I might myself prefer to call it a case of possession. Sit down and hear what I have to say. The man silently resumed his seat beside her on the rustic bench by the wayside. Over against them on the eastern side of the valley, the hills were already sunset flushed, and the stillness all about was of that peculiar quality that foretells the twilight. Something of its mysterious and significant solemnity had imparted itself to the man's mood. In the spiritual, as in the material world, are signs and presages of night. Rarely meeting her look, and whenever he did so conscious of the indefinable dread with which, despite their feline beauty, her eyes always affected him, Jenner Brading listened in silence to the story told by Irene Marlowe. In deference to the reader's possible prejudice against the artless method of an unpracticed historian, the author ventures to substitute his own version for hers. 2. A room may be too narrow for three, though one is outside. In a little log house containing a single room, sparely and rudely furnished, crouching on the floor against one of the walls, was a woman, clasping to her breast a child. Outside, a dense, unbroken forest extended for many miles in every direction. This was at night, and the room was black dark. No human eye could have discerned the woman and the child. Yet they were observed, narrowly, vigilantly, with never even a momentary slackening of attention. And that is the pivotal fact upon which this narrative turns. Charles Marlowe was of the class, now extinct in this country, of woodmen pioneers, men who found their most acceptable surroundings in sylvan solitudes that stretched along the eastern slope of the Mississippi Valley, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. For more than 100 years these men pushed ever westward, generation after generation, with rifle and axe, reclaiming from nature and her savage children here and there an isolated acreage for the plow, no sooner reclaimed than surrendered to their less venturesome but more thrifty successors. At last they burst through the edge of the forest into the open country, and vanished as if they had fallen over a cliff. The woodman pioneers no more. The pioneer of the plains, he whose easy task it was to subdue for occupancy 2/3 of the country in a single generation, is another and inferior creation. With Charles Marlowe in the wilderness, sharing the dangers, hardships, and privations of that strange, unprofitable life, were his wife and child, to whom, in the manner of his class, in which the domestic virtues were a religion, he was passionately attached. The woman was still young enough to be comely, new enough to the awful isolation of her lot to be cheerful. By withholding the large capacity for happiness which the simple satisfactions of the forest life could not have filled, Heaven had dealt honorably with her. In her light household tasks, her child, her husband, and her few foolish books, she found abundant provision for her needs. One morning in midsummer, Marlowe took down his rifle from the wooden hooks on the wall and signified his intention of getting game. "We've meat enough," said the wife. "Please don't go out today. I dreamed last night. Oh, such a dreadful thing. I cannot recollect it, but I'm almost sure that it will come to pass if you go out." It is painful to confess that Marlowe received this solemn statement with less of gravity than was due to the mysterious nature of the calamity foreshadowed. In truth, he laughed. "Try to remember," he said. "Maybe you dreamed that baby had lost the power of speech." The conjecture was obviously suggested by the fact that baby, clinging to the fringe of his hunting coat with all her 10 pudgy thumbs, was at that moment uttering her sense of the situation in a series of exultant goo-goos inspired by sight of her father's raccoon skin cap. The woman yielded. Lacking the gift of humor, she could not hold out against his kindly badinage. So, with a kiss for the mother and a kiss for the child, he left the house and closed the door upon his happiness forever. At nightfall he had not returned. The woman prepared supper and waited. Then she put baby to bed and sang softly to her until she slept. By this time the fire on the hearth, at which she had cooked supper, had burned out, and the room was lighted by a single candle. This she afterward placed in the open window as a sign and welcome to the hunter if he should approach from that side. She had thoughtfully closed and barred the door against such wild animals as might prefer it to an open window. By the habits of beasts of prey in entering a house uninvited, she was not advised, though with true female prevision she may have considered the possibility of their entrance by way of the chimney. As the night wore on, she became not less anxious, but more drowsy, and at last rested her arms upon the bed by the child and her head upon the arms. The candle in the window burned down to the socket, sputtered and flared a moment, and went out unobserved, for the woman slept and dreamed. In her dreams, she sat beside the cradle of a second child. The first one was dead. The father was dead. The home in the forest was lost, and the dwelling in which she lived was unfamiliar. There were heavy oaken doors, always closed, and outside the windows, fastened into the thick stone walls, were iron bars, obviously, so she thought, a provision against Indians. All this she noted with an infinite self-pity, but without surprise, an emotion unknown in dreams. The child in the cradle was invisible under its coverlet, which something impelled her to remove. She did so, disclosing the face of a wild animal. In the shock of this dreadful revelation, the dreamer awoke, trembling in the darkness of her cabin in the wood. As a sense of her actual surroundings came slowly back to her, she felt for the child that was not a dream, and assured herself by its breathing that all was well with it, nor could she forbear to pass a hand lightly across its face. Then, moved by some impulse for which she probably could not have accounted, she rose and took the sleeping babe in her arms, holding it close against her breast. The head of the child's cot was against the wall, to which the woman now turned her back as she stood. Lifting her eyes, she saw two bright objects, starring the darkness with a reddish-green glow. She took them to be two coals on the hearth, but with a returning sense of direction came the disquieting consciousness that they were not in that quarter of the room. Moreover, they were too high, being nearly at the level of the eyes, of her own eyes, for these were the eyes of a panther. The beast was at the open window directly opposite and not 5 paces away. Nothing but those terrible eyes was visible, but in the dreadful tumult of her feelings as the situation disclosed itself to her understanding, she somehow knew that the animal was standing on its hinder feet, supporting itself with its paws on the window ledge. That signified a malign interest, not the mere gratification of an indolent curiosity. The consciousness of the attitude was an added horror, accentuating the menace of those awful eyes, in whose steadfast fire her strength and courage were alike consumed. Under their silent questioning she shuddered and turned sick. Her knees failed her, and by degrees, instinctively striving to avoid a sudden movement that might bring the beast upon her, she sank to the floor, crouched against the wall, and tried to shield the babe with her trembling body without withdrawing her gaze from the luminous orbs that were killing her. No thought of her husband came to her in her agony, no hope nor suggestion of rescue or escape. Her capacity for thought and feeling had narrowed to the dimensions of a single emotion: fear of the animal's spring, of the impact of its body, the buffeting of its great arms, the feel of its teeth in her throat, the mangling of her babe. Motionless now and in absolute silence, she awaited her doom, the moments growing to hours, to years, to ages, and still those devilish eyes maintained their watch. Returning to his cabin late at night with a deer on his shoulders, Charles Marlowe tried the door. It did not yield. He knocked. There was no answer. He laid down his deer and went around to the window. As he turned the angle of the building, he fancied he heard a sound as of stealthy footfalls and a rustling in the undergrowth of the forest, but they were too slight for certainty even to his practiced ear. Approaching the window, and to his surprise finding it open, he threw his leg over the sill and entered. All was darkness and silence. He groped his way to the fireplace, struck a match, and lit a candle. Then he looked about. Cowering on the floor against the wall was his wife, clasping his child. As he sprang toward her, she rose and broke into laughter, long, loud, and mechanical, devoid of gladness and devoid of sense, the laughter that is not out of keeping with the clanking of a chain. Hardly knowing what he did, he extended his arms. She laid the babe in them. It was dead, pressed to death in its mother's embrace. 3. The theory of the defense. That is what occurred during a night in a forest, but not all of it did Irene Marlowe relate to Jenner Brading. Not all of it was known to her. When she had concluded, the sun was below the horizon, and the long summer twilight had begun to deepen in the hollows of the land. For some moments Brading was silent, expecting the narrative to be carried forward to some definite connection with the conversation introducing it. But the narrator was as silent as he, her face averted, her hands clasping and unclasping themselves as they lay in her lap, with a singular suggestion of an activity independent of her will. "It is a terrible story," said Brading at last, "but I do not understand. You call Charles Marlowe father. That I know. That he is old before his time, broken by some great sorrow, I have seen, or thought I saw. But, pardon me, you said that I am insane," said the girl, without a movement of head or body. "But, Irene, you say— Please, dear, do not look away from me. You say that the child was dead, not demented." "Yes, that one. I am the second. I was born 3 months after that night, my mother being mercifully permitted to lay down her life in giving me mine." Brading was again silent. He was a trifle dazed, and could not at once think of the right thing to say. Her face was still turned away. In his embarrassment he reached impulsively toward the hands that lay closing and unclosing in her lap, but something, he could not have said what, restrained him. He then remembered, vaguely, that he had never altogether cared to take her hand. "Is it likely," she resumed, "that a person born under such circumstances is like others, is what you call sane?" Brading did not reply. He was preoccupied with a new thought that was taking shape in his mind. What a scientist would have called an hypothesis, a detective a theory. It might throw an added light, albeit a lurid one, upon such doubt of her sanity as her own assertion had not dispelled. The country was still new, and outside the villages sparsely populated. The professional hunter was still a familiar figure, and among his trophies were heads and pelts of the larger kinds of game. Tales variously credible of nocturnal meetings with savage animals in lonely roads were sometimes current, passed through the customary stages of growth and decay, and were forgotten. A recent addition to these popular apocrypha, originating apparently by spontaneous generation in several households, was of a panther which had frightened some of their members by looking in at windows by night. The yarn had caused its little ripple of excitement, had even attained to the distinction of a place in the local newspaper, but Brading had given it no attention. Its likeness to the story to which he had just listened now impressed him as perhaps more than accidental. Was it not possible that the one story had suggested the other, that finding congenial conditions in a morbid mind and a fertile fancy, it had grown to the tragic tale that he had heard? Brading recalled certain circumstances of the girl's history and disposition of which, with love's incuriosity, he had hitherto been heedless, such as her solitary life with her father, at whose house no one apparently was an acceptable visitor, and her strange fear of the night by which those who knew her best accounted for her never being seen after dark. Surely in such a mind imagination once kindled might burn with a lawless flame, penetrating and enveloping the entire structure. That she was mad, though the conviction gave him the acutest pain, he could no longer doubt. She had only mistaken an effect of her mental disorder for its cause, bringing into imaginary relation with her own personality the vagaries of the local myth-makers. With some vague intention of testing his new theory, and no very definite notion of how to set about it, he said gravely, but with hesitation, "Irene, dear, tell me. I beg you will not take offense, but tell me—" "I have told you," she interrupted, speaking with a passionate earnestness that he had not known her to show. "I have already told you that we cannot marry. Is anything else worth saying?" Before he could stop her, she had sprung from her seat, and without another word or look was gliding away among the trees toward her father's house. Brading had risen to detain her. He stood watching her in silence until she had vanished in the gloom. Suddenly he started as if he had been shot. His face took on an expression of amazement and alarm. In one of the black shadows into which she had disappeared, he had caught a quick, brief glimpse of shining eyes. For an instant he was dazed and irresolute. Then he dashed into the wood after her, shouting, "Irene! Irene! Look out! The Panther! The Panther!" In a moment he had passed through the fringe of forest into open ground, and saw the girl's gray skirt vanishing into her father's door. No panther was visible. 4. An appeal to the conscience of God. Jenner Brading, attorney at law, lived in a cottage at the edge of the town. Directly behind the dwelling was the forest. Being a bachelor, and therefore by the draconian moral code of the time and place, denied the services of the only species of domestic servant known thereabout, the hired girl, he boarded at the village hotel, where also was his office. The woodside cottage was merely a lodging maintained, at no great cost to be sure, as an evidence of prosperity and respectability. It would hardly do for one to whom the local newspaper had pointed with pride as the foremost jurist of his time to be homeless, albeit he may sometimes have suspected that the words home and house were not strictly synonymous. Indeed, his consciousness of the disparity and his will to harmonize it were matters of logical inference, for it was generally reported that soon after the cottage was built, its owner had made a futile venture in the direction of marriage, had in truth gone so far as to be rejected by the beautiful but eccentric daughter of old man Marlowe, the recluse. This was publicly believed because he had told it himself and she had not, a reversal of the usual order of things which could hardly fail to carry conviction. Brading's bedroom was at the rear of the house, with a single window facing the forest. One night he was awakened by a noise at that window. He could hardly have said what it was like. With a little thrill of the nerves, he sat up in bed and laid hold of the revolver, which, with a forethought most commendable in one addicted to the habit of sleeping on the ground floor with an open window, he had put under his pillow. The room was in absolute darkness, but being unterrified, he knew where to direct his eyes, and there he held them, awaiting in silence what further might occur. He could now dimly discern the aperture, a square of lighter black. Presently there appeared at its lower edge 2 gleaming eyes that burned with a malignant luster inexpressibly terrible. Brading's heart gave a great jump, then seemed to stand still. A chill passed along his spine and through his hair. He felt the blood forsake his cheeks. He could not have cried out, not to save his life, but being a man of courage, he would not, to save his life, have done so if he had been able. Some trepidation his coward body might feel, but his spirit was of sterner stuff. Slowly the shining eyes rose with a steady motion that seemed an approach, and slowly rose Brading's right hand, holding the pistol. He fired. Blinded by the flash and stunned by the report, Brading nevertheless heard, or fancied that he heard, the wild, high scream of the panther, so human in sound, so devilish in suggestion. Leaping from the bed, he hastily clothed himself, and, pistol in hand, sprang from the door, meeting 2 or 3 men who came running up from the road. A brief explanation was followed by a cautious search of the house. The grass was wet with dew. Beneath the window it had been trodden and partly leveled for a wide space, from which a devious trail, visible in the light of a lantern, led away into the bushes. One of the men stumbled and fell upon his hands, which, as he rose and rubbed them together, were slippery. On examination they were seen to be red with blood. An encounter, unarmed, with a wounded panther was not agreeable to their taste. All but Brading turned back. He, with lantern and pistol, pushed courageously forward into the wood. Passing through a difficult undergrowth, he came into a small opening, and there his courage had its reward, for there he found the body of his victim. But it was no panther. What it was is told even to this day upon a weather-worn headstone in the village churchyard, and for many years was attested daily at the graveside by the bent figure and sorrow-seamed face of old man Marlowe, to whose soul, and to the soul of his strange, unhappy child, peace, peace, and reparation. End of The Eyes of the Panther.
The Former Passengers by Bithia Croker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Newgate Novelist. The Former Passengers by Bithia Croker. Who is whispering and calling through the rain? Far above the tempest crashing and the torrent's ceaseless dashing, I hear a weary calling as of pain. If anyone can help you, it will be Captain Blaine. This sentence was uttered by a smart young clerk in a shipping office in Rangoon, who, clothed in cool white drill, leant his elbows confidentially on the desk and concluded his speech with a reassuring nod. I was en route from Upper Burma to Singapore in order to attend my sister's wedding. Our flat riverboat was late, and when I presented myself at the booking office of the P&O, I found to my dismay that the steamer for the Straits had sailed at dawn, and that there would not be another for a week. I was therefore bound to miss the wedding and waste my precious leave in Rangoon, thanks to the leisurely old tub that had dawdled from Mandalay. I turned my eyes expectantly on Captain Blaine, a short-necked, weather-beaten sailor, in a blue serge coat with gilt buttons and a peaked cap. He surveyed me steadily, with a pair of small keen eyes, and evidently did not receive the suggestion with enthusiasm. "We don't carry passengers," he announced in a gruff voice. "My ship is only a cargo boat, a tramp, and we have no accommodation whatsoever." "No accommodation?" echoed the clerk, incredulously. "Oh, I say, come." "Why, you know very well that all the cabins are chock full of cargo, and we have never carried a passenger since I took command." "If there was any hole or corner where you could stow me, I don't mind how I rough it," I urged. "I'll pay full first-class fare." "Oh, there's lots of holes and corners," admitted the captain, "and you'd just get the ship's rations, same as the officers and myself, no soups and entrees, plain roast and boiled." "I'm not particular. I'm ready to eat salt junk and sea biscuit. I'll do anything, short of swimming, to get to Singapore by next Wednesday." "Is it so very important?" demanded Captain Blaine. "A wedding. No, in answer to his commiserating stare. "Not my own. But I've to give away the bride." Well, I suppose I must try and stretch a point. Mind, I'll take you at your word about the passage money. Never refuse a good offer, is my motto. So, Mr. And he paused interrogatively. "Lawrence is my name." "Mr. Lawrence, if you'll be down at Godwin's Wharf tomorrow at 9 o'clock, with your baggage and bedding and servant, we will lie off a bit, and any sampan will put you aboard in 5 minutes. Ask for the Wandering Star." And with a nod between the clerk and myself, he turned his back and stumped out. "He is not very keen about passengers, eh?" remarked the clerk with a laugh. "I wonder why." "I suppose because she is a dirty old cargo boat, but any port in a storm, or rather, any ship, in this crisis, for me." "Ah," said the clerk, rubbing his chin reflectively, "I've a sort of idea, though perhaps I dreamt it, that there is something rum, or out of the way, about this wandering star. Well, whatever it is, I'll risk it, I answered with a laugh, as I followed the captain's example and took my departure. Punctually at 9 o'clock next morning, I embarked in a sampan, and was rowed down the swift Irrawaddy. "That cannot be my steamer," I protested, as the boatman made for a long, low, raking craft, a craft of considerable pretensions. She looked like one of the smaller vessels of the P&O fleet. But, sure enough, the boatman was right, for as we passed under her stern, I read in yellow letters the name, Wandering Star. A closer inspection showed her to be simply what her commander had stated, a tramp. She was dirty, rusty, and travel-stained. When I clambered aboard, I found no snowy decks or shining brasses, but piles of cargo, bustling coolies, and busy blue-clad lascars. I was immediately accosted by the captain, who presented me to the chief officer, and to a fellow traveller, a sallow, lanky youth of 19, going to join his friends in the Straits. "I thought he would be company for you," explained the sailor. "We are off in half an hour," pointing to the Blue Peter at the fore, "and we're loaded to the hatches. Mr. Kelly here will show you to your quarters." As I followed the chief officer, I was astonished at the dimensions of the Star. It was a considerable distance from the captain's snug cabin, near the bridge, to the poop. We made our way below, into a long saloon with tables and seats intact, but the aft part piled high with bales. There was a strange, musty, mouldy smell. It felt damp and vault-like, and afforded a sharp contrast to the blazing sun and cobalt sky on deck. As my eye became used to the gloom, I noticed the lavish carving, the handsome mahogany and brass fittings, the maple wood doors and panels, the remains of better days. My cabin contained 2 bunks, and in one of these my servant, a Madras butler, called Sawmy, had already arranged my bedding. "I wonder you don't carry passengers," I remarked to Mr. Kelly. "What a fine saloon! I should have thought it would have paid well." "She carried hundreds in her day," he said complacently. "You see there is where the piano was hitched, and there the swinging lamps and bookcase, but, all the same, it would never pay us to take passengers." And he laughed, an odd sort of laugh. "We are not a regular liner, you know, trading between 2 ports. Regular liners look on us as dirt, but lots of 'em would give a good deal for our lines and our engines. There's some of them I would not send my old boots home in. We pick up cargo as we find it. One time we run to Zanzibar, another to Hong Kong, another to the Cape, or maybe Sydney. I've not been home this 3 years. I hope you'll find your bunk comfortable. The youngster is opposite, just across the saloon. You know your way back." And having done the honours, he left me. Certainly, the Star was much above her present business, and bore the remains of having seen better days. Even my marble washstand was not in keeping with a cargo steamer. I opened the next cabin. It was crammed to the door with freight. Bird cages in this instance. Every cabin was, no doubt, similarly packed. I was not sorry to exchange the earthy, chill atmosphere below for the bright sunshine on deck. Soon we had weighed anchor, and were moving smoothly down the rapid Irrawaddy, between high banks of tawny grass, gradually losing sight of the shipping, then of the Golden Pagoda, then of Elephant Point. Finally the Star put her nose straight out, to cross the Gulf of Martaban. The sea was calm, and we were well fed and found, and made a pleasant party of 6, the captain, first and second officers, the chief engineer, and 2 passengers. I slept like a top that night, and awoke next morning, and found we were anchored off Malmaine, with its hills covered with pagodas and palms. From Malmain we put to sea, and still the weather once more favoured us. The captain was a capital companion, full of anecdotes and sea stories. The chief engineer was a first-rate chess player, and I began to think I had done rather a smart thing in securing a passage in this stray steamer. As the captain concluded a thrilling yarn apropos of a former ship in which he had been third officer, I suddenly recalled the shipping clerk's hint, and asked, "Are there no stories about this one? Has she no history?" Captain Blaine looked at the chief officer with a knowing grin, and then replied, "History? Of course she has. What do you call the logbook? That's her history. I suppose that chap at the office told you she was considered an unlucky ship, eh? Come now, own up." "No, but he said he had an idea that there was something queer about her. He could not remember what it was." "Well, I've been in command of her now 4 years, and I've seen nothing to complain of. What do you say, Kelly?" appealing to the first officer. "I say that I never wish to put foot on a better sea-boat, and there's nothing wrong with her, as far as I know." But Somi, my Madras boy, entertained a totally different opinion of the star. When I asked him why he did not sleep outside my door in the saloon, he frankly replied, "Because plenty devil in this ship, the chief Serang, head of the Lascars, telling me that saloon plenty bad place." We were now within 48 hours of Singapore, when the weather suddenly changed, as it frequently does in those treacherous seas. The awning was taken down, sure presage of a bad time coming. The ports were closed, and all was made ready for a blow. And we were not disappointed. It came. We had a rough night, but I was not in the least inconvenienced. I slept like a dormouse rocked in the cradle of the deep. In the morning my fellow passenger, whose name, by the way, was Mellish, and who had evidently "suffered," to judge by his ghastly appearance, accosted me timidly and said, "Did you get up and walk about in the night?" "No." "Do you ever walk in your sleep?" he continued. "Not to my knowledge. Why?" "Because last night someone came and hammered on my cabin door and shouted, 'The ship's aground.' What do you think it can have been?" he asked with a frightful face. "I think there is no doubt that it was the hot tinned lobster you had for supper," I answered promptly. "No, no, no, it was not a dream. It woke me," he returned. "I thought it was you. Then I tried to think it was a nightmare, and had almost brought myself to believe it, and was dropping off to sleep, when a cold, cold, wet hand was passed slowly across my face," and he shuddered violently. "Lobster," I repeated emphatically. "No, no. Oh, Mr. Lawrence, I heard moaning and whispering and praying. I'm afraid to sleep in that cabin alone. May I come and share yours?" "There is no room," I answered, rather shortly. "The top berth is crammed full of my things." At breakfast there was a good deal of movement, and now and then a loud splash upon the deck. The captain, who had been tapping the barometer, looked unusually solemn, and said, "We are in for a bit of dirty weather. Unless I'm mistaken, there's a cyclone somewhere about. I don't think we shall do more than touch the edge of it, and this is a stout craft, so you need not be uneasy." This was vastly reassuring, when the sky to the west changed from a lowering grey to an inky black. The wind rose with a whimper that increased to a shriek. It lashed the sea with fury, lashing it into enormous waves, and, laden as we were, we began to roll, at first majestically, then heavily, then helplessly. We took in great green seas over the bows. Tons of water discharged themselves amidships, and made us stagger and groan. But still through it all the engines thumped doggedly on. We seized our dinner anyhow, sitting, standing, kneeling, adapting ourselves to the momentary angle of the vessel. It was a miserable evening, wet and cold, and Mellish and I went to bed early. The dead lights were down, the hatchway closed behind us, we were entirely cut off from the rest of our shipmates for the night, and the saloon smelt more vault-like than ever. I turned away from Mellish's grey, frightened face, and stammering, piteous importunities, shut myself into my cabin, bolted the door, went to bed, and fell asleep. Meanwhile the storm increased to a hurricane. The motion was tremendous. I was flung violently out on the floor, as the Star made one awful plunge, and then righted herself. I was, needless to state, now thoroughly awake, and, scrambling back into my berth, and clinging to the woodwork with both hands, lay listening to the roaring of the tempest, which rose now and then to a shrill shriek that had a terribly human sound. My heart beat fast, as my ears assured it that I was not merely listening to the raving of the gale, but actually to the piercing screams of women and the hoarse shouts of men. Just as I had arrived at this amazing conclusion, the door of the cabin was burst open, and an elderly man, in his shirt-sleeves, was hurled in. "We're going down!" he bawled excitedly. "And the hatches are fast!" I sprang up, and the next lurch shot us both out into the saloon. And what a scene did I behold by 3 lamps that swung violently to and fro! Their fitful light showed me a large number of half-dressed strangers, in the last extremity of mortal fear. There was the horrible, selfish pushing and struggling of a panic-stricken crowd, fighting their way towards the companion ladder, the wild, frenzied distraction people exhibit when striving to escape from some deadly peril, the tumult, the cries and shrieks of frightened women making frantic appeals for rescue, cries heart-rending to hear. Besides the dense struggling block at one end of the cabin, battling fiercely for escape, there were various groups apparently resigned to their impending fate. A family at prayer, 2 men drinking raw brandy out of tumblers, an ayah beating her head upon the floor and calling upon Ramaswami, an old lady with a shawl over her head and a Bible on her knee, a young man and a girl, hand locked in hand, whispering last words, a pale woman with a sleeping child in her arms. I saw them all. I saw Mellish clinging to the saloon handrail, his eyes glazed with horror, and gibbering like an idiot. The crash of broken crockery, the shrieks of despair, the roaring of the wind, the sullen thundering of the seas overhead, combined to make up the most frightful scene that could possibly be imagined. Then all at once a beautiful girl with long dark hair streaming over a white gown rushed out of a cabin and threw herself upon me. Flinging her arms round my neck, she sobbed, "Oh, save me, save me! Don't let me die! Don't let me die!" Her wild, agonized face was pressed closely to mine. Her frantic clasp round my neck tightened like a band of steel. Closer, closer, closer. I was choking. I could not move or breathe. She was strangling me as she shrieked in my ear, "It is coming now! This is death!" There was one awful lurch, a grinding crash, a sinking sensation, a vice-like grip about my throat, and outer darkness. I was aroused in broad daylight by Somi, who had brought my tea and shaving water. I was lying on the floor of the saloon, and he was stooping over me, with a frightened expression on his broad, brown countenance. "At first I thinking master dead," was his candid announcement. "Me plenty fraiding. Why master lying here and no in bed?" "Why, indeed!" A plunge of my head into cool water and a cup of tea brought me to myself, and then I flung on my dressing gown and hurried across the saloon to see what had become of the miserable Mellish. He was stretched in his berth, with a life-belt beside him, rigid and cold, and in a sort of fit. With brandy, burnt brown paper, and great difficulty, Sommi and I brought him round. As soon as he had come to his senses, and realized that he was still in the land of the living, he sat up and turned on me quite ferociously, and said, "And that's what you call lobster?" The weather had moderated considerably, and though I had no great appetite, I was able to appear at breakfast. Mellish was too shattered to join us, and lay in a long chair in the deck-house, sipping beef tea, and hysterically assuring all inquirers that he would never again set foot in the saloon. No, he would much rather die. "I suppose you got knocked about a bit last night?" inquired the captain with a searching glance. "Not exactly knocked about. I did not mind that so much, but—" and I hesitated. "But you were disturbed?" he added significantly. "Yes, very much so. I hope I shall never be disturbed in such a way again." "Then I take it you've seen them? The former passengers? They are generally aboard, they say, in dirty weather. Whatever they were, I trust in God I may never witness such another scene. You don't wonder now that we are not free of offering cabin accommodation, eh? Not that I ever saw anything myself. But you admit there is something." "So they say," nodding his head with a jaunty air. "And what is the explanation? What do they say?" I asked impatiently. "Just this. The Wandering Star was once the Atalanta, a fine passenger steamer, and, coming out her last trip, she fell in for the tail of a cyclone, and came to grief off the Laccadives, blown out of her course, engine fires put out, went on a rock, and sank in 10 fathoms. Every soul on board went down, except a steward and a fireman, who got off on a hen-coop. It was an awful business. 69 passengers, besides officers and crew. She sank like a stone, no time to get battered to pieces, and so she was right well worth her salvage. A company bought her cheap. She was but little damaged. They raised and sold her. She was intended for the pilgrim traffic, from Bombay to Mecca, and in fact she did make a couple of trips, but somehow she got a bad name. The pilgrims said she was possessed of devils. And so the owners put her into the wheat and rice and general cargo trade. And we have no complaints. She has been at it these 5 years, and is, as I take you to witness, a grand sea-boat, and has fine accommodation between decks as well as aft. It's only in real dirty weather that there is anything amiss, and that in the saloon. They say," lowering his voice to a hoarse whisper, "they kept the passengers below, battened down. They got no chance for their lives. It was a mistake. They were all drowned like rats in their holes. Mind you, I've seen nothing, and I'm not a superstitious man." "Would you sleep in the saloon?" I sternly demanded. "No, for in a blow my place is on the bridge. But I'll not deny that a second officer, who has left us, tried a bunk down there once, out of curiosity, and did not repeat the experiment. He was properly scared." And the captain chuckled at the recollection. "I suppose we shall get in tonight?" I remarked as we paced the deck together. "Yes, about 11 o'clock. We are doing our 12 knots, dirty-looking old hooker as we are." "So much the better," I answered, "for you will not be surprised to hear that I'm not anxious to occupy my berth again." I am thankful to relate that I slept on land that same night, and was not disturbed. I often glance at the shipping lists to see if there is any news of the Wandering Star, I note that she is still tramping the ocean from China to Peru, and I have not the smallest doubt but that, on stormy nights, the saloon is still crowded with the distracted spectres of her former passengers. End of The Former Passengers by Bithia Mary Croker.
The Ghost of a Live Man by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Ghost of a Live Man by W. Bob Holland. We were in the South Atlantic Ocean, in the latitude of the island of Fernando Noronha, about 40 degrees 12 minutes south, on board the bark H.G. Johnson, homeward bound from Australia. I was the only passenger, and we had safely rounded Cape Horn, with a barometer at 28 degrees 18 minutes, and yet had somehow miraculously escaped an extremely heavy gale. Had light northerly and easterly winds till we reached 20 degrees, and thence the southeast trades were sending us fast on our way to the equator. I sat on deck smoking my pipe, with a glorious full moon shedding its bright pathway across the blue waters, and chatting with the first mate, a man some 58 years of age, who had followed the sea since he was a boy. For 20 years or more he had been mate or captain, and many and varied were the experiences he could relate. A thorough sailor and skillful navigator, he was as honest as the day is long, had a heart as big as an ox, and was an all-around good fellow and genial companion. Some of his yarns might be taken cum grano salis, yet he always positively assured me that he was telling me the truth. An account of a voyage that he made in a whaler from the Southern Ocean to New Bedford seemed to me worthy to be repeated. He had rounded Cape Horn 6 times and the Cape of Good Hope 26 times, besides making many trips across the Western Ocean and to South American ports. I give his account as near as possible in his own words. It was in '71 that I commanded the whaler Mary Jane. We had been out from home over 3 years and had on board a full cargo of whale oil, besides 2,000 pounds of whale bone, which was then worth $5 per pound. I also had been fortunate enough to find in a dead whale, which we came across, a large quantity of ambergris, and our hearts were all very light as we began our homeward voyage, and our thoughts all tended to the hearty welcome which we should receive from wives and sweethearts when we reached our journey's end. Many a night as I lay in my berth, I had thought with great pleasure of the amount of money that would be coming to me from the proceeds of our voyage when we arrived in New Bedford. I calculated that I had made $12,000 as my share of the proceeds of the whalebone and oil, to say nothing of the ambergris, which I well knew would bring at least $20,000, and one half of which belonged to me. You can therefore imagine that I was well pleased with myself as we went bounding along through the southeast trades. We crossed the equator in longitude 36, and soon after took strong northeast trades, and all was going as well as I could wish. We had put the ship in perfect order, painted her inside and out, and you would never have recognized her as the old whaling ship that had, for 3 years, been plying the Southern Ocean for whales. Never shall I forget an old bull whale that we tackled about 2 degrees to the south of Cape Horn, but that is another story, which I will give you another time. We had just lost the northeast trades and were entering the Gulf Stream. I sat in my cabin with my chart on the table before me rolled up. I had just picked our location on it and was thinking that in a week more I should be at home, surrounded by those near and dear to me, and relating to them the story of my great good fortune. It was always my custom to work up my latitude and longitude about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then after supper pick off her position on the chart, have a smoke, and perhaps just before retiring a nip of grog, and then at 8:30 o'clock, as regular as a clock, I would turn in. I am a great smoker, and this day I had been smoking all the afternoon, besides having had 2 or 3 nips. We had a dog on board whom we called Boatswain, who had been out with us all the voyage, and who was afraid of nothing. He had endeared himself to every man on board. And when Boatswain took water, something very serious was in the wind. This night, as I sat in the cabin, I heard a most dismal howl from Boatswain, and called out to the mate to know what was the matter with the dog. He replied that he reckoned some of the men had been teasing him, and the occurrence soon passed from my mind. Suddenly I saw someone coming down the after companion way into the cabin. I supposed at first it was the mate, and wondered that he had not first spoken to me, but then I noticed that he wore clothes I had never seen on the mate, and as he advanced into the cabin I saw his face. It was the face of a man I had never seen in my life. He was thin and pale and haggard, and as he advanced he looked about the cabin and at the rolled-up chart on the table. There seemed to be an appeal in his eyes, and then there swept over his face a look of intense disappointment, and before I could move or speak, he had vanished from my sight. Now I am a very practical man, and I at once straightened myself in my chair and said to myself, "Well, old man, you have smoked one too many pipes today, or else you have had one drink too much, for you have been asleep in your chair and seen a ghost." I was quite satisfied that I had had a dream, especially as I called to the mate and asked him if he had seen anyone come below. He said no, that he had not left the deck for the last hour, and the man at the wheel, directly in front of the door, was sure no one had entered the cabin. So I convinced myself that I had had a very vivid dream, though I could not help thinking of the matter all through the next day. At 8 o'clock the next evening, I sat in the same place with my work just finished, and the chart lying rolled up on the table before me, when suddenly the dog's dismal howl rang through the ship, and looking up I saw those same legs coming down the after companion. My hair fairly stood on end, and yet today surely I was wide awake. I had only smoked one pipe all day, and had not touched a drop of liquor. The same wan, emaciated figure walked into the cabin, glanced inquiringly and appealingly at me, and again there spread over his face that look of utter disappointment, as if he had sought something and failed to find it, and again he disappeared. I rushed on deck to the mate and told him all I had seen during the last 2 nights, but he made light of it and assured me I had been asleep or smoking too much. He did not like to suggest that I had been drinking. Still, I could see that the thought that came into his mind was, "The old man has seen him again." I gave up trying to convince him, but requested that the next night from 8 to 8:30 he should sit with me in the cabin. How the next day passed I cannot tell. I only know that my thoughts never left that ghostly visitant, and somehow I felt that the evening would reveal something to me, and the spell be broken. I made up my mind I would speak to the thing, whatever it was, and I felt a sort of security in the presence of the mate, who was a daring fellow and feared neither man nor the devil. Neither rum nor tobacco passed my lips during the next day, and 8 o'clock found the mate and I sitting in the cabin, and this time the chart lay open on the table beside us. Just as 8 bells struck, the dog's premonitory wail sounded, and looking out we both saw the figure descending the cabin stairs. We both seemed frozen to our seats, and the strange weirdness of the whole proceeding cast the same spell over the mate and me alike, and we were both unable to move or speak. Slowly the figure proceeded into the cabin and glanced around without a word, but with the same expectant look on his face. His form was even more wasted, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes seemed almost out of sight, so deeply were they set in their sockets. As his eye fell on the open chart, a look of supreme joy fairly irradiated his features, and advancing to the table, he placed one long bony finger on the chart, held it for a moment, and then again disappeared from our sight. For 5 minutes after he had left us, we sat speechless. Then I managed to say, "What do you think of that, Mr. Morris?" "My God, sir, I don't know, it's beyond me." Then my eyes fell on the open chart, and there, where the finger had been, was a tiny spot of blood, exactly on the point of longitude 63 degrees west and latitude 37 degrees north. We were then only about 50 miles distant from that position, and immediately there came to me the determination to steer the ship there. So I laid her course accordingly and posted a lookout in the crow's nest. At 5 o'clock in the morning, just as the east began to grow gray, the lookout called out, "Boat on the lee bow," and as we came up to it, we found 4 men in it, 3 dead and 1 with just a remnant of life left in him. We sewed the 3 bodies in canvas and buried them in the ocean, and then gave all our attention to restoring life to the poor, emaciated frame, which I then recognized was the very man who for 3 successive nights had visited me in my cabin. By judicious and careful nursing, life gradually came back to him, and in 4 days' time he was able to sit up and talk with me in the cabin. It seems he commanded the ship Promise, and she had taken fire and been destroyed, and all hands had to take to the boats. 10 were in the boats at first, but their food had given out, and one by one he had seen them die, and one by one he had cast the bodies overboard. Finally, he lost consciousness and knew not whether his 3 remaining companions were dead or alive. Then he said he seemed in a dream to see a ship and tried to go to her for help. But just as he would be going on board of her, something would seem to keep him back. 3 times in his dreams he tried to visit this ship, and the last time there seemed to come to him a certain satisfaction, and he felt that he had succeeded in his object. Turning to my table, he said, "Let me take your chart. I'll show you just where we were." "Stop," said I. "Don't take that chart. It is an old one and all marked over. Mark your position on this new one." He took my pencil and knife and carefully sharpened his pencil. Then, taking my dividers, he measured his latitude and longitude and placed a pencil dot at a point on the clean chart. As he lifted his hand, he said, "Oh, excuse me, Captain. I cut my finger in sharpening the pencil and have left a drop of blood on the chart." "Never mind," said I. "Leave it there." And then I produced the old chart, and there, in an exactly corresponding place, was the drop of blood left by my ghostly visitor. Then, looking steadily into my face, the mate solemnly added, "I can't explain this, sir. Perhaps you can. But I can tell you on my honor, it is God's own truth that I have told you." End of The Ghost of a Live Man.
The Ghost of Silent Smith by C. Franklin Miller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Ghost of Silent Smith, An Uncanny Tale by C. Franklin Miller. Silent Smith was dead to begin with. Of that there could be no doubt. The story of his tragic end was featured in the first column of every sporting sheet in the country, and was officially verified in due course by the physician, the coroner, and the clergyman. Furthermore, the tragedy itself was visioned by some 20,000 eyes. They all saw the blinding speed of the ball as it left the pitcher's hand. They saw the melancholy indifference of Silent as he stood at the plate. They saw the ball crush into his right temple, and they saw him fall. Some said that he wanted to die, but that is beside the question. Of one thing we are sure: Silent Smith was dead. I, myself, saw his corpse 2 days later. It was laid out in somber black. His coffin was black, his suit was black, and black was his bat-wing tie. Black was his favorite color. It harmonized perfectly with the gloom of his disposition, and to it he clung, consistent in death as in active life. The time of his death is likewise certain. It occurred at precisely 22 minutes after 3 Eastern Standard Time. That fact I have verified. It is important. Had it occurred 5 hours later, there would be nothing unusual to tell about. Silent Smith would have been duly buried, mourned, and finally forgotten, except for the brilliant record which will always stand as a monument to his pitching skill. As it was, he died at the time stated, and his corpse was in the hands of the coroner exactly 1 hour later. That same hour found him staging the most remarkable comeback in the history of the national game, and this at a point 3,000 miles away. I make that statement with a full knowledge of the actual facts. As a member of Johnny Morgan's Bears that year, I saw the weird occurrence with my own eyes. It happened out on the coast in the presence of some 8,000 fans. Those in the assembled throng who knew Silent and his mannerisms could only stare and wonder. At the time, they had no knowledge of his death. I had. So had the rest of the players on the Bears bench. A telegram from the East had borne the tragic news. That message shed a ghostly light on the astounding phenomenon and lent to the affair a vague tinge of plausibility, however amazing. Understand, I do not deny the evidence of written records. That would be useless. I know that talkative Andy Gregg was on the mound for the Bears that day. I realize that he was credited with the victory which brought to the club the first pennant we ever flaunted along the coast, and I agree that he deserved the credit. For all practical purposes, the voluble lad had labored 9 full innings, giving one of the most sensational exhibitions of hurling ever witnessed. Nevertheless, I insist that Silent Smith pitched the Bears into that pennant as surely as his death occurred 2 hours before the game was called. Let us see. Silent Smith had been our twirling ace the greater part of the season. Anyone who ever saw him in action will tell you he was a pitching marvel. He could work in turn every 4th day, do relief duty in between when called upon, and still win the vast majority of his games. Notwithstanding his proclivity for hard work, he was strangely lacking in enthusiasm and possessed no more sociability than an ancient tombstone. Mind, I do not profess to have any first-hand knowledge as to the sociability of a tombstone. My head never rested within the shadow of one. It may be that their communion is confined solely to the realm of departed spirits, but as far as the human eye can see, they are extremely unsociable objects, and so was Silent. I well remember the veil of gloom which accompanied his advent into our spring training camp. He came wandering out upon the field like a lost sheep, trailing a big black bat, the most dismal-looking rookie I ever laid eyes upon. His face was a masterpiece of dark despair, sketched in deep, weary lines ill-fitted to carry a smile. Shrouded in sackcloth, He could have done justice to the role of chief mourner at anybody's funeral. The chief had been busy all morning, looking over a number of promising young pitchers whose efforts would have ruined the disposition of any trainer. We had been hanging their offerings all over the park. Not one of them had enough stuff to last in a AAA league. The chief's ire had been mounting accordingly, and the sight of Silent gazing dismally on had no soothing effect on his temper. "Say, Smith," he growled, "you're supposed to be a pitcher, not a monument. Snap out of it. Let's see your stuff." Silent produced a ball from his hip pocket and nursed it sadly for a moment or two. I thought he was going to cry. Instead, he answered the chief in a very meek and tired voice. Yes, sir, Mr. Morkan." Some of us may have grinned in secret, but no one laughed outright. We knew the chief too well. He was fairly boiling inwardly, and the lid was due to pop at any moment. Silent, however, paid absolutely no attention to him. After uttering those surprising words, he ignored the chief completely. Slowly, he made his way out onto the vacant mound and started a slow wind-up. The chief swore that this latest addition must have served a term on the box of a funeral cab. Slow-motioned or not, the lad was uncommonly graceful for a southpaw. That we could use, but what he did to the ball no one ever knew. The thing he threw with that left arm of his was the biggest puzzle I ever stood up against. As if encased in gobs of gloom, the ball came floating up to the plate and dropped dejectedly into the catcher's mitt. It was more like a sigh than any soundless thing I can think of. It eluded our bats like a soaring phantom, and had us doubled in knots in our efforts to deal it a solid blow. Within 15 minutes, the chief knew that he had a marvel in tow. I could see him melt as he watched the lad's solemn performance, and his face began to beam. "All right, buddy," he sang out genially, "but what do you call it?" This time Silent made no answer. At least he did not speak. He merely raised his shoulders and sighed. A long, deep sigh. That settled it. The sigh ball, someone suggested, and the sigh ball it was henceforth. The boy could likewise hit. Not that he ever set the league on fire as a slugger, but he revealed a deadly punch with his big black bat, which made him a prince among pinch hitters. This uncanny ability of his in a pinch was first demonstrated in our opening game of the season. Up until the 8th inning, his batting performance had naturally classed him as another weak-hitting pitcher. He had struck out on 2 occasions and had raised a puny fly in a 3rd attempt. The 4th time he stepped into the box, however, the winning run was resting on 3rd, and he brought it in with a pretty single. How he did it was as much of a mystery as his sigh ball. His woeful stance at the plate certainly would never have labeled him a batter of any quality. The picture he presented, as he clung to his big black bat, was one of utter hopelessness, and might have been captioned "The End." Yet, in a pinch, he could deliver. We simply had to accept Silent as he was. There was no changing him. His actions were entirely too unexpected and unnatural to be fathomed. He could strike a batter out and look painfully unhappy over the deed. He could win a game with a timely drive and go into mourning. His normal atmosphere was gloom, deep and mysterious, and it never varied. With our first swing around the circuit, the fame of Silent Smith began to spread. That left arm of his slow-balled its way into the hearts of thousands of fans along the coast. The wild enthusiasm with which his appearance in the box was greeted amounted to a mania, and his sigh ball became the topic of household discussions. There could be no doubt as to his popularity. He was the biggest drawing card in baseball anywhere at the time. It may have been the sad appeal of his miserable existence which intrigued. It may have been the veil of mystery shrouding his character which fascinated, but win or lose, he was idolized. Behind his spectacular hurling, we climbed to heights we had never known before. The completion of 3/4 of our schedule found us treading closely on the heels of the Flying Leafs, who had been perched proudly at the top all season. Small wonder that the town went baseball mad. For the first time in our history, we had pennant visions. Then came the setback, and our visions went a glimmering. Silent Smith was drafted. With the spreading of the news, a howl of disapproval went up from along the coast. From 3 states came the same cry, crooked baseball, and the very popularity of the sport itself was threatened. Outside efforts were made to have Silent recalled, but the trade had been consummated. Our ace was lost. With the passing of Silent, the Bears fell upon evil days. We developed a losing streak which threatened to force us out of the running. Even the despised Bisons made a clean sweep of a 4-game series, and a pall of gloom spread o'er the camp. Both the press and the paying public added to our misery. Only a flash. The Bears have hit their stride. That was the consensus wherever fans collected. The thing began to peeve the chief, and in an effort to redeem the club, he went out into the sticks and brought back Andy Gregg. No doubt you've heard of Andy Gregg. He was known as the gamest man in baseball. But when the chief pulled him out of nowhere, he was just a big, green, awkward, hitless wonder. He couldn't bat, and his fielding was worse. He had just 2 outstanding accomplishments. He could pitch, and he could talk. It was hard to tell in which he excelled. Regardless of his ability, he labored under difficulties from the very first. A man of lesser courage would have wilted under the strain. Whenever he hove in sight as the pitcher for the day, an unreasonable chorus of boos greeted him, followed by the sing-song call for Silent Smith. Not that he was unpopular. His spirit was really admired. It was the public's method of voicing its outraged feelings over the loss of an idol. They resented the release of Silent, and called for him as only a rabid baseball mob can call. The management was their target. Andy was only the goat. The lad simply laughed and went on pitching. But behind his fine indifference there lurked the ambition to stifle that cry for Silent Smith. Secretly, he accepted it as a reflection on his own ability, and fought courageously to change the tune. He fairly talked the team out of its woeful slump, and hurled it back to its place in the sun. When the Leafs again invaded our territory for a final series of 3, we stood within half game of being deadlocked for first place. It was the end of our playing schedule, and things did not look as rosy as might be supposed. Our pitching staff had cracked. Talkative Andy was the only dependable hurler we had left after a grueling month of struggle to maintain our position as runner-up. But Andy was in splendid form. He could still chatter away like an 8-day clock, and that was the sign. To him was given the mound in the first of that deciding series, and he won. 4 pitchers were hammered unmercifully in the second, and we lost. Again, we were trailing by a narrow margin. But who was there to hold the enemy in check? Husky Harris was down with tonsillitis. Lefty Lefferts had a broken thumb. Curly Weinert's arm was sore from too much use. As for the rest, but what's the use? In that hour of need, we were all wishing for an iron arm, the arm of Silent Smith. Even the chief had his former ace in mind. He as much as said so afterward. At the time, however, there was only one thing he could do, and he did it. Talkative Andy was given the assignment. The lad was ready and advertised the fact with his ceaseless jabber. "We got 'em going, Johnny," he kept repeating to the chief. "Winter's coming, the leaves are falling. Just keep your eye on the tree." We were all gathered in the dugout, awaiting the call of the gong. That peculiar hush which seizes a crowd immediately before playing time had already descended. Out on the sun-swept field, a number of White Wings were putting the finishing touches on the sparkling diamond. Behind the plate stood one-armed Jimmy Flynn, wielding a megaphone. His booming voice could be heard above the buzzing silence, crying the batteries. Jimmy got no further in his announcement than the name of Gregg when a spontaneous roar rolled out of the stand and completely submerged the rest. It was the howl of the pack for its idol. Unsportsmanlike, yes, but Andy only chuckled. "Can you beat it, Johnny?" he chirped. "They'd rather have the morgue out there than a live one. We'll bury that bird right now. Come on, you cubs, watch my smoke." And he trotted out onto the field amid a shower of boos. Andy had plenty of smoke and displayed it in his own awkward style. All through the inning, that call for Silent Smith went on with varying crescendos, but the nerve-wracking din had as much effect on the spirit of Andy as water does on the back of a duck. He worked along methodically and effectively, setting the enemy down on exactly 6 pitched balls. Small wonder that the lad was beaming when he climbed down into the pit after the last out had been called. He knew he was right. And he stayed right. For 7 innings he went on talking and pitching, waxing more loquacious as the game progressed. There was no reason for acting otherwise. His smoke ball was working nicely. It went whizzing past their bats with monotonous regularity. They couldn't even see it. 2 hits were all he allowed along that entire stretch. Apparently, the feat meant nothing to the mob. They were entirely engrossed in their favorite pastime. They seemed to take a fiendish delight in heckling the club, individually and collectively, for the release of a star. If we won, we were simply playing in luck. If we lost, well, we deserved to. They told us so in as many words, and they howled for Silent Smith. Andy still held his temper. His control was marvelous. He showed no signs of wavering under the strain. As he came trailing into the dugout for our turn at bat in the 8th, he was chattering away like a magpie. "I told you we'd bury that melancholy bird," he told the chief. "He's got 1 foot in the grave right now, and when I'm done, that bunch of fatheads up there will be throwing in the dirt. 'Twas ever thus, Johnny." The chief's face was uncommonly somber as he listened to Andy's chatter. In his hand there fluttered the familiar blue of a telegram. Without a word he handed it over. Andy read the news and his countenance fell. Silent Smith was dead. That was the break which went against him. From that moment on, Andy's star began to fade. "I'm sorry I said what I did," he murmured. "I was only kidding. I didn't know about this, Johnny." "Of course not," answered the chief, perking up. "Don't let it trouble you now. All you've got to think about is the winning of this ball game. Come on now, let's go, boys." But Andy was troubled nevertheless. His helpful chatter ceased, and that was the sign. When we again took the field after a fruitless inning, it was quite evident that he was not himself. Even the returned call for Silent Smith seemed to irritate. He dug into the dirt with his spiked shoes. He pulled up blades of grass and started chewing. He moistened his fingers against the sod. He did a number of things which were not his wont, but which, strangely enough, had characterized the pitching of Silent Smith. From behind the plate, the umpire was calling for action. So was the crowd. And Andy finally got going. That final inning was a nightmare. Andy walked the first man up, and a low rumble of dismay swept the field. The next ball he grooved, and Sammy Dawes dropped it over second for a pretty single. The rumble spread to a roar. Andy spat savagely into his glove and glared up at the stand. That persistent cry for Silent Smith had finally penetrated. The lad was riled. The crowd saw his action and uncorked a veritable flood of jeers, as if the pennant wouldn't have been clinched ere this had Silent been retained. Now look what's happening. Maybe they were right. Who knows? In a rage, Andy sped another over the plate, only to see it turned into a tantalizing bunt. In his clumsy effort to field the ball, he stumbled and fell. The ball rolled clear. I pounced upon it from my position at third and kept the Leafs from scoring. But the bases were full, and no one out, and Andy our only hope. By this time, some 8,000 lusty throats were raising the very, yes, indeed, they were going to that extremity in their frenzied howl to take him out, and their reasonless demand for Silent Smith. Bedlam had broken loose. I handed the ball to Andy and begged him to take his time. "It isn't fair, Ken," he exploded wrathfully. "What had I to do with the loss of Silent, I ask you?" I assured him that every member of that howling mob belonged in a padded cell, and added a word or two about our pennant chances. The latter had a sobering effect. Andy took a time-saving hitch in his belt and seemed to settle down. But the Leafs were not to be denied. They pounded out 2 successive singles and scored as many runs. The stand was fairly rocking with the din of stamping feet and shouting voices. Above it all could be heard the name of Silent Smith, but Andy no longer heeded. His rage had apparently subsided. He stood quietly in the center of the diamond and watched Big Jess Winters carry his .390 bat to the plate. Here was the biggest batting menace in the league, and it required a world of courage to face it. For a moment Andy never moved. And then he did a characteristic thing. He started talking. He told Big Jess to go get a plank. To me it sounded as if the bantering tone were forced, but my heart warmed at the sight of the lad fighting to regain his stride. "Attaboy," shouted Tommy Leach from second. "Make him hit it, Andy. We're all out here." Andy made no response, and we knew that his confidence was not at par. He took one glance at the runner on third, and suddenly let go with blinding speed. Big Jess swung with all his power, and the ball snapped back at Andy like a rocket. Instinctively, Andy raised his arms, but the ball sped through his guard and landed with a sickening thud. The lad crumpled up like a rag. The clamor of the crowd was instantly choked as they came to their feet in a startled wave and stood staring at the motionless form in the center of the diamond. I thought the boy was dead. His face was pasty and his lips bloodless. Apparently his heart had ceased to beat. His eyes were open and staring with that fixed expression commonly associated with sudden death. For 10 minutes we worked over his lifeless form. The only perceptible sign of animation was a faint fluttering of the pulse in his wrist, which occurred at intervals of about a minute. The condition was strange enough to make even the club physician look puzzled. Then, with surprising force, Andy's heart began to pound along like a trip hammer. A patch of color spread in his pallid cheeks. Another minute, and his eyelids fluttered weakly, his broad chest heaved, and he sighed. With glassy eyes he stared at the anxious group which circled him. His brow was furrowed, as if he were unable to comprehend the meaning of it all. He attempted to climb to his feet, but got no further than his knees. 2 of the boys caught him by the arms and started to lead him to the clubhouse. He would not have it. He shook them off and swayed uncertainly into the pitcher's box. A gasp of astonishment went up from the crowd. No one had ever dreamed that he could resume play. It was unbelievable. They stared at him in silent awe, a mute tribute to the sheer grit of the man. And then a roar of admiration proclaimed a new idol. Silent Smith was dead. "Sure you're fit, buddy?" inquired the anxious chief. For a moment there was no answer. Andy turned a haggard face and gazed at the chief with strangely sad eyes. He looked as if all the troubles of the world were resting on his shoulders. Then, "Andy's all right." The words sounded queerly detached. The voice was toneless. The chief shook his head and slowly left the field. He was going to take a chance. He had to. He sent 2 of the boys out to the bullpen to warm up, however, in case Andy couldn't make the grade. The crowd settled down in the stand and started buzzing like so many bees. Nothing like it had ever been seen. A blow like that would have crippled the spirit of most men, but there was Andy willing to go on. Was he able? All eyes were glued on the lad as he started digging a hole with his spikes in front of the rubber. He ignored everything else completely. That the team was on the small end of a 3-0 score, and that a runner was waiting on every sack just itching to swell the lead, was of no importance. He scraped and he kicked at the dirt with a slow, measured effort, as if the digging of holes was an art. All this with hanging head and downcast eyes. At last the hole was perfect, and he picked up his glove. To me it looked as if he were still in a daze. He appeared to be uncertain of every movement, as if he were unable to decide just what to do next. "All right, Andy?" I inquired doubtfully, handing him the ball. He made no response. He ignored my query as completely as he had everything else. Turning his neck, he started a slow, graceful wind-up, every motion of which was perfectly familiar. Deliberately, methodically, he threw 5 balls over the plate and then waited for the batter to take his stand, and he did not utter a sound. I shall not attempt to explain it. The facts are all I can deal with, and the fact in this instance was that Andy threw those 5 balls with his left arm, not in a ridiculously awkward manner, but with perfect ease. Furthermore, his style was identical with that of Silent Smith, and Silent Smith was dead. But this was no time for theorizing. The batter was set. The umpire was waiting. We fell into position, and play was resumed. Andy's amazing change of pace certainly worked havoc with the enemy bats. Lanky Andrews stood up to the plate like a statue and watched 3 perfectly good strikes float across. His bat never left his shoulder. Chubby Wilson did a little better. He at least swung. In fact, he swung 3 times, and then followed his lanky teammate back to the pit for the second out. Pinch hitter Collins nipped the ball for a puny fly, which Jordan, our catcher, smothered in his big mitt, stranding all 3 of the runners who jammed the bags. And the ball that did it was the side ball. The wonder of the thing held the crowd spellbound. They watched Andy's weird performance with gaping astonishment. Had the lad changed his style? Could he have perfected that famous delivery in secret practice? Had he been holding out for the past few weeks, thinking to spring a surprise at the psychological moment? Questions were flying fast. Answers were scarce. Had they known of the fate of Silent Smith, their thoughts might have taken a more gruesome channel. Had they read that telegram from the East, they might have agreed that Silent was answering their call at last. As it was, they could only stare and wonder. When we again trailed into the dugout, we found the chief in earnest consultation with Dr. Barrett, the club physician. The word was spread that Andy be left alone, and he was. He came shuffling off the field, with hanging head, and settled down into a listless attitude at one end of the bench. Dr. Barrett studied his drooping figure for a moment or two, and finally shook his head. So did we all. If the dead can come back to any form, Silent Smith was sitting there in his accustomed place, radiating as much gloom as he ever had. But the most unnatural twist of the whole affair was still in the making. Pudgy Ayres lined a pretty single into right to start our half of the ninth, and the crowd started pulling for us at last. Tommy Leach pushed Pudgy around with a well-placed bunt and beat out the throw to first. Both of them advanced a bag when Marty McGowan walked, and the bases were full. All we needed now was someone with a punch, someone who could uncork a drive that would sweep the bags and tie the count at 3-all. Andy was the next man up, and everybody was looking for a pinch hitter. With victory at stake, it would not do to take a chance on the hitless wonder. But the chief must have been playing a hunch. He never said a word when Andy climbed out of the pit and surveyed the bat rack with melancholy eyes. Mine was the only black stick in the lot, and Andy picked it up. Amid a silence as dead as a graveyard, he dragged the bat up to the plate. Every movement he made was followed by the crowd with straining eyes and bated breath. The moment was fraught with something beyond their knowledge, and the mystery of the thing held them fascinated. A newspaper photographer took up his stand along the foul line and focused his camera on Andy as he entered the box. If Andy saw him, he made no sign. His eyes were glued to the ground. Dolefully, he sidled around to the left of the plate, grasped his bat with a weary effort, and stood waiting. Blondie Vance, the opposing pitcher, was visibly shaken. Andy had always been a right-handed batter, and to see him fall into that woeful left-handed stance with a big black bat was like looking at a ghost. For a moment Blondie stared, and Andy gazed sadly back. The umpire brought Blondie back to earth, and he finally started his wind-up. That was his last pitching effort of the season. The ball went sailing toward the plate with absolutely nothing on it. Andy connected with a resounding crash, and 3 runs came trailing in. The score was tied while Andy, with the winning run, was rounding third. He staggered the distance between third and home. His feet were dragging, as if loaded with lead. He managed to make the plate with the deciding tally, and then collapsed like an empty sack. It was fully half an hour before Andy recovered and started jabbering away like the lad we knew. The doctor took him in hand, and Andy was puzzled over the discovery that he himself had finished the game. His last recollection was that of being hit by a batted ball. I might add that a picture of Andy starting the ball on that home run journey appeared in the Daily Mail, issued on September 11, 1912, and created much discussion throughout the country. While somewhat blurry, Andy's face is sufficiently clear to be identified. Covering his face like a veil is a misty something which closely resembles the melancholy features of Silent Smith. And Silent Smith was dead. End of The Ghost of Silent Smith. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Glamis Castle by Elliott O'Donnell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. Glamis Castle by Elliott O'Donnell. Of all the hauntings in Scotland, none has gained such widespread notoriety as the hauntings of Glamis Castle, the seat of the Earl of Strathmore and Kinghorn in Forfarshire. Part of the castle, that part which is the more frequently haunted, is of ancient though uncertain date, and, if there is any truth in the tradition that Duncan was murdered there by Macbeth, must, at any rate, have been in existence at the commencement of the 11th century. Of course, extra buildings have, from time to time, been added and renovations made, but the original structure remains pretty nearly the same as it always has been, and is included in a square tower that occupies a central position and commands a complete view of the entire castle. Within this tower, the walls of which are 15 feet thick, there is a room, hidden in some unsuspected quarter that contains a secret, the keynote to one, at least, of the hauntings, which is known only to the Earl, his heir, on the attainment of his 21st birthday, and the factor of the estate. In all probability, the mystery attached to this room would challenge but little attention, were it not for the fact that unearthly noises, which at the time were supposed to proceed from this chamber, have been heard by various visitors sleeping in the square tower. The following experience is said to have happened to a lady named Bond. I append it more or less in her own words. It is a good many years since I stayed at Glamis. I was, in fact, but little more than a child, and had only just gone through my first season in town. But though young, I was neither nervous nor imaginative. I was inclined to be what is termed stolid, that is to say, extremely matter-of-fact and practical. Indeed, when my friends exclaimed, "You don't mean to say you're going to stay at Glamis? Don't you know it's haunted?" I burst out laughing. "Haunted," I said. "How ridiculous! There are no such things as ghosts. One might as well believe in fairies." Of course, I did not go to Glamis alone. My mother and sister were with me, but whereas they slept in the more modern part of the castle, I was, at my own request, apportioned a room in the square tower. I cannot say that my choice had anything to do with the secret chamber. That and the alleged mystery had been dinned into my ears so often that I had grown thoroughly sick of the whole thing. No, I wanted to sleep in the square tower for quite a different reason, a reason of my own. I kept an aviary, the tower was old, and I naturally hoped its walls would be covered with ivy and teeming with birds' nests, some of which I might be able to reach, and, I am ashamed to say, plunder from my window. Alas for my expectations. Although the square tower was so ancient that in some places it was actually crumbling away, not the sign of a leaf, not the vestige of a bird's nest could I see anywhere. The walls were abominably, brutally bare. However, it was not long before my disappointment gave way to delight, for the air that blew in through the open window was so sweet, so richly scented with heather and honeysuckle, and the view of the broad, sweeping, thickly wooded grounds so indescribably charming, that despite my inartistic and unpoetical nature, I was entranced as I had never been before, and never have been since. Ghosts, I said to myself. Ghosts! How absurd, how preposterously absurd. Such an adorable spot as this can only harbour sunshine and flowers. I well remember, too, for, as I have already said, I was not poetical, how much I enjoyed my first dinner at Glamis. The long journey and keen mountain air had made me hungry, and I thought I had never tasted such delicious food. Such ideal salmon from the Esk, and such heavenly fruit. But I must tell you that, although I ate heartily, as a healthy girl should, by the time I went to bed I had thoroughly digested my meal, and was in fact quite ready to partake of a few oatmeal biscuits I found in my dressing case, and remembered having bought at Perth. It was about 11 o'clock when my maid left me, and I sat for some minutes wrapped in my dressing gown before the open window. The night was very still, and save for an occasional rustle of the wind in the distant tree-tops, the hooting of an owl, the melancholy cry of a peewit, and the hoarse barking of a dog, the silence was undisturbed. The interior of my room was, in nearly every particular, modern. The furniture was not old. There were no grim carvings, no grotesquely fashioned tapestries on the walls, no dark cupboards, no gloomy corners. All was cosy and cheerful, and when I got into bed, no thought of bogle or mystery entered my mind. In a few minutes I was asleep, and for some time there was nothing but a blank in which all identity was annihilated. Then suddenly I found myself in an oddly shaped room with a lofty ceiling and a window situated at so great a distance from the black oaken floor as to be altogether inaccessible from within. Feeble gleams of phosphorant light made their way through the narrow panes and served to render distinct the more prominent objects around, but my eyes struggled in vain to reach the remoter angles of the wall, one of which inspired me with terror such as I had never felt before. The walls were covered with heavy draperies that were sufficient in themselves to preclude the possibility of any save the loudest of sounds penetrating without. The furniture, if such one could call it, puzzled me. It seemed more fitted for the cell of a prison or lunatic asylum, or even for a kennel, than for an ordinary dwelling room. I could see no chair, only a coarse deal table, a straw mattress, and a kind of trough. An air of irredeemable gloom and horror hung over and pervaded everything. As I stood there, I felt I was waiting for something that was concealed in the corner of the room I dreaded. I tried to reason with myself, to assure myself that there was nothing there that could hurt me, nothing that could even terrify me, but my efforts were in vain. My fears grew. Had I had some definite knowledge as to the cause of my alarm, I should not have suffered so much. But it was my ignorance of what was there, of what I feared, that made my terror so poignant. Each second saw the agony of my suspense increase. I dared not move. I hardly dare breathe, and I dreaded lest the violent pulsation of my heart should attract the attention of the unknown presence and precipitate its coming out. Yet, despite the perturbation of my mind, I caught myself analysing my feelings. It was not danger I abhorred so much as its absolute effect, fright. I shuddered at the bare thought of what result the most trivial incident, the creaking of a board, ticking of a beetle, or hooting of an owl, might have on the intolerable agitation of my soul. In this unnerved and pitiable condition, I felt that the period was bound to come, sooner or later, when I should have to abandon life and reason together in the most desperate of struggles with fear. At length, something moved. An icy chill ran through my frame, and the horror of my anticipations immediately reached its culminating point. The presence was about to reveal itself. The gentle rubbing of a soft body on the floor, the crack of a bony joint, breathing, another crack, and then, was it my own excited imagination, or the disturbing influence of the atmosphere, or the uncertain twilight of the chamber that produced before me, in the Stygian darkness of the recess, the facilitating and indistinct outline of something luminous and horrid? I would gladly have risked futurity to have looked elsewhere. I could not. My eyes were fixed. I was compelled to gaze steadily in front of me. Slowly, very slowly, the thing, whatever it was, took shape. Legs, crooked, misshapen human legs. A body, tawny and hunched. Arms, long and spidery, with crooked, knotted fingers. A head, large and bestial, and covered with a tangled mass of grey hair that hung around its protruding forehead and pointed ears in ghastly mockery of curls. A face, and herein was the realization of all my direst expectations. A face, white and staring, pig-like in formation, malevolent in expression, a hellish combination of all things foul and animal, and yet, withal, not without a touch of pathos. As I stared at it aghast, it reared itself on its haunches after the manner of an ape, and leered piteously at me. Then shuffling forward, it rolled over and lay sprawled out like some ungainly turtle, and wallowed, as for warmth, in the cold grey beams of early dawn. At this juncture the handle of the chamber door turned. Someone entered. There was a loud cry, and I awoke to find the whole tower, walls and rafters, ringing with the most appalling screams I have ever heard. Screams of something or of someone, for there was in them a strong element of what was human as well as animal in the great distress. Wondering what it meant, and more than ever terrified, I sat up in bed and listened whilst a conviction, the result of intuition, suggestion, or what you will, but a conviction all the same, forced me to associate the sounds with the thing in my dream, and I associate them still. It was, I think, in the year that the foregoing account was narrated to me, that I heard another story of the hauntings at Glamis, a story in connection with a lady whom I will call Miss McGinney. I append her experience as nearly as possible as she is stated to have told it. I seldom talk about my adventure, Miss McGinney announced, because so many people ridicule the superphysical and laugh at the mere mention of ghosts. I own I did the same myself till I stayed at Glamis, but a week there quite cured me of scepticism, and I came away a confirmed believer. The incident occurred nearly 20 years ago, shortly after my return from India, where my father was then stationed. It was years since I had been to Scotland. Indeed, I had only once crossed the border, and that when I was a babe. Consequently, I was delighted to receive an invitation to spend a few weeks in the land of my birth. I went to Edinburgh first. I was born in Drumshay Gardens, and thence to Glamis. It was late in the autumn, the weather was intensely cold, and I arrived at the castle in a blizzard. Indeed, I do not recollect ever having been out in such a frightful storm. It was as much as the horses could do to make headway, and when we reached the castle, we found a crowd of anxious faces eagerly awaiting us in the hall. Chilled! I was chilled to the bone, and I thought I never should thaw. But the huge fires and bright and cosy atmosphere of the rooms, for the interior of Glamis was modernized throughout, soon set me right, and by tea-time I felt nicely warm and comfortable. My bedroom was in the oldest part of the castle, the square tower, but although I had been warned by some of the guests that it might be haunted, I can assure you that when I went to bed, no subject was farther from my thoughts than the subject of ghosts. I returned to my room at about 11:30. The storm was then at its height. All was babel and confusion. Impenetrable darkness mingled with the wildest roaring and shrieking, and when I peeped through my casement window, I could see nothing. Panes were shrouded in snow, snow which was incessantly dashed against them with cyclonic fury. I fixed a comb in the window frame so as not to be kept awake by the constant jarring, and with the caution characteristic of my sex, looked into the wardrobe and under the bed for burglars, though heaven knows what I should have done had I found one there. Placed a candlestick and matchbox on the table by my bedside, lest the roof or window should be blown in during the night, or any other catastrophe happen, and after all these preparations got into bed. At this period of my life I was a sound sleeper, and being somewhat unusually tired after my journey, I was soon in a dreamless slumber. What awoke me I cannot say, but I came to myself with a violent start, such as might have been occasioned by a loud noise. Indeed, that was, at first, my impression, and I strained my ears to try and ascertain the cause of it. All was, however, silent. The storm had abated, and the castle and grounds were wrapped in an almost preternatural hush. The sky had cleared, and the room was partially illuminated by a broad stream of silvery light that filtered softly in through the white and tightly drawn blinds. A feeling that there was something unnatural in the air, that the stillness was but the prelude to some strange and startling event, gradually came over me. I strove to reason with myself, to argue that the feeling was wholly due to the novelty of my surroundings, but my efforts were fruitless, and soon there stole upon me a sensation to which I had been hitherto an utter stranger. I became afraid. An irrepressible tremor pervaded my frame. My teeth chattered, my blood froze. Obeying an impulse I could not resist, I lifted myself up from the pillows, and peering fearfully into the shadowy glow that lay directly in front of me, listened. Why I listened I do not know, saving that an instinctive spirit prompted me. At first I could hear nothing, and then from a direction I could not define there came a noise, low, distinct, uninterpretive. It was repeated in rapid succession, and speedily construed itself into the sound of mailed footsteps, racing up the long flight of stairs at the end of the corridor leading to my room. Dreading to think what it might be, and seized with a wild sentiment of self-preservation, I made frantic endeavours to get out of bed and barricade my door. My limbs, however, refused to move. I was paralysed. Nearer and nearer drew the sounds, and I could at length distinguish with a clearness that petrified my very soul the banging and clanging of sword scabbards, and the panting and gasping of men, sore pressed in a wild and desperate race. And then the meaning of it all came to me with hideous abruptness. It was a case of pursued and pursuing. The race was for life. Outside my door the fugitive halted, and from the noise he made in trying to draw his breath, I knew he was dead beat. His antagonist, however, gave him but scant time for recovery. Bounding at him with prodigious leaps, he struck him a blow that sent him reeling with such tremendous force against the door that the panels, although composed of the stoutest oak, quivered and strained like flimsy matchboard. The blow was repeated. The cry that rose in the victim's throat was converted into an abortive, gurgling groan, and I heard the ponderous battle-axe carve its way through helmet, bone, and brain. A moment later came the sound of slithering armour, and the corpse, slipping sideways, toppled to the ground with a sonorous clang. A silence too awful for words now ensued. Having finished his hideous handiwork, the murderer was quietly deliberating what to do next, whilst my dread of attracting his attention was so great that I scarcely dare breath. This intolerable state of things had already lasted for what seemed to me a lifetime, when, glancing involuntarily at the floor, I saw a stream of dark-looking fluid lazily lapping its way to me from the direction of the door. Another moment and it would reach my shoes. In my dismay I shrieked aloud. There was a sudden stir without, a significant clatter of steel, and the next moment, despite the fact that it was locked, the door slowly opened. The limits of my endurance had now happily been reached. The overtaxed valves of my heart could stand no more. I fainted. On my awakening to consciousness it was morning, and the welcome sun rays revealed no evidences of the distressing drama. I own I had a hard tussle before I could make up my mind to spend another night in that room, and my feelings as I shut the door on my retreating maid and prepared to get into bed were not the most enviable. But nothing happened, nor did I again experience anything of the sort till the evening before I left. I had laid down all the afternoon, for I was tired after a long morning's tramp on the moors, a thing I dearly love, and I was thinking it was about time to get up when a dark shadow suddenly fell across my face. I looked up hastily, and there, standing by my bedside and bending over me, was a gigantic figure in bright armour. Its visor was up, and what I saw within the casque is stamped forever on my memory. It was the face of the dead, the long since dead, with the expression, the subtly hellish expression of the living. As I gazed helplessly at it, it bent lower. I threw up my hands to ward it off. There was a loud rap at the door, and as my maid softly entered to tell me tea was ready, it vanished. The third account of the Glamis hauntings was told me as long ago as the summer of 1893. I was travelling by rail from Perth to Glasgow, and the only other occupant of my compartment was an elderly gentleman who, from his general air and appearance, might have been a dominie, or member of some other learned profession. I can see him in my mind's eye now, a tall, thin man with a premature stoop. He had white hair, which was brushed forward on either side of his head in such a manner as suggested a wig, bushy eyebrows, dark, piercing eyes, and a stern, though somewhat sad, mouth. His features were fine and scholarly. He was clean-shaven. There was something about him, something that marked him from the general horde, something that attracted me, and I began chatting with him soon after we left Perth. In the course of a conversation that was at all events interesting to me, I adroitly managed to introduce the subject of ghosts, then, as ever, uppermost in my thoughts. "Well," he said, "I can tell you of something rather extraordinary that my mother used to say happened to a friend of hers at Glamis. I have no doubt you are well acquainted with the hackneyed stories in connection with the hauntings at the castle. For example, Earl Beardy playing cards with the devil, and the weeping woman without hands or tongue. You can read about them in scores of books and magazines. But what befell my mother's friend, whom I will call Mrs. Gibbons, for I have forgotten her proper name, was apparently of a novel nature. The affair happened shortly before Mrs. Gibbons died, and I always thought that what took place might have been in some way connected with her death. She had driven over to the castle one day during the absence of the owner to see her cousin, who was in the employ of the Earl and Countess. Never having been at Glamis before, but having heard so much about it, Mrs. Gibbons was not a little curious to see that part of the building called the Square Tower that bore the reputation of being haunted. Tactfully biding an opportunity, she sounded her relative on the subject, and was laughingly informed that she might go anywhere about the place she pleased, saving to one spot, namely Bluebeard's chamber, and there she could certainly never succeed in poking her nose, as its locality was known only to 3 people, all of whom were pledged never to reveal it. At the commencement of her tour of inspection, Mrs. Gibbons was disappointed. She was disappointed in the tower. She had expected to see a gaunt, grim place, crumbling to pieces with age, full of blood-curdling, spiral staircases and deep, dark dungeons, whereas everything was the reverse. The walls were in excellent state of preservation, absolutely intact, the rooms bright and cheerful and equipped in the most modern style. There were no dungeons, at least none on view, and the passages and staircases were suggestive of nothing more alarming than bats. She was accompanied for some time by her relative, but, on the latter being called away, Mrs. Gibbons continued her rambles alone. She had explored the lower premises, and was leisurely examining a handsomely furnished apartment on the top floor, when, in crossing from one side of the room to the other, she ran into something. She looked down. Nothing was to be seen. Amazed beyond description, she thrust out her hands, and they alighted on an object, which she had little difficulty in identifying. It was an enormous cask or barrel lying in a horizontal position. She bent down close to where she felt it, but she could see nothing, nothing but the well-polished boards of the floor. To make sure again that the barrel was there, she gave a little kick, and drew back her foot with a cry of pain. She was not afraid. The sunshine in the room forbade fear, only exasperated. She was certain a barrel was there, that it was objective, and she was angry with herself for not seeing it. She wondered if she were going blind. But the fact that other objects in the room were plainly visible to her discountenanced such an idea. For some minutes she poked and jabbed at the thing, and then, seized with sudden and uncontrollable panic, she turned round and fled. And as she tore out of the room, along the passage and down the seemingly interminable flight of stairs, she heard the barrel behind her in close pursuit. Bump, bump, bump. At the foot of the staircase, Mrs. Gibbons met her cousin, and as she clutched the latter for support, the barrel shot past her, still continuing its descent. Bump, 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 though the steps, as far as you could see, had ended, till the sounds gradually dwindled away in the far distance. Whilst the manifestations lasted, neither Mrs. Gibbons nor her cousin spoke, but the latter, as soon as the sounds had ceased, dragged Mrs. Gibbons away, and in a voice shaking with terror cried, "Quick, quick, don't, for heaven's sake, look round. Worse has yet to come." And pulling Mrs. Gibbons along in breathless haste, she unceremoniously hustled her out of the tower. "That was no barrel," Mrs. Gibbons' cousin subsequently remarked by way of explanation. "I saw it. I have seen it before. Don't ask me to describe it. I dare not. I dare not even think of it. Whenever it appears, a certain thing happens shortly afterwards. Don't on any account say a word about it to anyone here." And Mrs. Gibbons, my mother told me, came away from Glamis 1,000 times more curious than she was when she went. The last story I have to relate is one I heard many years ago when I was staying near Balmoral. A gentleman named Vance, with strong antiquarian tastes, was staying at an inn near the Strathmore estate, and roaming abroad one afternoon, in a fit of absent-mindedness, entered the castle grounds. It so happened, fortunately for him, that the family were away, and he encountered no one more formidable than a man he took to be a gardener, an uncouth-looking fellow with a huge head covered with a mass of red hair, hawk-like features, and high cheekbones, high even for a Scot. Struck with the appearance of the individual, Mr. Vance spoke, and finding him wonderfully civil, asked whether by any chance he ever came across any fossils when digging in the gardens. "I dinna ken the meaning of fossils," the man replied. "What are they?" Mr. Vance explained, and a look of cunning gradually pervaded the fellow's features. "No," he said, "I've never found any of those things. But if you'll give me your word to say nothing about it, I'll show you something I once dug up over yonder by the square tower." "Do you mean the haunted tower? The tower that is supposed to contain the secret room?" Mr. Vance exclaimed. An extraordinary expression, an expression such as Mr. Vance found it impossible to analyse, came into the man's eyes. "Yes, that's it," he nodded. "What people call, and rightly call, the haunted tower. I got it from there, but don't you say nowt about it." Mr. Vance, whose curiosity was roused, promised, and the man, politely requesting him to follow, led the way to a cottage that stood near by, in the heart of a gloomy wood. To Mr. Vance's astonishment, the treasure proved to be the skeleton of a hand with abnormally large knuckles, and the first joint of both fingers and thumb much shorter than the others. It was the most extraordinarily shaped hand Mr. Vance had ever seen, and he did not know in the least how to classify it. It repelled, yet interested him, and he eventually offered the man a good sum to allow him to keep it. To his astonishment, the money was refused. "You may have the thing, and welcome," the fellow said. "Only I advise you not to look at it late at night, or just before getting into bed. If you do, you may have bad dreams." "I will take my chance of that," Mr. Vance laughed. "You see, being a hard-headed Cockney, I am not superstitious. It is only you Highlanders, and your first cousins the Irish, who believe nowadays in bogles, omens, and such like." And packing the hand carefully in his knapsack, Mr. Vance bid the strange-looking creature good morning, and went on his way. For the rest of the day the hand was uppermost in his thoughts. Nothing had ever fascinated him so much. He sat pondering over it the whole evening, and the bedtime found him still examining it upstairs in his room by candlelight. He had a hazy recollection that some clock had struck 12, and he was beginning to feel that it was about time to retire, when, in the mirror opposite him, he caught sight of the door. It was open. "By Jove, that's odd," he said to himself. "I could have sworn I shut and bolted it." To make sure, he turned round. The door was closed. "An optical delusion," he murmured. "I will try again." He looked into the mirror. The door reflected in it was open. Utterly at a loss to know how to explain the phenomenon, he leaned forward in his seat to examine the glass more carefully, and as he did so he gave a start. On the threshold of the doorway was a shadow, black and bulbous. A cold shiver ran down Mr. Vance's spine, and just for a moment he felt afraid, terribly afraid. But he quickly composed himself. It was nothing but an illusion. There was no shadow there in reality. He had only to turn round and the thing would be gone. It was amusing, entertaining. He would wait and see what happened. The shadow moved. It moved slowly through the air like some huge spider or odd-shaped bird. He would not acknowledge that there was anything sinister about it, only something droll, excruciatingly droll. Yet it did not make him laugh. When it had drawn a little nearer, he tried to diagnose it, to discover its material counterpart in one of the objects around him. But he was obliged to acknowledge his attempts were failures. There was nothing in the room in the least degree like it. A vague feeling of uneasiness gradually crept over him. Was the thing the shadow of something with which he was familiar, but couldn't just then recall to mind? Something he feared? Something that was sinister? He struggled against the idea. He dismissed it as absurd. But it returned and took deeper root as the shadow drew nearer. He wished the house was not quite so silent, that he could hear some indication of life, anything for companionship, and to rid him of the very oppressive sense of loneliness and isolation. Again a thrill of terror ran through him. "Look here," he exclaimed aloud, glad to hear the sound of his own voice. "Look here, if this goes on much longer, I shall begin to think I'm going mad. I have had enough, and more than enough of magic mirrors for one night. It's high time I got into bed." He strove to rise from his chair, to move. He was unable to do either. Some strange tyrannical force held him a prisoner. A change now took place in the shadow. The blur dissipated, and the clearly defined outlines of an object that made Mr. Vance perfectly sick with apprehension, slowly disclosed themselves. His suspicions were verified. It was the hand. The hand, no longer skeleton but covered with green, mouldering flesh, feeling its way slyly and stealthily towards him, towards the back of his chair. He noted the murderous twitching of its short, flat fingertips, the monstrous muscles of its hideous thumb, and the great clumsy hollows of its clammy palm. It closed in upon him. Its cold, slimy, detestable skin touched his coat, his shoulder, his neck, his head. It pressed him down, squashed, suffocated him. He saw it all in the glass, and then an extraordinary thing happened. Mr. Vance suddenly became animated. He got up and peeped furtively round. Chairs, bed, wardrobe had all disappeared. So had the bedroom, and he found himself in a small, bare, comfortless, queerly constructed apartment without a door, and with only a narrow slit of a window somewhere near the ceiling. He had in one of his hands a knife with a long, keen blade, and his whole mind was bent on murder. Creeping stealthily forward, he approached a corner of the room, where he now saw, for the first time, a mattress on which lay a huddled-up form. What the thing was, whether human or animal, Mr. Vance did not know, did not care. All he felt was that it was there for him to kill, that he loathed and hated it with a hatred such as nothing else could have produced. Tiptoeing gently out to it, he bent down, and lifting his knife high above his head, plunged it into the thing's body with all the force he could command. He recrossed the room and found himself once more in his apartment at the inn. He looked for the skeleton hand. It was not where he had left it. It had vanished. Then he glanced at the mirror, and on its brilliantly polished surface saw not his own face, but the face of the gardener, the man who had given him the hand. Features, colour, hair, all were identical, wonderfully, hideously identical, and as the eyes met his, they smiled devilishly. Early the next day, Mr. Vance set out for the Spinney and cottage. They were not to be found. Nobody had ever heard of them. He continued his travels, and some months later, at a lone collection of pictures in a gallery in Edinburgh, he came to a very abrupt halt, before the portrait of a gentleman in ancient costume. The face seemed strangely familiar. The huge head with thick, red hair, the hawk-like features, the thin and tightly compressed lips. Then, in a trice, it all came back to him. The face he looked at was that of the uncouth gardener, the man who had given him the hand, and to clinch the matter, the eyes leered. End of Glamis Castle. Recording by Grant Love.
If You See Her Face by Bithia Mary Croker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Newgate Novelist. If You See Her Face by Bithia Mary Croker. I heard a voice across the press of one who called in vain. Barrack Room Ballads. Daniel Gregson, Esquire, B.Sc., political agent to the Rajah of Unamore, a child of 7 years of age, and Percy Goring, his junior assistant, were travelling from their own state to attend the Great Delhi Durbar. Mr. Gregson was a civilian of 25 years' standing, short of neck, short of stature, and short of temper. His red face, pale prominent eyes, and fierce bushy brows had gained for him the nickname of the Prawn, but he was also known as a marvellously clever financier, ambitious, shrewd, and prompt in action. And by those who were under him he was less loved than feared. Young Goring was just 26, and much more eager to discuss good shooting or a good dance than the assessment of land, the opium trade, or even acting allowances. The pair journeyed with due ceremony on the native state line, and in the little Rajah's own gilt and royal carriage. He was laid up in the palace with chicken pox, and had wept sorely, because he had been unable to accompany his guide, philosopher, and friend to the grand tamasha, to wear his new velvet coat and all his jewels, and to hear the guns that would thunder in his honour. Child as he was already keenly sensitive respecting his salute. Meanwhile the agent and his subordinate got on capitally without him, travelling at the leisurely rate of 10 miles an hour, that fine November afternoon, surrounded with tiffin baskets, cigarettes, ice-boxes, and other luxurious accompaniments. About 4 o'clock the train came to a sudden standstill. There was no station to account for this, merely a country road, a white gate, and a mud hut. The halt resolved itself into a full stop. Mr. Gregson thrust his red face out of the window, and angrily inquired the reason of the delay. "Beg your pardon, sir," said the Eurasian guard. "There has been a break on the line. Bridge gone, and we can't get forward nohow." Mr. Gregson glanced out on the prospect. The dusty cactus hedge, the white telegraph posts, the expanse of brownish grass, black goats, and jungle. "Any village, any dock bungalow?" demanded the political agent, who might have known better than to ask. "I'm afraid not, your honour. If your honour will wait here, we will send a messenger to the next station on foot, and tell them to telegraph for another train from the junction. This will arrive at the other side of the break, and take you on about 12 o'clock tomorrow." "And meanwhile we are to sit here!" cried Mr. Gregson indignantly. "A pretty state of affairs! I'll send a memo to the railway engineer that will astonish him," he said, turning to Goring. "It's 4 now, and we shall be here till 12 o'clock tomorrow, if we don't mind. We shall be late for the Durbar, and I shall have to wire 'unavoidably absent.'" "I wonder if there is any sport to be had," said Goring, descending from the carriage and stretching his long legs. "Any shooting, any black buck?" looking at the guard interrogatively. "Ah, that reminds me," exclaimed Mr. Gregson. "The Rajah has a hunting box somewhere in these parts. Corey, we can go there for the night." "Yes, your honour," assented a listener with profound respect. "But it is 4 coasts from here, a Kutcher road, and a very poor part of the state." "I vote we stop here," said Goring. "We can shoot a bit, and come back and dine, and sleep in the train. We shall be all right and jolly, twice as comfortable as in some tumble-down old summer house." "I shall go to Corey, at any rate," rejoined his superior officer, who resented opposition. "The place is kept up, and I've never seen it. This will be a capital opportunity to inspect it." "But it's 4 coasts away, and how are we to get our baggage and bedding and grub over?" "Coolies," was the laconic rejoinder. "Get them ready to start at once," to his head servant, with an imperious wave of his hand. "There is no way of transport for your majesty," said his obsequious bearer with a deep salaam. "No ponies, not even an ekka, unless the protector of the poor would stoop to a country cart? Which same is a long rude open basket between 2 round wooden wheels, drawn by a pair of bullocks." "I really think it is hardly worth while to move," urged Goring, as he cast a greedy eye in the direction of a promising snipe geel. "It will be an awful fag, and you know you hate walking." "You can please yourself and stay here," said Mr. Gregson, with immense dignity, who, if he hated walking, liked his own way. As the whole suite, not to mention the commissariat, were bound to accompany him, Goring was compelled to submit. He dared not run counter to his arbitrary companion, who, rejecting with scorn the lowly vehicle that had been suggested, set out for Corey on foot, whither a long string of coolies had already preceded him. The sandy country road wound over a barren, melancholy-looking tract, diversified with scanty pasture and marshy patches, or geals, pools of water, tall reeds, and brown grasses. It was dotted with droves of lean cattle, paddy birds, milk-white herons, and cranes, especially the tall Sirius family, who danced to one another in a stately, not to say solemn, fashion. Truly a bleak, desolate-looking region, and, save 1 or 2 miserable huts and some thorn bushes, there was no sign of tree or human habitation. At last they came in sight of a wretched village, the once prosperous hanger-on of the now deserted hunting palace, that showed its delicate stone pinnacles behind a high wall. Apparently it stood in an enclosure of vast extent, an enclosure that must have cost lakhs of rupees. 2 sahibs were naturally an extraordinary sight in this out-of-the-way district. The fame and name of Mr. Gregson, a Burra Sahib, had been spread before him by the coolies, therefore beggars and petitioners swarmed eagerly round this great and all-powerful personage. Mr. Gregson liked to feel his own importance at a durbar or an official dinner, but it was quite another matter to have it thrust upon him by a gang of clamouring paupers, the maimed, the halt, the blind, crying out against taxation, imploring alms, and mercy. He was a hard man, with a quick, impatient temper. An aged blind beldam got in his way, and he struck her savagely with his stick. She shrank back with a sharp cry, and Goring, who was ever known as a sahib with a soft heart, spoke to her and gave her a rupee. A real rupee! It was years since she had felt one. "Although she is blind, Sahib, beware of her," said an officious youth with his hair in a top-knot. "She has the evil eye." "Peace, dog!" she screamed. Then to Goring, "I am a lone old woman. My kindred are dead. I have lived too long. I remember the former days, rich days, but bad days. Sahib, if you would be wise, go not to the palace khana." Goring was moving on when the hag hastily clutched him by the sleeve and added in a rasping whisper, "If you see her face, you die." "She is mad," he said to himself as he hastened to join Mr. Gregson, who had arrived at the great iron-studded gates in a state of crimson fury. "You say we have land, true," shouted a haggard, wild-eyed riot. "But what is land without crops? What is a remission of 5% to wretches like us? It is but as a caraway seed in a camel's mouth. The wild beasts take our cattle and destroy our grain, and yet we must work and pay you, and starve. Would that the Rajah was a man grown! Would that you were dead!" Mr. Gregson hurried inside and banged the great gate violently in the face of the importunate crowd. "It is a very poor district, and much too heavily assessed," said Goring to himself. "There is not even a pony in the place. The very bunya is in rags. The deer eat the crops, such as they are, since the deer are preserved, and there is no one now to shoot them. It is abominable." The palace was a pretty, light stone building, 2 stories in height, with a tower at either end, and a double veranda all the way round. In front of it a large space was paved with blocks of white marble, which ran the whole length of the building, and it was surrounded by the most exquisite gardens, kept up in perfect order, doubtless by the taxes wrung from the wretched creatures outside its gates. A garden that was never entered by its proprietor or enjoyed by anyone from year's end to year's end, save the Mallee's children and the monkeys. The monkeys ate the fruit, the roses and lilies bloomed unseen, the fountains dripped unheeded. It was a paradise for the doves and squirrels, like a garden in a fairy tale. The Chonkider and head Mallee, he was a rich man, received their great guest with every expression of humble delight. Dinner was prepared with much bustle in the hall of audience, whilst Mr. Gregson and his junior explored. There were long shady walks paved with white marble, immense bushes of heliotrope and myrtle, delicate palms, fine mango trees, peach trees, and orange trees. It was truly an oasis in the desert, when one contrasted it with the bare, desolate, barren country that lay outside its walls. "I shall bring the little chap here," said Mr. Gregson, pompously. "We will have a camp here at Christmas." And then he strolled back to the palace, and made an excellent dinner of roast turkey, and asparagus, and champagne. After this repast he got out his dispatch box and his cigarette case, and set about writing an official, whilst Goring took a chair, and adjourned to the marble pavement outside the palace. It was an exquisite night. A low moon was peering over the wall. The air was heavy with the scent of syringa and orange blossoms. There was not a sound, not a voice to be heard, not a soul in sight, save Mr. Gregson, who, illuminated by 2 wax candles, bent eagerly over his pen as he sat in the open hall of audience. Goring, as he smoked, thought of many things, of the half-famished villagers, of the splendid shooting that was going to waste, of the grand bag he could make, and would make, at Christmas. Then he began sleepily to recall some stories, half-told stories, about this very place, tales of hideous atrocities and crimes that had been done here in the days of the Tiger Rajah, the present ruler's grandfather. He was gradually dozing off, when he was aroused by the sounds of distant tom-toms playing with extravagant spirit. The drumming came slowly nearer and nearer. It actually seemed to be in the garden, louder and louder, with a whispered murmuring and low applause, and as it were the footsteps of a great multitude. But there was nothing whatever to be seen, and it was as light as day. He moved uneasily in his chair and gazed behind him. No, nothing to be seen but his senior steadily covering sheets of foolscap. He turned his head and was aware of an unexpected sight, as startling as it was uncanny. 2 twinkling little brown feet dancing before him on the marble pavement, exquisite feet that seemed scarcely to touch the ground, and that kept perfect time to the inspiriting sounds of the tom-toms. They were decked with massive golden anklets which tinkled as they moved, and above them waved a few inches of the heavy, yellow, gold-embroidered skirt of the dancing girl. No more was visible. Round and round the fairy feet flitted in a very poetry of motion. Faster and faster played the tom-toms. Such dancing, such nimble feet, it had never been young Goring's lot to behold. Yes, but where was the rest of the body? As he gazed in half-stupefied amazement, he suddenly recalled the old hag's warning with an unpleasant thrill. "If you see her face, you die." At this instant there was a scraping sound, of the pushing back of a chair, of slow footsteps on the marble, of a loud cry, and a heavy fall. Goring jumped up and beheld Mr. Gregson lying prone on his face. He rushed to his assistance and raised him with considerable difficulty. His eyes were fixed with an expression of unutterable horror. He gave 1 or 2 shuddering gasps. His head drooped forward on his breast, and he expired. Goring looked round apprehensively. The feet had disappeared. The tom-toms had ceased. He shouted for help, and immediately a vast crowd of dismayed retainers assembled around him, and Babel ensued. The Burra Sahib dead? Well, well, it was ever an evil place. Ah, bah! Ah, bah! It was the Notch girl, without doubt. They further informed Goring that the old Rajah had once tortured a dancing girl on that very spot, and inhumanly disfigured her face. More than one had seen her since, and perished thus. That morning, at sunrise, the dead body of Mr. Gregson was placed in a native cart, similar to the one he had so scornfully rejected, and taken by slow stages to the nearest station, and back to the city, accompanied by Goring. The doctors, European and native, declared with one consent that Mr. Gregson had died in a fit, an apoplectic seizure. Goring, wise man, said nothing. End of If You See Her Face by Bithia Mary Croker.
The Long Arm of God by Ward Sterling. From The Black Mask, September 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Long Arm of God by Ward Sterling. In a rock-bound gulch, half buried under the sands of summer, covered beneath 10 feet of snow in winter, 6 skeletons lie, grinning mockingly. In the hollow skulls of 2 are smooth, round holes. In one a tiny leaden pellet leaps and bumps with each heave and groan of the sun-kissed ice in spring. The whitened ribs of 2 are seamed and scarred as by a knife. Upon the 6th there is no mark, nor comes there any rattling answer when some loathsome reptile, scurrying from its lair against the rocks and crevices, jars against the whitened shell that had once encased as foul a brain as e'er polluted God's green footstool. It lies far apart from the others, denied, even in death, the solace of their companionship. It is of the tenant of that 6th grim remnant, gazing, hollow-eyed, toward the heavens it can never enter, that this story is written. The flesh that once covered his weather-bleached bones has long since been carried away by carrion birds. His malignant soul is now frying in hell, unless by chance the devil, fearing the corruption of his powers of darkness, has denied the spirit admittance. He mocked God and spit upon his commandments, and the long arm of God reached out and found him, even in the chill, cold, Arctic hell, where he had hidden himself away. 1. Lee was the first to die. They found him a month after they had discovered that they were rich. Cold and stiff, his face twisted into an indescribable grimace, as if he had died in awful agony. Yet there had been no outcry, nor was there any mark upon his body to show how he had been struck down. The 6 of them, Lee the profane, Halligan the religious, Mason the student, Wentworth, ill-tempered and moody, Kelly the hot-blooded Celt, and the good-natured, plodding old Drew, were from the same Midwestern town. They had grown up together, attended the same school, soldiered in the same squad. The same girl had driven them to the land of long winters to seek their fortune. And, smarting under the same misfortune, they had been drawn together, forgetting, for the time, their differences, sharing one another's dangers, living out a common pulse, laughing at hardships, yet each praying that he might be the one upon whom fortune's smile would fall. Buoyed up by the memory of a beautiful girl far, far from their adopted home. After a fashion they were happy. They were filled with primitive vigor and pulsing with life. They lived constant romances and did not know it, for such is the way of the far countries, and the lure of the north had gripped their heartstrings. They had been prospecting without results all summer when they chanced upon the unmarked blind canyon which was destined to be their burial place. Following the noisy little creek up the gulch to the spot where it bubbled from the side of the rocky wall which blocked the further end of the canyon between 2 gray, grim mountains, they decided to hole in for the winter. There were signs of gold everywhere. A cabin, old and weather-beaten, one of the unsolved mysteries of the ever-mysterious North, stood ready for their occupancy with a small amount of repairing. Nearby were a dozen mounds, grim reminders of the tragic past. In the cabin were bags filled with nuggets, their coverings rotted away. The whole place breathed of mystery and treasure untold. Wood was plentiful, and game was abundant. Halligan and Lee were sent back for supplies. The others divided their time between prospecting the gulch and putting in shape their shack, a 4-roomed affair, for they intended spending the winter in comfort. 2 weeks after the return of the 2, the partners awoke to the realization that they were rich. Before they could even estimate the extent of their find, winter arrived, with its long, cold nights, burying the old cabin almost to the eaves under a mass of snow which filled the gulch, tying them up efficiently for the remainder of the season. There is no stronger test of a friendship than the placing of strong, vigorous men for several long, weary months in enforced confinement, with little to do save eat and sleep, forced to gaze at each other day after day. They are apt to fall into physical lethargy, which eventually creates a nervous tension like nothing else in the world. Petty quarrels become serious matters. Molehills are magnified into mountains. They grow to hate the sight of each other and become suspicious of what, under other circumstances, would not be noticed. And when each looks upon his companions as his rivals for the hand of a beautiful woman, hell is bound to break loose sooner or later. It is an inevitable fate. 2. Warm, they found the grisly horror that was Lee, lying stark and stiff in his bunk, gazing, glassy-eyed, toward the ceiling. There was no thought of foul play. It was Halligan who, in straightening out the cold, clenched fingers, discovered the tiny thread of gray wool in the doubled-up fist, and called the attention of the others to it. Wentworth was the owner of the only gray shirt in camp. The others wore khaki or blue. It had been a cold night, and he had slept in it. Instantly, all eyes turned upon him, although no word was spoken. He turned upon his silent accusers, his lips drawn back in a wolfish snarl. "Damn it, if you think I done it, say so," he growled. "If I killed him, how did I do it? And when? You, Halligan, slept in the same room with us." Halligan shook his head sadly. "When I went to bed, the two of you and Kelly were soldering that hole in the old coffee pot. I went to sleep before either of you turned in." Kelly looked at Halligan angrily, then cast a sympathetic glance at Wentworth. "I'm sorry to say, boys, that I hit the hay before the other two. I wish now that I hadn't, because I'm confident that, if Lee was killed, and I don't think that he was, it wasn't Wentworth that done it. He's not that stripe. In fact," he hastened on, "none of the bunch is." Wentworth snorted. "Keep your blasted sympathy to yourself. I don't want it," he growled. Halligan shook his head mournfully. "It's a visitation from God upon Lee for his blasphemy," he muttered. "I warned him against it many a time. Poor boy." They sat around all day discussing their companion's sudden taking away, all but Wentworth. He sat alone in a corner, silently nursing his grievances. They had searched the body. There was not a mark upon it. The other four were loud in their statements that Lee must have died a natural death. But there was a feeling of coldness, an indescribable something that cast a pall over them all. A feeling toward their once trusted comrade. A feeling that the long, lonely days of idleness and soundless nights of the past now magnified into an unspoken suspicion. Late in the afternoon, they carried Lee's body up the gulch a few yards and buried it in a shallow grave in the ice and snow, where it would have to lie until spring opened up again. The ground was frozen too hard to dig a grave, being covered by a dozen feet of hard-packed snow and ice. Only Wentworth remained away from the simple funeral, sitting glumly by himself inside the cabin, while Halligan mumbled, brokenly, as much as he could remember of the burial service. It was late when they retired that night, all but Wentworth. He refused to eat any supper, throwing himself into his bunk immediately after the others had finished eating, where he lay, scowling, his eyes staring into vacancy. 3. They slept fitfully. It was nearly morning when they were awakened by the sharp explosion of a gun. They leapt to their feet, and one of them struck a match and lighted a flickering tallow candle. Wentworth lay dead in his blankets. Over him hung a pall of acrid smoke. He lay upon his back, a bullet hole in his temple, his lips drawn back in the same wolfish snarl he had worn during the day. On the floor beside him, where it had been dropped from his nerveless hand, lay his revolver. Next morning, they buried him in the snow beside the man who they were now sure had been his victim. And once more, it was Halligan who was called upon to say a prayer. Again, he repeated his warning. "Can't you see, boys," he mourned, "that the Lord visited his wrath upon Wentworth for his sins, just as he did upon Lee?
A man's evil deeds will find him out. It's a warning for you all to repent before it's too late. There was no work done that day. Even the dishes were allowed to go greasy and unwashed while they discussed again and again the various phases of the second tragedy that had befallen their little community. Wentworth had never been popular with the others. His moroseness and general tone of surly indifference to everything keeping him from being the general favorite that the profane but good-natured Lee had been. Yet it was hard to believe that he had stooped to murder. As usual, it was Halligan, the born leader, who aroused them from their apathy. Putting the others to cleaning up the dishes, he cooked a hasty supper and compelled the three to eat with him. "There's no use getting the doldrums," he admonished them. "They're dead, and sitting around mooning won't bring 'em back. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. Of course, it's up to us to see that their heirs get their share of the mine after we've taken our wages out for working it. When we've fed and cleaned up the shack, we'll have a game of cards and turn in early. I, for one, am sleepy." So were they all, for within an hour after they had eaten, the four of them were yawning vigorously. They crawled into their bunks. Halligan, who refused to sleep in the room where Lee and Wentworth had met their deaths, climbed into the spare bunk with the others. Mason was the first to awaken next morning. He shouted for the others as he leapt out of his blankets and crawled into his clothes. Replenishing the logs in the fireplace in the living room, he again yelled at the other three and turned his attention to breakfast. A second later, a loud cry from Kelly brought Halligan to his feet, while Mason ran in from the outer room. For Drew lay dead in his bunk. Between his ribs, buried to the hilt, was a hunting knife. And it was Mason's knife. 4. Kelly drew the knife from the wound and looked at the initials carved on the handle. "So it was you after all, was it, you skunk?" he snarled at Mason. "You with your damned sneaky ways and your smooth, oily manner, eh? Though why you were fool enough to leave your knife sticking in him is what I can't understand. Scared away, were you?" Mason stepped back a pace, a look of amazement on his proud face. "I swear by the ever-living God, boys, that I am innocent," he declared. "Why would I kill Drew?" "Why? Yes, why?" snorted Kelly, his eyes glittering. "For the same reason that you killed Lee and threw the blame onto poor Wentworth, damn your soul. I suppose that Halligan and I were to be next, eh?" he went on. "With us out of the way, you'd be a rich man, and then you could go back and marry Cora Hunter. Oh, I'm no fool." Halligan, sitting on the edge of his bunk putting on his moccasins, said nothing. Kelly, his Celtic temper leaping to the surface, was intensely angry. Mason, too, was a man of hot passions, although he held them under better restraint than did the Irishman. He took a half step toward his accusers. "Kelly and Halligan," he began in a level voice, "I didn't kill Drew, nor had I a hand in the death of Lee. It's just as much a mystery to me how my knife got there as it is to you." "'Tis no mystery to me," snapped Kelly. "You put it there, you cur." "You're a damn liar." Kelly leapt upon him, the knife he still had in his hand upraised. Mason's fist met him halfway, striking him squarely in the face, but failing to stop his rush. With a lurid oath, the burly Irishman jabbed the weapon into the other's side half a dozen times. With his bare fists, Mason fought the other as best he could for a second or two. His fingers clutched weakly about his antagonist's windpipe. He struggled blindly for a second, fumbling feebly for a hold. Then his knees doubled under him, and, with a dull moan, he sank to the floor at Kelly's feet. Without a sign of undue haste, Halligan buckled his belt and holster about his waist. Coolly, he unbuckled the holster and drew the gun. He cocked the weapon, and with his finger on the trigger, waited for the others to settle their argument. "Did you get him?" he asked, as Kelly stepped back and wiped the blood from his streaming nose. "Yes, and I'm damn glad of it, the swine!" Before he could turn around, Halligan placed the muzzle of his gun against the back of the Irishman's head and pulled the trigger. A dazed expression crept over Kelly's face. The knife dropped from his hand. Then he fell in a heap across the body of his late antagonist. Halligan replaced the weapon in its holster and felt of the Irishman's heart. Assuring himself that it had ceased to beat, he raised his eyes to Mason, who was staring at him dazedly. "You saved my life, Halligan," the wounded man muttered thickly. "But you took so long doing it, he got me anyway. Much obliged just the same." Halligan grinned. "If I did, I'm sorry," he remarked cheerfully, "'cause then I'll have to finish you myself. It wouldn't do for you to live, you see, because you know too much. And besides, I want everything for myself, the girl and the money both." The dying man looked at him curiously. "You don't mean that it was you, Halligan? Good God, and I never suspected!" Halligan sat down on the edge of his bunk and laughed good-humoredly as he unbuckled his gun and threw it across the foot of the bed. "I don't mind telling you about it," he said quickly, "because you'll soon be where you can never tell." He rolled a cigarette and, lighting it, inhaled a whiff before he continued. "You see, Mason, I figured out long ago that as soon as we struck it rich, and I felt sure we would sooner or later, it would be survival of the fittest. I knew that there was no chance for any of us with Cora until we had money. She's a selfish little devil, but she's worth fighting for. And with all of us rich, we would be just where we started. But now it'll be me alone, just me. When we struck pay here, you remember that it was my suggestion putting in here for the winter. I knew that it would be easy for me to plant the seed of suspicion in all of you, for, deep down in your hearts, you all felt as I did, and each one of you suspected the others. And you were as jealous as a bunch of chorus girls. Wentworth killed Lee, all right. I watched him do it from the other room, where I was supposed to be asleep. I suggested the idea to him without him knowing it several days before. He and I were doing a job of soldering, and I told him the story I got from my grandmother about a man who had murdered his wife by pouring a drop of hot lead in her ear. After Kelly turned in that night, Lee and Wentworth sat up soldering, you remember? Finally, Lee dropped off to sleep with his head on the table. It was too good an opportunity for Wentworth to miss, for he hated Lee's guts. So he drops a bit of hot solder into Lee's ear. He died without a struggle, as I knew he would, for the infernal stuff paralyzes every faculty. Afterward, Wentworth took off his boots and sneaked up to see if we were asleep. Finding that we were, he carried Lee in and laid him on his bunk. You remember how Wentworth tore his shirt on that nail there by the door? I recollected that there was a scrap of wool hanging onto it. When Wentworth went back into the other room to put away his tools, I jumped out, took the little piece of wool from the nail, and got it into Lee's clenched fingers, and jumped back into bed before Wentworth returned. Pretty smooth, eh? Wentworth couldn't stand the gaff. He imagined that I knew that he had killed Lee, so he killed himself." Mason groaned. "I killed Wentworth," he blurted out. "You told me that he had, about what he had done to Cora. I saw that it was a good opportunity to get rid of him and let you fellows think he had done it himself. You put me up to it, you devil." Halligan laughed. "So it was you after all, eh?" he chuckled. "I knew that you had swallowed my little story, but I confess that I didn't think you would get busy so quick." "But the letter you showed me, from her, from Cora." Halligan chuckled again. "Mason, I don't mind telling you that when I went for supplies with Lee, I fixed up 5 letters, all identical except the names. I put one of your names in each letter. I showed each one of you a different letter, playing each one of you against the others. That's why Kelly knifed you. He didn't care a cuss for Drew. He was itching for an opportunity to get you, see? I stuck Drew myself, using your knife to throw suspicion on you, knowing that it would start the Irishman. Where I miscalculated was in thinking that you'd be armed. I didn't want to stain my own hands with murder any more than I had to. I put some dope in all of your grub last night when I got supper, so that I could pull off the stunt without arousing you. That idea of mine of playing each one of you against the others was pretty slick, wasn't it? No one knows of the existence of this blind gulch here. I'll have a pretty good nest egg, and after I marry Cora, I can always take a run back here for more if I need it. Of course, I'll bury all of you fellows nice and shipshape, and I'll tell them back home about our separating, and each going in a different direction. Oh, I've got a good yarn cooked up all right." The wounded man glared at him malignantly. "Damn you!" he cried. "God's long arm will get you yet, even out here in the ice and snow of this God-forsaken country." Halligan smiled. "God? Bah! If I believed in such foolishness, I'd have never won out over the rest of you. But I made you think I did, and that's how I got the best of you." 5. He arose and stretched himself. Then, seizing the dead man, he dragged his victim out of doors and buried him alongside of the others. Mason watched him at his work with glaring eyes. Then, as he left the room, the wounded man dragged himself across the few feet that separated him from the bunk. Carefully, every movement filled with pain, he reached up and took the gun. He tried to lift himself to his feet and felt himself going. "Oh, God," he murmured. "Help me! Help me! Get him! Don't let him get away with it! Help me, for Cora's sake!" He succeeded in getting the weapon cocked and hiding it inside his trouser pocket. His jaw dropped, and with a convulsive twitch, he died. Halligan finished burying Kelly and returned to the cabin for warmth. Replenishing the fire, he entered the other room and found Mason dead. Throwing him across his shoulder, he staggered out into the gulch again and laid him on the snow crust while he hastily scooped another shallow grave. He bent over the body to roll it into the hole. As he did so, there was a flash and a report. The bullet swept across his lids, searing them with its heat. His eyes were filled with powder. Blinded, sobbing with his misery, he tried to grope his way back to the cabin. He lost his sense of direction. He stumbled and fell, arose and stumbled again. His snowshoes dropped from his feet. Too miserable to care, he tried to go on without them. He broke through the crust to his waist. On and on he floundered his way, whimpering with pain, chilled to the marrow, thinking to reach the cabin, but ever getting further from it. And finally, exhausted, blinded, freezing, he fell into the stupor which marks the beginning of the end in the land of eternal snow. For the sudden cold grasping hold of the dead body of Mason had hastened rigor mortis. The dead fingers, stiffening suddenly, had tightened about the trigger of the hidden revolver. It was the long arm of God. The end of
The Long Arm of God by Ward Sterling.
A Man with Two Lives by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. A Man with Two Lives by Ambrose Bierce. Here is the queer story of David William Duck, related by himself. Duck is an old man living in Aurora, Illinois, where he is universally respected. He is commonly known, however, as Dead Duck. In the autumn of 1866, I was a private soldier of the 18th Infantry. My company was one of those stationed at Fort Phil Kearny, commanded by Colonel Carrington. The country is more or less familiar with the history of that garrison, particularly with the slaughter by the Sioux of a detachment of 81 men and officers, not one escaping, through disobedience of orders by its commander, the brave but reckless Captain Fetterman. When that occurred, I was trying to make my way with important dispatches to Fort C.F. Smith on the Bighorn. As the country swarmed with hostile Indians, I traveled by night and concealed myself as best I could before daybreak. The better to do so, I went afoot, armed with a Henry rifle and carrying 3 days' rations in my haversack. For my second place of concealment, I chose what seemed in the darkness a narrow canyon leading through a range of rocky hills. It contained many large boulders, detached from the slopes of the hills. Behind one of these, in a clump of sagebrush, I made my bed for the day, and soon fell asleep. It seemed as if I had hardly closed my eyes, though in fact it was near midday, when I was awakened by the report of a rifle, the bullet striking the boulder just above my body. A band of Indians had trailed me, and had me nearly surrounded. The shot had been fired with an inexorable aim by a fellow who had caught sight of me from the hillside above. The smoke of his rifle betrayed him, and I was no sooner on my feet than he was off his and rolling down the declivity. Then I ran in a stooping posture, dodging among the clumps of sagebrush in a storm of bullets from invisible enemies. The rascals did not rise and pursue, which I thought rather queer, for they must have known by my trail that they had to deal with only one man. The reason for their inaction was soon made clear. I had not gone 100 yards before I reached the limit of my run. The head of the gulch, which I had mistaken for a canyon, it terminated in a concave breast of rock, nearly vertical and destitute of vegetation. In that cul-de-sac, I was caught like a bear in a pen. Pursuit was needless. They had only to wait. They waited. For 2 days and nights, crouching behind a rock topped with a growth of mesquite, and with the cliff at my back, suffering agonies of thirst, and absolutely hopeless of deliverance. I fought the fellows at long range, firing occasionally at the smoke of their rifles, as they did at that of mine. Of course, I did not dare to close my eyes at night, and lack of sleep was a keen torture. I remember the morning of the 3rd day, which I knew was to be my last. I remember, rather indistinctly, that in my desperation and delirium I sprang out into the open and began firing my repeating rifle without seeing anybody to fire at. And I remembered no more of that fight. The next thing that I recollect was my pulling myself out of a river just at nightfall. I had not a rag of clothing, and knew nothing of my whereabouts. But all that night I traveled, cold and footsore toward the north. At daybreak, I found myself at Fort C.F. Smith, my destination, but without my dispatches. The first man that I met was a sergeant named William Briscoe, whom I knew very well. You can fancy his astonishment at seeing me in that condition, and my own at his asking who the devil I was. Dave Duck, I answered. Who should I be? He stared like an owl. You do look it, he said, and I observed that he drew a little away from me. What's up? He added. I told him what had happened to me the day before. He heard me through, still staring. Then he said, My dear fellow, if you are Dave Duck, I ought to inform you that I buried you 2 months ago. I was out with a small scouting party and found your body, full of bullet holes and newly scalped. Somewhat mutilated otherwise, too. I am sorry to say, right where you say you made your fight. Come to my tent, and I'll show you your clothing and some letters that I took from your person. The commandant has your dispatches. He performed that promise. He showed me the clothing, which I resolutely put on, the letters, which I put into my pocket. He made no objection, then took me to the commandant, who heard my story and coldly ordered Briscoe to take me to the guardhouse. On the way, I said, Bill Briscoe, did you really and truly bury the dead body that you found in these togs? Sure, he answered, just as I told you. It was Dave Duck, all right. Most of us knew him. And now, you damned impostor, you'd better tell me who you are. I give something to know, I said. A week later, I escaped from the guardhouse and got out of the country as fast as I could. Twice I have been back, seeking for that fateful spot in the hills, but unable to find it. End of A Man with Two Lives.
A Misfit Ghost by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gall, South Carolina, 2020. A Misfit Ghost by W. Bob Holland. Every boy with a knowledge of adventurous literature, otherwise novels of action, knows of the phantom ship, the spook of the high seas. But it has not been known that ships themselves are haunted, and that in the service of the United States Coast Survey, there is a vessel now in commission that is by her own officers supposed to be haunted. Yet the Eager, a 140-foot schooner of the Coast Survey, is looked upon in the service as a very undesirable vessel to be aboard of. About her there is an atmosphere of gloom that wardroom jest cannot dispel. Duty on board her has been shunned as would be a pestilence, and stories have been told by officers who have cruised aboard her that are not good for timid people to hear. Officers have hesitated about telling these uncanny stories, but they have become sufficiently well known to make a billet to duty aboard the Eager unwelcome among the Coast Surveymen. The Mohawk was launched June 10, 1875 at Greenpoint, and she was then the largest sailing yacht afloat. William T. Gardner, her young millionaire owner, was very proud of his new craft, and all the then leaders of New York society were invited to participate in the good time afloat with which her launching was celebrated. Commodore Gardner, then but 33 years old, and his young wife entertained charmingly, and the trim, speedy Mohawk was christened with unusually merry festivities. Soon after that, she was capsized by a sudden squall off the landing at Stapleton, New York, and 6 people were drowned like rats in her cabin and forecastle. Then the Mohawk was raised at a cost of $25,000 and purchased by the United States government for the service of the Coast Survey. Her name was changed to Eager, for Jack Tar is proverbially superstitious, and with the old name it would have been impossible to ship a crew. Lieutenant Higby King describes his initial experience when he was assigned to duty on the Eager in this way. She had her full complement of officers minus one when I boarded her at Newport to complete the list. Every cabin was occupied but the port cabin by the companionway, and to that I was assigned. We had a jolly wardroom mess that night, and I retired from it early, as I was tired by my journey to join the vessel. The others who were still at the table regarded my retirement to the port cabin in absolute silence, having bidden me good night. Their silence did not lead me to suspect anything, though I knew that the Eager had once been the Mohawk. My cabin door had the usual cabin lock of brass, and the porthole was also securely fastened. There could have been no one under the bed or sofa, as beneath each was a facing of solid oak paneling. I undressed lazily and left the light burning dimly in my bracket lamp. I tried conscientiously to go to sleep for I don't know how long, with my back turned to the light. The noise ceased in the wardroom after a time, and I knew the others had turned in, but I felt unaccountably nervous and restless. I turned over and faced the light, thoroughly wide awake, and there in the single chair sat an elderly man, seemingly wrapped in deep thought. He was dressed in a blue yachting reefer and had a long gray beard. His hands were clasped in his lap, and his eyes were downcast. His face was not pale and ghastly, as the faces of ghosts are popularly supposed to be, but ruddy and weather-beaten. I regarded him in scared silence for I don't know how long, though it seemed an hour when he, or it, or whatever it was, disappeared. During that time the ghost, and such I now believe it to have been, made not a motion, nor did it say anything. Presently I looked again, and it was gone. At breakfast the others watched me critically as I took my seat. I had not intended to say anything about my experience, for I thought then I had seen some sort of hallucination and strongly suspected that I was verging on insanity. Lieutenant Irving asked me if I had slept well. I replied that I had. "Didn't you see anything?" he inquired. I then frankly admitted that I had and described my experience. Then I learned that each one of the 7 others present had tried the port cabin at one time or another, and each had seen the self-same apparition. It had acted in exactly the same way in each case, except in the case of Irving, who shot at it with his pistol, when it immediately disappeared. Some of the others had been led by their curiosity to inquire if anyone lost on the Mohawk resembled the figure, and found that none of the unfortunate ones at all fitted the description. It had been dubbed by them the Misfit ghost. That one experience was enough for me, and after that I, by courtesy, shared the cabin of another fellow. Lieutenant Irving and others corroborate the story of Lieutenant King, and as additional evidence that the Eager is haunted, Lieutenant Irving describes a New Year's Eve experience of the Eager's officers, that is, to say the least, novel in the way of supernatural manifestations. It was at mess. The first toast, sweethearts and wives, had been drunk, as it always is by Yankee sailors the world over on occasions of festivity. Everyone was feeling happy, or as Thackeray has it, pleasant, when suddenly The sliding doors separating the wardroom from the companionway closed slowly with a loud squeaking noise. They had seldom been closed, and it took the entire strength of a man to start them from their rusty fastenings. Yet upon this occasion they started easily and closed tightly, while the officers jumped to their feet in breathless astonishment. Half a dozen men hauled them open in haste, but not a soul was behind them or anywhere about. "It must be our old friend of the port cabin," suggested one, and in awe-stricken silence the health of the Misfit ghost was drunk. End of A Misfit Ghost.
My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Bell. My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce. Having murdered my mother under circumstances of singular atrocity, I was arrested and put upon my trial, which lasted 7 years. In charging the jury, the judge of the Court of Acquittal remarked that it was one of the most ghastly crimes that he had ever been called upon to explain away. At this, my attorney rose and said, "May it please your Honor, crimes are ghastly or agreeable only by comparison. If you were familiar with the details of my client's previous murder of his uncle, you would discern in his later offense, if offense it may be called, something in the nature of tender forbearance and filial consideration for the feelings of the victim. The appalling ferocity of the former assassination was indeed inconsistent with any hypothesis but that of guilt. And had it not been for the fact that the honorable judge before whom he was tried was the president of a life insurance company that took risks on hanging, and in which my client held a policy, it is hard to see how he could decently have been acquitted. If your Honor would like to hear about it for instruction and guidance of your Honor's mind, this unfortunate man, my client, will consent to give himself the pain of relating it under oath." The district attorney said, "Your Honor, I object. Such a statement would be in the nature of evidence, and the testimony in this case is closed. The prisoner's statement should have been introduced 3 years ago, in the spring of 1881. "In a statutory sense," said the judge, "you are right, and in the Court of Objections and Technicalities you would get a ruling in your favor, but not in a Court of Acquittal. The objection is overruled." "I accept," said the district attorney. "You cannot do that," the judge said. "I must remind you that in order to take an exception, you must first get this case transferred for a time to the Court of Exceptions on a formal motion duly supported by affidavits. A motion to that effect by your predecessor in office was denied by me during the first year of this trial. Mr. Clerk, swear the prisoner." The customary oath having been administered, I made the following statement, which impressed the judge with so strong a sense of the comparative triviality of the offence for which I was on trial, that he made no further search for mitigating circumstances, but simply instructed the jury to acquit, and I left the court without a stain upon my reputation. I was born in 1856 in Kalamaki, Michigan, of honest and reputable parents, one of whom Heaven has mercifully spared to comfort me in my later years. In 1867, the family came to California and settled near Nigger Head, where my father opened a road agency and prospered beyond the dreams of avarice. He was a reticent, saturnine man then, though his increasing years have now somewhat relaxed the austerity of his disposition, and I believe that nothing but his memory of the sad event for which I am now on trial prevents him from manifesting a genuine hilarity. 4 years after we had set up the road agency, an itinerant preacher came along, and, having no other way to pay for the night's lodging that we gave him, favored us with an exhortation of such power that, praise God, we were all converted to religion. My father at once sent for his brother, the Honorable William Ridley of Stockton, and on his arrival turned over the agency to him, charging him nothing for the franchise nor plant, the latter consisting of a Winchester rifle, a sawed-off shotgun, and an assortment of masks made out of flour sacks. The family then moved to Ghost Rock and opened a dance house. It was called the Saints' Rest Hurdy-Gurdy, and the proceedings each night began with prayer. It was there that my now sainted mother, by her grace in the dance, acquired the sobriquet of the Bucking Walrus. In the fall of '75, I had occasion to visit Coyote on the road to Mahala, and took the stage at Ghost Rock. There were 4 other passengers. About 3 miles beyond Nigger Head, persons whom I identified as my Uncle William and his 2 sons held up the stage. Finding nothing in the express box, they went through the passengers. I acted a most honorable part in the affair, placing myself in line with the others, holding up my hands, and permitting myself to be deprived of $40 and a gold watch. From my behavior, no one could have suspected that I knew the gentleman who gave the entertainment. A few days later, when I went to Nigger Head and asked for the return of my money and watch, my uncle and cousins swore they knew nothing of the matter, and they affected a belief that my father and I had done the job ourselves, in dishonest violation of commercial good faith. Uncle William even threatened to retaliate by starting an opposition dance house at Ghost Rock. As the Saints' Rest had become rather unpopular, I saw that this would assuredly ruin it and prove a paying enterprise. So I told my uncle that I was willing to overlook the past if he would take me into the scheme and keep the partnership a secret from my father. This fair offer he rejected, and I then perceived that it would be better and more satisfactory if he were dead. My plans to that end were soon perfected. and communicating them to my dear parents, I had the gratification of receiving their approval. My father said he was proud of me, and my mother promised that although her religion forbade her to assist in taking human life, I should have the advantage of her prayers for my success. As a preliminary measure looking to my security in case of detection, I made an application for membership in that powerful order, the Knights of Murder, and in due course was received as a member of the Ghost Rock Commandery. On the day that my probation ended, I was, for the first time, permitted to inspect the records of the order and learn who belonged to it, all the rites of initiation having been conducted in masks. Fancy my delight when, in looking over the roll of membership, I found the third name to be that of my uncle, who indeed was junior vice-chancellor of the order. Here was an opportunity exceeding my wildest dreams. To murder I could add insubordination and treachery. It was what my good mother would have called a special providence. At about this time, something occurred which caused my cup of joy, already full, to overflow on all sides, a circular cataract of bliss. 3 men, strangers in that locality, were arrested for the stage robbery in which I had lost my money and watch. They were brought to trial, and despite my efforts to clear them and fasten the guilt upon 3 of the most respectable and worthy citizens of Ghost Rock, convicted on the clearest proof. The murder would now be as wanton and reasonless as I could wish. One morning I shouldered my Winchester rifle, and going over to my uncle's house near Nigger Head, asked my Aunt Mary, his wife, if he were at home, adding that I had come to kill him. My aunt replied, with her peculiar smile, that so many gentlemen called on that errand and were afterward carried away without having performed it, that I must excuse her for doubting my good faith in the matter. She said I did not look as if I would kill anybody. So, as a proof of good faith, I leveled my rifle and wounded a Chinaman who happened to be passing the house. She said she knew whole families that could do a thing of that kind, but Bill Ridley was a horse of another color. She said, however, that I would find him over on the other side of the creek in the sheep lot, and she added that she hoped the best man would win. My Aunt Mary was one of the most fair-minded women that I have ever met. I found my uncle down on his knees, engaged in skinning a sheep. Seeing that he had neither gun nor pistol handy, I had not the heart to shoot him. So I approached him, greeted him pleasantly, and struck him a powerful blow on the head with the butt of my rifle. I have a very good delivery, and Uncle William lay down on his side, then rolled over on his back, spread out his fingers, and shivered. Before he could recover the use of his limbs, I seized the knife that he had been using and cut his hamstrings. You know, doubtless, that when you sever the tendo Achilles, the patient has no further use of his leg. It is just the same as if he had no leg. Well, I parted them both, and when he revived, he was at my service. As soon as he comprehended the situation, he said, "Samuel, you have got the drop on me, and can afford to be generous. I have only one thing to ask of you, and that is that you carry me to the house and finish me in the bosom of my family." I told him I thought that a pretty reasonable request, and I would do so if he would let me put him into a wheat sack. He would be easier to carry that way, and if we were seen by the neighbors en route, it would cause less remark. He agreed to that, and, going to the barn, I got a sack. This, however, did not fit him. It was too short, and much wider than he. So I bent his legs, forced his knees up against his breast, and got him into it that way, tying the sack above his head. He was a heavy man, and I had all that I could do to get him on my back. But I staggered along for some distance until I came to a swing that some of the children had suspended to the branch of an oak. Here I laid him down and sat upon him to rest. And the sight of the rope gave me a happy inspiration. In 20 minutes, my uncle, still in the sack, swung free to the sport of the wind. I had taken down the rope, tied one end tightly about the mouth of the bag, thrown the other across the limb, and hauled him up about 5 feet from the ground. Fastening the other end of the rope also about the mouth of the sack, I had the satisfaction to see my uncle converted into a large, fine pendulum. I must add that he was not himself entirely aware of the nature of the change that he had undergone in his relation to the exterior world, though in justice to a good man's memory, I ought to say that I do not think he would, in any case, have wasted much of my time in vain remonstrance. Uncle William had a ram that was famous in all that region as a fighter. It was in a state of chronic constitutional indignation. Some deep disappointment in early life had soured its disposition, and it had declared war upon the whole world. To say that it would butt anything accessible is but faintly to express the nature and scope of its military activity. The universe was its antagonist, its methods that of a projectile. It fought like the angels and devils, in mid-air, cleaving the atmosphere like a bird, describing a parabolic curve and descending upon its victim at just the exact angle of incidence to make the most of its velocity and weight. Its momentum, calculated in foot-tons, was something incredible. It had been seen to destroy a 4-year-old bull by a single impact upon that animal's gnarly forehead. No stone wall had ever been known to resist its downward swoop. There were no trees tough enough to stay it. It would splinter them into matchwood and defile their leafy honors in the dust. This irascible and implacable brute, this incarnate thunderbolt, this monster of the upper deep, I had seen reposing in the shade of an adjacent tree, dreaming dreams of conquest and glory. It was with a view to summoning it forth to the field of honor that I suspended its master in the manner described. Having completed my preparations, I imparted to the avuncular pendulum a gentle oscillation, and retiring to cover behind a contiguous rock, lifted up my voice in a long, rasping cry, whose diminishing final note was drowned in a noise like that of a swearing cat, which emanated from the sack. Instantly, that formidable sheep was upon its feet, and had taken in the military situation at a glance. In a few moments it had approached, stamping, to within 50 yards of the swinging foeman, who, now retreating and anon advancing, seemed to invite the fray. Suddenly I saw the beast's head drop earthward, as if depressed by the weight of its enormous horns. Then a dim, white, wavy streak of sheep prolonged itself from that spot in a generally horizontal direction to within about 4 yards of a point immediately beneath the enemy. There it struck sharply upward, and before it had faded from my gaze at the place whence it had set out, I heard a horrid thump and a piercing scream, and my poor uncle shot forward with a slack rope higher than the limb to which he was attached. Here the rope tautened with a jerk, arresting his flight, and back he swung in a breathless curve to the other end of his arc. The ram had fallen, a heap of indistinguishable legs, wool, and horns, but, pulling itself together, and dodging as its antagonist swept downward, it retired at random, alternately shaking its head and stamping its forefeet. When it had backed about the same distance as that from which it had delivered the assault, it paused again, bowed its head as if in prayer for victory, and again shot forward, dimly visible as before, a prolonging white streak with monstrous undulations, ending with a sharp ascension. Its course this time was at a right angle to its former one, and its impatience so great that it struck the enemy before he had nearly reached the lowest point of his arc. In consequence, he went flying round and round in a horizontal circle whose radius was about equal to half the length of the rope, which, I forgot to say, was nearly 20 feet long. His shrieks, crescendo in approach and diminuendo in recession, made the rapidity of his revolution more obvious to the ear than to the eye. He had evidently not yet been struck in a vital spot. His posture in the sack, and the distance from the ground at which he hung, compelled the ram to operate upon his lower extremities and the end of his back. Like a plant that has struck its root into some poisonous mineral, my poor uncle was dying slowly upward. After delivering its second blow, the ram had not again retired. The fever of battle burned hot in its heart. Its brain was intoxicated with the wine of strife. Like a pugilist who in his rage forgets his skill and fights ineffectively at half arm's length, the angry beast endeavored to reach its fleeting foe by awkward vertical leaps as he passed overhead, sometimes, indeed, succeeding in striking him feebly, but more frequently overthrown by its own misguided eagerness. But as the impetus was exhausted, and the man's circles narrowed in scope and diminished in speed, bringing him nearer to the ground, these tactics produced better results, eliciting a superior quality of screams, which I greatly enjoyed. Suddenly, as if the bugles had sung truce, the ram suspended hostilities and walked away, thoughtfully wrinkling and smoothing its great aquiline nose, and occasionally cropping a bunch of grass and slowly munching it. It seemed to have tired of war's alarms, and resolved to beat the sword into a plowshare and cultivate the arts of peace. Steadily it held its course away from the field of fame until it had gained a distance of nearly a quarter of a mile. There it stopped and stood with its rear to the foe, chewing its cud and apparently half asleep. I observed, however, an occasional slight turn of its head, as if its apathy were more affected than real. Meantime, Uncle William's shrieks had abated with his motion, and nothing was heard from him but long, low moans, and at long intervals my name, uttered in pleading tones exceedingly grateful to my ear. Evidently the man had not the faintest notion of what was being done to him, and was inexpressibly terrified. When death comes cloaked in mystery, he is terrible indeed. Little by little, my uncle's oscillations diminished, and finally he hung motionless. I went to him and was about to give him the coup de grâce when I heard and felt a succession of smart shocks which shook the ground like a series of light earthquakes, and, turning in the direction of the ram, saw a long cloud of dust approaching me with inconceivable rapidity and alarming effect. At a distance of some 30 yards away, it stopped short, and from the near end of it rose into the air what I at first thought was a great white bird. Its ascent was so smooth and easy and regular that I could not realize its extraordinary celerity, and was lost in admiration of its grace. To this day the impression remains that it was a slow, deliberate movement. The ram, for it was that animal, being upborne by some power other than its own impetus, and supported through the successive stages of its flight with infinite tenderness and care. My eyes followed its progress through the air with unspeakable pleasure, all the greater by contrast with my former terror of its approach by land. Onward and upward the noble animal sailed, its head bent down almost between its knees, its forefeet thrown back, its hinder legs trailing to rear like the legs of a soaring heron. At a height of 40 or 50 feet, as fond recollection presents it to view, it attained its zenith and appeared to remain an instant stationary. Then, tilting suddenly forward without altering the relative position of its parts, it shot downward on a steeper and steeper course with augmenting velocity, passed immediately above me with a noise like the rush of a cannon shot, and struck my poor uncle almost squarely on the top of the head. So frightful was the impact that not only the man's neck was broken, but the rope too, and the body of the deceased, forced against the earth, was crushed to pulp beneath the awful front of that meteoric sheep. The concussion stopped all the clocks between Lone Hand and Dutch Dan's, and Professor Davidson, a distinguished authority in matters seismic, who happened to be in the vicinity, promptly explained that the vibrations were from north to southwest. Altogether, I cannot help thinking that, in point of artistic atrocity, my murder of Uncle William has seldom been excelled. End of My Favorite Murder by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by Louise J. Bell. Sebastopol, California.
The Phantom Hag by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Phantom Hag by W. Bob Holland. The other evening in an old castle, the conversation turned upon apparitions, each one of the party telling a story. As the accounts grew more horrible, the young ladies drew closer together. "Have you ever had an adventure with a ghost?" said they to me. "Do you not know a story to make us shiver? Come, tell us something." "I am quite willing to do so," I replied. "I will tell you of an incident that happened to myself." Toward the close of the autumn of 1858, I visited one of my friends, sub-prefect of a little city in the center of France. Albert was an old companion of my youth, and I had been present at his wedding. His charming wife was full of goodness and grace. My friend wished to show me his happy home and to introduce me to his two pretty little daughters. I was feted and taken great care of. 3 days after my arrival, I knew the entire city, curiosities, old castles, ruins, etc. Every day about 4 o'clock, Albert would order the phaeton, and we would take a long ride, returning home in the evening. One evening, my friend said to me, "Tomorrow we will go further than usual. I want to take you to the Black Rocks. They are curious old druidical stones on a wild and desolate plain. They will interest you. My wife has not seen them yet, so we will take her." The following day, we drove out at the usual hour. Albert's wife sat by his side. I occupied the back seat alone. The weather was gray and somber that afternoon, and the journey was not very pleasant. When we arrived at the Black Rocks, the sun was setting. We got out of the phaeton, and Albert took care of the horses. We walked some little distance through the fields before reaching the giant remains of the old Druid religion. Albert's wife wished to climb to the summit of the altar, and I assisted her. I can still see her graceful figure as she stood draped in a red shawl, her veil floating around her. "How beautiful it is! But does it not make you feel a little melancholy?" said she, extending her hand toward the dark horizon, which was lighted a little by the last rays of the sun. The afternoon wind blew violently and sighed through the stunted trees that grew around the stone cromlechs. Not a dwelling nor a human being was in sight. We hastened to get down and silently retraced our steps to the carriage. "We must hurry," said Albert. "The sky is threatening, and we shall have scarcely time to reach home before night." We carefully wrapped the robes around his wife. She tied the veil around her face, and the horses started into a rapid trot. It was growing dark. The scenery around us was bare and desolate. Clumps of fir trees here and there and furze bushes formed the only vegetation. We began to feel the cold, for the wind blew with fury. The only sound we heard was the steady trot of the horses and the sharp, clear tinkle of their bells. Suddenly I felt the heavy grasp of a hand upon my shoulder. I turned my head quickly. A horrible apparition presented itself before my eyes. In the empty place at my side sat a hideous woman. I tried to cry out. The phantom placed her fingers upon her lips to impose silence upon me. I could not utter a sound. The woman was clothed in white linen. Her head was cowled, her face was overspread with a corpse-like pallor, and in place of eyes were ghastly black cavities. I sat motionless, overcome by terror. The ghost suddenly stood up and leaned over the young wife. She encircled her with her arms and lowered her hideous head as if to kiss her forehead. "What a wind!" cried Madame Albert, turning precipitately toward me. "My veil is torn." As she turned, I felt the same infernal pressure on my shoulder, and the place occupied by the phantom was empty. I looked out to the right and left. The road was deserted, not an object in sight. "What a dreadful gale!" said Madame Albert. "Did you feel it?" I cannot explain the terror that seized me. My veil was torn by the wind as if by an invisible hand. I am trembling still. "Never mind," said Albert, smiling. "Wrap yourself up, my dear. We will soon be warming ourselves by a good fire at home. I am starving." A cold perspiration covered my forehead. A shiver ran through me. My tongue clove to the roof of my mouth, and I could not articulate a sound. A sharp pain in my shoulder was the only sensible evidence that I was not the victim of an hallucination. Putting my hand upon my aching shoulder, I felt a rent in the cloak that was wrapped around me. I looked at it. 5 perfectly distinct holes, visible traces of the grip of the horrible phantom. I thought for a moment that I should die, or that my reason should leave me. It was, I think, the most dreadful moment of my life. Finally, I became more calm. This nameless agony had lasted for some minutes. I do not think it is possible for a human being to suffer more than I did during that time. As soon as I had recovered my senses, I thought at first I would tell my friends all that had passed, but hesitated and finally did not, fearing that my story would frighten Madame Albert and feeling sure my friend would not believe me. The lights of the little city revived me, and gradually the oppression of terror that overwhelmed me became lighter. So soon as we reached home, Madame Albert untied her veil. It was literally in shreds. I hoped to find my clothes whole, and prove to myself that it was all imagination. But no, the cloth was torn in 5 places, just where the fingers had seized my shoulder. There was no mark, however, upon my flesh, only a dull pain. I returned to Paris the next day, where I endeavored to forget the strange adventure, or at least when I thought of it, I would force myself to think it an hallucination. The day after my return, I received a letter from my friend Albert. It was edged with black. I opened it with a vague fear. His wife had died the day of my return. End of The Phantom Hag. A Phantom Toe by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. A Phantom Toe. I am not a superstitious man, far from it. But despite all my efforts to the contrary, I could not help thinking, directly I had taken a survey of my chamber, that I should never quit it without going through a strange adventure. There was something in its immense size, heaviness, and gloom that seemed to annihilate at one blow all my resolute skepticism as regards supernatural visitations. It appeared to me totally impossible to go into that room and disbelieve in ghosts. The fact is, I had incautiously partaken at supper of that favorite Dutch dish, sauerkraut, and I suppose it had disagreed with me and put strange fancies into my head. Be this as it may, I only know that after parting with my friend for the night, I gradually worked myself up into such a state of fidgetiness that at last I wasn't sure whether I hadn't become a ghost myself. Supposing, ruminated I, supposing the landlord himself should be a practical robber and should have taken the lock and bolt from off this door for the purpose of entering here in the dead of the night, abstracting all my property, and perhaps murdering me. I thought the dog had a very cutthroat air about him. Now, I had never had any such idea until that moment, for my host was a fat, all Dutchmen are fat, stupid-looking fellow who I don't believe had sense enough to understand what a robbery or murder meant. But somehow or other, whenever we have anything really to annoy us, and it certainly was not pleasant to go to bed in a strange place without being able to fasten one's door, we are sure to aggravate it by myriads of chimeras of our own brain. So on the present occasion, in the midst of 1,000 disagreeable reveries, some of the most wild absurdity, I jumped very gloomily into bed, having first put out my candle. For total darkness was far preferable to its flickering, ghostly light, which transformed rather than revealed objects, and soon fell asleep, perfectly tired out with my day's riding. How long I lay asleep I don't know, but I suddenly awoke from a disagreeable dream of cutthroats, ghosts, and long winding passages in a haunted inn. An indescribable feeling, such as I never before experienced, hung upon me. It seemed as if every nerve in my body had 100 spirits tickling it, and this was accompanied by so great a heat that, inwardly cursing mine host's sauerkraut and wondering how the Dutchmen could endure such poison, I was forced to sit up in bed to cool myself. The whole of the room was profoundly dark, excepting at one place where the moonlight, falling through a crevice in the shutters, threw a straight line of about an inch or so thick upon the floor, clear, sharp, and intensely brilliant against the darkness. I leave you to conceive my horror when, upon looking at this said line of light, I saw there a naked human toe, nothing more. For the first instant, I thought the vision must be some effect of moonlight, then that I was only half awake and could not see distinctly. So I rubbed my eyes 2 or 3 times and looked again. Still, there was the accursed thing, plain, distinct, immovable, marble-like in its fixedness and rigidity, but in everything else horribly human. I am not an easily frightened man, no one who has traveled so much and seen so much and been exposed to so many dangers as I can be. But there was something so mysterious and unusual in the appearance of this single toe that for a short time I could not think what to be at. So I did nothing but stare at it in a state of utter bewilderment. At length, however, as the toe did not vanish under my steady gaze, I thought I might as well change my tactics, and remembering that all midnight invaders, be they thieves, ghosts, or devils, dislike nothing so much as a good noise, I shouted out in a loud voice, "Who's there?" The toe immediately disappeared in the darkness. Almost simultaneously with my words, I leaped out of bed and rushed toward the place where I had beheld the strange appearance. The next instant I ran against something and felt an iron grip round my body. After this I have no distinct recollection of what occurred, excepting that a fearful struggle ensued between me and my unseen opponent, that every now and then we were violently hurled to the floor, from which we always rose again in an instant, locked in a deadly embrace, that we tugged and strained and pulled and pushed, I in the convulsive and frantic energy of a fight for life, he, for by this time I had discovered that the intruder was a human being, actuated by some passion of which I was ignorant, that we whirled round and round, cheek to cheek and arm to arm, in fierce contest, until the room appeared to whiz round with us, and that at least a dozen people, my fellow traveler among them, roused, I suppose, by our repeated falls, came pouring into the room with lights and showed me struggling with a man having nothing on but a shirt, whose long tangled hair and wild, unsettled eyes told me he was insane. And then, for the first time, I became aware that I had received in the conflict several gashes from a knife, which my opponent still held in his hand. To conclude my story in a few words, for I dare say all of you by this time are getting very tired, it turned out that my midnight visitor was a madman who was being conveyed to a lunatic asylum at The Hague, and that he and his keeper had been obliged to stop at Delphi on their way. The poor fellow had contrived during the night to escape from his keeper, who had carelessly forgotten to lock the door of his chamber, and with that irresistible desire to shed blood peculiar to many insane people, had possessed himself of a pocket-knife belonging to the man who had charge of him, entered my room, which was most likely the only one in the house unfastened, and was probably meditating the fatal stroke when I saw his toe in the moonlight, the rest of his body being hidden in the shade. After this terrible freak of his, he was watched with much greater strictness, but I ought to observe, as some excuse for the keeper's negligence, that this was the first act of violence he had ever attempted. End of A Phantom Toe. The Phantom Woman by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Phantom Woman by W. Bob Holland. He took an all-possessing, burning fancy to her from the first. She was neither young nor pretty, so far as he could see, but she was wrapped round with mystery. That was the key of it all. She was noticeable in spite of herself. Her face at the window, sunset after sunset, her eyes gazing out mournfully through the dusty panes, hypnotized the lawyer. He saw her through the twilight night after night, and he grew at length to wait through the days in a feverish waiting for dusk and that one look at an unknown woman. She was always at the same window on the ground floor, sitting doing nothing. She looked beyond, so the infatuated solicitor fancied, at him. Once he even thought that he detected the ghost of a friendly smile on her lips. Their eyes always met with a mute desire to make acquaintance. This romance went on for a couple of months. Gilbert Dent assured himself that nothing in this life can possibly remain stationary, and he cudgeled his brain for a respectable manner of introducing himself to his idol. He had hardly arrived at this point when he received a shock. There came an evening when she was not at the window. Next morning he walked down Wood Lane on his way to the office. He always went by train, but he felt a strong disinclination to go through another day without a sight of her. His heart began to beat like a schoolgirl's as he drew near the house. If she should be at the window, he was almost disposed to take his courage in his hand and call on her, and yes, even tell her in a quick burst that she had mysteriously become all the world to him. He could see nothing ridiculous in this course. The possibility of her being married or having family ties of any sort had simply never occurred to him. However, she was not at the window. What was more, there was a sinister silence, a sort of breathlessness about the whole place. It was a very hot morning in late August. He looked a long time, but no face came, and no movement stirred the house. He went his way, walking like a man who has been heavily knocked on the brow and sees stars still. That afternoon he left the office early, and in less than an hour stood at the gate again. The window was blank. He pushed the gate back. It hung on one hinge, and walked up the drive to the door. There were 5 steps leading up to it. At the foot, he wheeled aside sharply to the window. He had a sick dread of looking through the small panes. Why, he could not have told. When at last he found courage to look, he saw that there was a small round table set just under the window, a work table to all appearance. One of those things with lots of little compartments all round, and a lid in the middle which shut over a well-like cavity for holding pieces of needlework. He remembered that his mother had one, 30 years before. Round the edge of the table was gripped a small, delicate hand. Gilbert Dent's eyes ran from this bloodless hand and slim wrist to a shoulder under a coarse stuff bodice, to a rather wasted throat, which was bare and flung back. So this was the end, before the beginning. He saw her. She was dead, twisted on the floor with a ghastly face turned up toward the ceiling and stiff fingers caught in desperation round the work table. He stumbled away along the path and into the lane. For a long time he could not realize the horror of this thing. The influence of the decayed house hung over him. Nothing seemed real. It was quite dark when he moved away from the gate and went in the direction of the nearest police station. That she was dead, this woman whose very name he did not know, although she influenced him so powerfully, he was certain. One look at the face would have told anyone that. That she was murdered, he more than suspected. He had seen no blood about. There had been no mark on the long, bare throat, and yet the word rushed in his ears, murder. Later on, he went back with a police officer. They broke into the house and entered the room. It was in utter darkness, of course, by now. Dent, his fingers trembling, struck a match. It flared round the walls and lighted them for a moment before he let it fall on the dusty floor. The policeman began to light his lantern and turned it stolidly on the window. He had no reason for delay. He was eager to get to the bottom of the business. His professional zeal was whetted. This promised to be a mystery with a spice in it. He turned the light full on the window. He gave a strange, choked cry, half of rage, half of apprehension. Then he went up to Gilbert Dent, who stood in the middle of the room with his hands before his eyes, and took his shoulder and shook it none too gently. "There ain't nobody," he said. Dent looked wildly at the window. The recess was empty except for the work table. The woman was gone. They searched the house. They minutely inspected the garden. Everything was normal. Everything told the same mournful tale of desertion, of death, of long empty years. But they found no woman, nor trace of one. "This house," said the policeman, looking suspiciously into the lawyer's face, "has been empty for longer than I can remember. Nobody'll live in it. They do say something about foul play a good many years ago. I don't know about that. All I do know is that the landlord can't get it off his hands." It was doubtful if Gilbert Dent heard one word of what the man was saying. He was too stunned to do anything but creep home when he was allowed to go, and let himself stealthily into his own house with a latchkey. He was afraid even of himself. He did not go to bed that night. As for the mystery of the woman, the matter was allowed to drop. It ended officially. There was a shrug and a grin at the police station. The impression there was that the lawyer had been drinking, that the dead woman in the empty room was a gruesome freak of his tipsy brain. A week or so later, Dent called on his brother Ned, the one near relation he had. Ned was a doctor. Perhaps he was a shade more matter-of-fact than Gilbert. At all events, when the latter told his story of the house and the woman, he attributed the affair solely to liver. "You are overworked." The elder brother looked at the younger's yellow face. An experience of this nature is by no means uncommon. "Haven't you heard of people having their pets spooks?" But this was a real woman, he declared. Well, I was in love with her. I had made up my mind to marry her if I could." Ned gave him a keen, swift glance. "We'll go to Brighton tomorrow," he said, with quiet decision. "As for your work, everything must be put aside. You've run completely down. You ought to have been taken in hand before." They went to Brighton, and it really seemed as if Ned was right, and that the woman at the window had been merely a nervous creation. It seemed so, that is, for nearly 3 weeks, and then the climax came. It was in the twilight, she had always been part of it, that Gilbert Dent saw her again, the woman that he had found lying dead. They were walking, the two brothers, along the cliffs. The wind was blowing in their faces. The sea was booming beneath the cliff. Ned had just said it was about time they turned back to the hotel and had some dinner, when Gilbert, with a cry, leapt forward to the very edge of the flat grass path on which they were strolling. The movement was so sudden that his brother barely caught him in time. They struggled and swayed on the very edge of the cliff for a second. Gilbert, possessed by some sudden frenzy, seemed resolved to go over, but the other at last dragged him backward, and they rolled together on the close, thick turf. At this point, Gilbert opened his eyes and tried to get on his feet. "Better?" asked his brother, cheerfully, holding out a helping hand. "Strange. The sea has that effect on some people. Didn't think that you were one of them." "What effect?" "Vertigo, my dear fellow." "Ned," said the other solemnly, "I saw her. It is not worth your while to try to account for anything. I have been inclined to think that you were right, that she, the woman at the window, was a fancy, that I had fallen in love with a creation of my own brain, but I saw her again tonight. You must have seen her yourself. She was within a couple of feet of you. Why did you not try and save her? It was nothing short of murder to let her go over like that. I did my best." "You certainly did, to kill us both," said Ned grimly. Gilbert gave him a wild look. After luncheon, Ned persuaded him to rest, watched him fall asleep, and then went out. In the porch of the hotel, he was met by a waiter on his return, who told him that Gilbert had left about a quarter of an hour after he had himself gone out. Directly he heard this, he feared the worst, having, as is usual in such cases, a very hazy idea of what the worst might be. Of course he must follow, without a moment's delay, but a reference to the timetable told him that there was not another train for an hour, and that was slow. It was already getting dusk when he arrived there. He felt certain that Gilbert would go there. He got to the end of the lane and walked up it slowly, examining every house. There would be no difficulty in recognizing the one he wanted. Gilbert had described it in detail more than once. He stood outside the loosely hanging gate at last and stared through the darkness at the shabby stucco front and rank garden. He went down a flight of steps to the back door, and finding it unfastened, stepped into a stone passage. It was one of the problems of the place that he should have avoided the main entrance door with a half-admitted dread, and that only half-admitting still. He was afraid to mount the long flight of stone stairs leading from the servants' quarters. However, he pulled himself together and went up to the room. It was quite dark inside. He heard something scuttle across the floor. He felt the grit and dust of years under his feet. He struck a match, just as Gilbert had done, and looked first at the recess in which the window was built. The match flared round the room for a moment and gave him a flash picture of his surroundings. He saw the stripes of gaudy paper moving almost imperceptibly, like tentacles of some sea monster from the wall. He saw a creature, it looked like a rat, scurry across the floor from the window to the great mantelpiece of hard white marble. If he had seen nothing more than this, he saw in detail all that the first match had flashed at him. He saw his brother lying on the floor. A ghastly coincidence. His hand was caught round the edge of the work table as hers had been. The other hand was clenched across his breast. There was a look of great agony on his face. A dead face, of course. This was the end of the affair. He was lying dead by the window where the woman had sat every night at dusk and smiled at him. The second match went out. The brother of the dead man struck a third. He looked again and closely. Then he staggered to his feet and gave a cry. It rang through the empty rooms and echoed without wearying down the long stone passages in the basement. Gilbert's head was thrown back, his chin peaked to the ceiling. On his throat were livid marks. The doctor saw them distinctly. He saw the grip of small fingers, the distinct impression of a woman's little hand. The curious thing about the whole story, the most curious thing perhaps, is that no other eye ever saw those murderous marks. So there was no scandal, no chase after the murderer, no undiscovered crime. They faded when the doctor saw his brother again in the full light and in the presence of others. His throat was clear, and the post-mortem proved that death was due to natural causes. So the matter stands and will. But where the house and its overgrown garden stood runs a new road with neat red and white villas. Whatever secret it knew, if any, it kept discreetly. Ned Dent is morbid enough to go down the smart new road in the twilight sometimes and wonder. End of The Phantom Woman.
The Siren by Tarleton, Collier. From Weird Tales, June 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Siren by Tarleton Collier. With an abrupt jerk, Joe Wilson, from lying on a cot in a little tent, lifted himself on his elbow in an attitude of intent listening. There was no sound except the hum of a sleepy breeze through the pines, the sleepier contralto of a mockingbird, and the purring undertone of rippling water. "That's her," he whispered. With an effort he sat erect, and again told himself, "That's her." All at once there came a crackle of words without, and sound of thudding footsteps. Joe flung himself back on the cot and closed his eyes with furious energy as the flap of the tent was lifted and the engineer and the doctor peered within. "He's asleep," said the engineer in a low voice. Said the doctor. He was a wizened little man with spectacles. Then he let the flap drop, and his voice came to Joe brusquely through the canvas. "Well, we'll come back. I want to talk to him. He's probably not very sick, but, by God, man, we've got to keep your men from the water around here, or you'll never finish your railroad." They were walking away as he spoke, and to Joe the voice seemed to fade. "I tell you, polluted. Fever." Then they were gone, and the sound of them swallowed up by the ripples of the little creek over the rocks. With a start, Joe again was erect, his eyes furtive, glancing about the little canvas chamber. He tiptoed to the flap and lifted it a bare inch, peering out upon the receding figures of the two men as they passed beneath the water oak. With no less caution he crept to the other end of the tent and stepped through the flap into the open. For a moment he stood irresolute, his eyes closed, as if he were dizzy. "Keep away from the water, you fool," he whispered. There was no other sound of life in the woods now. The breeze had died, and the mockingbird was silent. Only the prattle of a nearby stream over its rocky bed. With a stumbling, nervous stride that was almost a run, Joe Wilson went toward the sound of the water, and at last he plunged through a thick clump of willows and stood stiff, half crouching, at the top of a bank of damp green moss that sloped steeply to the little stream with pools like black wells, still and silent. Only the silver shallows between pools rippled with life. At the foot of the bank was a shell of rock splotched with green moss, reaching into the stream barely an inch above the water. Upon it Joe's glance rested, as if held by a power outside himself. He drew back into the willows, his sunken eyes closed in his pale face. Then, with a sudden spring, he was over the bank and perched upon the rock. Something like a smile lightened his face, as if with the leap he had settled a troublesome matter. He sat down as easily and comfortably as he might, his legs doubled, his hands clasped about his knees, and stared intently at the bleak pool at his feet. And then, between a closing and an opening of his eyes, a woman was there where he was looking for her. There was no sense of suddenness about the apparition. Only when he closed his eyes against dizziness, there was the water and nothing else. When he opened them, an instant later, she was standing in the midst of the pool, almost where he could touch her. And it was as if she had been there all the while. The water reached a little above her ankles. Her legs were bare to the knees, clothed above that, and her body as well, in a soft, clinging garment of white that seemed a part of her. White throat and arms were bare. Her face was alive with a pleasant smile. Her eyes, of green and gray together, were alive and pleasant too. "You are late," she said. There was something of the stream's bright ripple in her voice. Joe Wilson could only smile in answer. Then his smile faded, and his face was scornful and somewhat stubborn. "Yes," he said, "and I came near not coming at all. I swore I wouldn't." "But you came," she said, still smiling. "Only to tell you that this is the last time." Her smile, merrier now, was accompanied by a sound that might have been the gurgle of the little whirlpool in the rapids. Or it might have been a low note of laughter. "You didn't mean it, then? That you love me?" she chided, coming nearer. It was not by a step that she moved, or by any perceptible effort. The space between them all at once was lessened. Nothing else. Joe had lost his careless air and posture. He was on his knees, a fury in his words. "I didn't mean it. You can say that. I have become less than a man. I love you so. You bring me here every day to do as you will, and I would die if I didn't come. I love you so. For you, I have broken my word to my friends back there in camp, and I don't know who you are or what you are." Again that gentle sound that might have been the sudden swirl of water, or her laughter. Then she was nearer, and her pleasant eyes looked into his, mockery in them. "You don't know who I am?" she asked softly. "And yet I am yours." The stubborn lines in Joe's face vanished. A quick throb of blood choked into a gulp the word he would have spoken, and he stretched out his arms. She was suddenly beyond his reach. "Yours," she said again, and that she laughed there was no doubt this time. Joe's eyes were hungry. Joe leaned forward upon his stiffened arms and stared at her like a wistful dog. "I don't know who you are," he whispered. "I don't know who you are." "I am whoever you want me to be," she said. "I'll call you Sadie," he said. "Sadie?" Her lids drooped, veiling her eyes, but their narrow glimmer was keenly alive. "Yes, there is a girl." Between two words she was close before him at the edge of the rock. "I am yours," she said in a fierce, low voice. "What do you care for any girl? I am all woman, and you have me. What do you care for the world? You have me." He felt her breath on his face. There was warmth and fragrance in it. Her white beauty was greater than that of the dogwood blossoms showering there through the gloom under a sudden breeze, and a dizziness struck him so that the trees swam before his eyes. "I have you," he repeated thickly, raised to his feet. "And the girl? Sadie?" she asked. "You are Sadie. Only you. I have forgotten." He put out his arms, but she was beyond his reach again, her eyes mysterious. With outstretched arms, he begged her to return. "I love you," he said. For a full breath, she looked at him gravely. Then, "We shall see," she said, plunging her hands into the stream. As she arose, her hands were cupped and brimming with water. She moved toward him, smiling. Terror gathered in Joe's white face. "Drink," she tempted him. He whispered, "No," and the refusal seemed to strengthen him, for when she said again, "Drink," he shouted, "No!" She dropped her hands, and the water went splashing back into the stream, and smiling still, she came nearer until she was beside him upon the rock.
her wet feet glistening silver upon the greenish-brown surface. Her eyes held fast his wide, frightened stare. "Why?" she asked him, when she was so close that he was aware of the warmth and fragrance of her person. He answered her steadily. "I will not, that's why. I must not. I have told you I must not, every day that I have come here, and yet I have always drunk this water. It has made me less than a man. It has made me break my word and my own rules." Once more her eyes were grave. "You must not?" she asked. Her voice might have been that of the purring shallows. There was no escaping her gaze, and before it his eyes wavered and shifted. His shoulders drooped. "You will not?" the purring voice went on. "Not for me? And you say you love me? It is so little that I ask." There was a pain in his voice as he cried, "Don't! Sadie, I have promised. The rule." It was she whose figure drooped now, and her face that was mournful. "But you have broken the rules before this for me," she murmured. "I came today to say that I would no more." "But it is so little I asked, and I am yours." He pleaded, "Don't." With sudden abandon, she flung herself against him, and for the first time his arms closed about her. She yielded to his fierce embrace, her head against his breast. "You do not love me," she whispered. "Sadie!" His arms tightened with his cry, and the red mist blinded him as he felt her warm, vital body closer against him. She lifted her face and looked at him. "You will?" she asked, smiling. "No," he said, almost with a moan. She kissed him. "To drink, only to drink," she said softly. "It is so little. I have given you myself. Isn't that something?" With one arm she clung to him as tightly as he held her. The other arm was free, and with her hand she stroked his face. Her kisses were hot upon his lips. His eyes were closed, and he swayed with a dizziness that was mightier than any other he had known. "Only to drink," she said. "Do you not care for me, and I have given you myself? What are those men in the camp to you, they and their rules? You will not drink, yet I give you this." Her lips met his in an eternity of giving and taking. "No," he said again, but his voice quivered and broke, with the plain message of surrender. With a little cry, she knelt at the edge of the pool, her arms still about him, so that he was forced to kneel with her. She plunged her hands into the water and lifted them to him with their silver freight. With an eager, moaning sound, he drank the cool water, and as he did so, the red mist before his eyes thickened, and his ears roared with the thunder of blood within. To drink became then his passion, and he cupped his own hands, filled them with water, and drank. For a moment the mist cleared, and the roaring eased. He saw that he was alone on the rock. "Sadie!" he called. The answering sound might have been only the prattle of the stream, or it might have been low laughter. The thought came to him that perhaps she had fled to the bank, and with prodigious labor he clambered up the tiny slope. She was not there. He parted the soft-blown curtain of the willows, and through the fronds that were so light a bird might have flown through them. He gasped with the effort it cost him. Staggering into the sunlight beyond the fringe of trees, he found that she was not there either. He tried to run, but only stumbled, lifting himself painfully to stagger onward. Then the mist of his delirium closed upon him,
and the blood at his eardrums pounded, and the tumult came out of the earth and sky to overwhelm him. The doctor and the engineer, going fishing, stumbled upon his crumpled form an hour later. The former, a wizened, spectacled little man, bent over him and studied him with eyes that seemed to see everything. He studied the young fellow's pulse, loosened his shirt, stared into the pupils of his eyes. At last he turned to the other, frowning, and said, "Fever, and maybe that damned typhoid. He's the sickest man I ever saw." Then his voice rose with a flare of anger. "Say, can't you keep these fools away from this water?" he asked. "There's death in it." The end of The Siren by Tarleton Collier.
The Spectre Bride by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. The Spectre Bride by W. Bob Holland. The winter nights up at Sault Ste. Marie are as white and luminous as the Milky Way. The silence that rests upon the solitude appears to be white also. Nature has included sound in her arrestment. Save the still white frost, all things are obliterated. The stars are there, but they seem to belong to heaven and not to earth. They are at an immeasurable height, and so black is the night that the opaque ether rolls between them and the observer in great liquid billows. In such a place, it is difficult to believe that the world is peopled to any great extent. One fancies that Cain has just killed Abel, and that there is need for the greatest economy in the matter of human life. The night Ralph Hagadorn started out for Echo Bay, he felt as if he were the only man in the world. So complete was the solitude through which he was passing. He was going over to attend the wedding of his best friend, and was, in fact, to act as the groomsman. Business had delayed him, and he was compelled to make his journey at night. But he hadn't gone far before he began to feel the exhilaration of the skater. His skates were keen, his legs fit for a longer journey than the one he had undertaken, and the tang of the frost was to him what a spur is to a spirited horse. He cut through the air as a sharp stone cleaves the water. He could feel the tumult of the air as he cleft it. As he went on, he began to have fancies. It seemed to him that he was enormously tall, a great Viking of the Northland, hastening over icy fjords to his love. That reminded him that he had a love, though, indeed, that thought was always present with him as a background for other thoughts. To be sure, he had not told her she was his love, because he had only seen her a few times, and the opportunity had not presented itself. She lived at Echo Bay, too, and was to be the maid of honor to his friend's bride, which was another reason why he skated on almost as swiftly as the wind, and why, now and then, he let out a shout of exhilaration. The one drawback in the matter was that Marie Beaujeu's father had money, and that Marie lived in a fine house and wore otter skin about her throat and little satin-lined mink boots on her feet when she went sledding, and that the jacket in which she kept a bit of her dead mother's hair had a black pearl in it as big as a pea. These things made it difficult, nay, impossible, for Ralph Hagadorn to say anything more than, "I love you." But that much he meant to have the satisfaction of saying, no matter what came of it. With this determination growing upon him, he swept along the ice which gleamed under the starlight. Indeed, Venus made a glowing path toward the west and seemed to reassure him. He was sorry he could not skim down that avenue of light from the love star, but he was forced to turn his back upon it and face toward the northeast. It came to him with a shock that he was not alone. His eyelashes were a good deal frosted, and his eyeballs blurred with the cold, and at first he thought it an illusion, but he rubbed his eyes hard and at length made sure that not very far in front of him was a long white skater in fluttering garments who sped over the snow as fast as ever werewolf went. He called aloud, but there was no answer. And then he gave chase, setting his teeth hard and putting a tension on his firm young muscles. But however fast he might go, the white skater went faster. After a time he became convinced, as he chanced to glance for a second at the North Star, that the white skater was leading him out of his direct path. For a moment he hesitated, wondering if he should not keep to his road, but the strange companion seemed to draw him on irresistibly, and so he followed. Of course it came to him more than once that this might be no earthly guide. Up in those latitudes men see strange things when the hoarfrost is on the earth. Hagadorn's father, who lived up there with the Lake Superior Indians and worked in the copper mines, had once welcomed a woman at his hut on a bitter night who was gone by morning and who left wolf tracks in the snow. Yes, it was so, and John Fontanelle, the half-breed, could tell you about it any day if he were alive. Alack, the snow where the wolf tracks were, is melted now. Well, Hagadorn followed the white skater all the night, and when the ice flushed red at dawn and arrows of lovely light shot up into the cold heavens, she was gone, and Hagadorn was at his destination. Then, as he took off his skates, while the sun climbed arrogantly up to his place above all other things, Hagadorn chanced to glance lakeward, and he saw there was a great wind rift in the ice, and that the waves showed blue as sapphires beside the gleaming ice. Had he swept along his intended path, watching the stars to guide him, his glance turned upward, all his body at magnificent momentum, he must certainly have gone into that cold grave. The white skater had been his guardian angel. Much impressed, he went up to his friend's house, expecting to find there the pleasant wedding for Rory. But someone met him quietly at the door, and his friend came downstairs to greet him with a solemn demeanor. "Is this your wedding face?" cried Hagadorn. "Why, really, if this is the way you are affected, the sooner I take warning the better." "There's no wedding today," said his friend. "No wedding? Why, you're not—" "Marie Beaujeu died last night. Marie died last night. She had been skating in the afternoon, and she came home chilled and wandering in her mind, as if the frost had got in it somehow. She got worse and worse and talked all the time of you." "Of me?" "We wondered what it all meant. We didn't know you were lovers." "I didn't know it myself. More's the pity." "She said you were on the ice. She said you didn't know about the big breaking up, and she cried to us that the wind was offshore. Then she cried that you could come in by the old French creek if you only knew." "I came in that way," interrupted Hagadorn. "How did you come to do that? It's out of your way." So Hagadorn told him how it came to pass, and that day they watched beside the maiden, who had tapers at her head and feet, and over in the little church the bride, who might have been at her wedding, said prayers for her friend. Then they buried her in her bridesmaid's white, and Hagadorn was there before the altar with her, as he intended from the first. At midnight, the day of the burial, her friends were married in the gloom of the cold church, and they walked together through the snow to lay their bridal wreaths on her grave. 3 nights later, Hagedorn started back again to his home. They wanted him to go by sunlight, but he had his way and went when Venus made her bright path on the ice. He hoped for the companionship of the white skater, but he did not have it. His only companion was the wind. The only voice he heard was the baying of a wolf on the north shore. The world was as white as if it had just been created, and the sun had not yet colored, nor man defiled it. End of The Spectre Bride. An Unbidden Guest by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gaw, South Carolina, 2020. An Unbidden Guest by W. Bob Holland. My cousins, Kate and Tom Howard, married at Trinity at Easter time, concluded to commence housekeeping by taking one of those delightfully expensively furnished, unfurnished cottages with which the fashionable watering place of W abounds, from whose rear windows one might also take a plunge into the surf, the beach beginning at the back door. They went down quite early in May, being in a great hurry to try their domestic experiment, and as the evenings were still cold, they spent them about the open fire spooning. It was upon one of those nights, about 11 o'clock, that they were startled by a noise, as of some small object falling, soon followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, and then quiet again reigned supreme. At once Tom, poker in hand, boldly started in search of the burglar, followed by Kate, wildly clutching at his coat tail, and in a state of tremor. They looked upstairs under the various beds, Kate suggesting that in novels they were always to be found there. The dining room was next explored, where all seemed well, and lastly the kitchen, where they found what was evidently a solution of the mystery. The burglar had entered by the back door, which was found to be unlocked and slightly ajar. The first excitement subsiding, they returned again to the dining room, where Tom, upon closer inspection, then discovered that one of a pair of quaint little pepper pots, wedding gifts, was missing, and other small articles on the sideboard had been slightly disturbed. The next morning, when Kate mildly remonstrated with the queen of the kitchen for her carelessness, she received a shock by being told that it was her usual custom to leave the door open, so that it will be easy, convenient, like for the milkmaid. They parted with her, and a new maid was engaged, whose chief qualification for the place was that she was most faithful in the discharge of her duties, especially in locking up. While they mourned the loss of the pepper pot, still it seemed so trifling when they thought of that lovely Rupus salad bowl sent by Aunt Julia, which stood nearby, that nothing was said of the loss outside of the family, and the little household settled into its normal state once more of billing and cooing. About a fortnight later, Tom started out one night with an old fisherman, one of the natives, and a local character, to indulge in that delightful pastime, so dear to the heart of man, known as eeling, and, as the night was dark, the eels were particularly sporty, so that it was well on towards the wee small hours when Tom at last returned to the cottage. He found all excitement within. Kate was in hysterics, and the new maid, also weeping, was industrially applying the camphor bottle to her mistress' nose. The burglar or ghost, as they had now decided, the windows and doors being found to be securely locked this time, had been abroad again, but had succeeded in purloining nothing. His royal ghost ship had amused himself, apparently by simply walking about. "Oh, Tom, he had on such heavy boots and was so dreadfully bold about it," said Kate tearfully. From that time Kate became nervous and refused to be left alone. Tom started whenever a door creaked, and the treasure departed hurriedly, saying, "Faith, the house is haunted sure." After that Kate spent her days in girl hunting and her nights in answering shadowy advertisements that never materialized. They tried Irish, English, Dutch, and a heathen Chinee with a sprinkling of colored ladies to vary the monotony. They seemed about to become famous throughout the length and breadth of the land as the family that changes help once a week, when they landed treasure number 2. Shortly after her advent, we were all asked down to W to help celebrate their happiness and incidentally to christen the new dinner set. We were not a little surprised at finding Kate so pale and Tom rather distrait. However, after a delightful dinner that should have filled with pleasure the most exacting bride, we adjourned to the piazza, leaving the men to the contemplation of their cigars. We were enthusiastic in our praise of the house and congratulated Kate in securing such a prize, when, to our horror, she burst into tears and said, "Oh, girls, it's a dreadful place. It's haunted," and then tearfully proceeded with the details until we all felt creepy and suggested the parlor and lights. It was not until long afterwards that Kate discovered that Tom had also related the ghost story to the men that evening, to which Ned Harris had said laconically, "Rats," and Bob Shaw laughingly remarked, "Tom, old chap, you really shouldn't take your nightcap so strong." About the 1st of July the climax came. The ghost walked again, this time taking not only the remaining pepper pot, but also a silver salt cellar. Evidently, he had a penchant for small articles, but unlike former times, everything on the sideboard was in the greatest disorder. Aunt Julia's salad bowl was found on the floor, and not far away the cheese dish with its contents scattered about. This time one of the windows was found half open. A week later a note came to me from Kate, saying that she and Tom had gone to Saratoga to spend the remainder of the season with her mother. The following spring, Tom received a note and parcel from Mr. B, the owner of the house at W, which read as follows: "Dear Mr. Howard, I send you by express 3 articles of silver, which my wife suggests may belong to you, as they are marked with your initials, namely 2 silver pepper pots and a salt cellar. They were found the other day, during the process of spring house cleaning, in a rat hole behind the sideboard. I forgot to have the holes stopped up last spring, or to caution you against the water rats. The great fellows will get in, you know. Kind regards to Mrs. Howard. Very truly, John B." The next season the Ghost Club was organized, the badge being a small silver rat, bearing proudly aloft a tiny pepper pot. We thoughtfully offered Tom the presidency, but he declined, with offended dignity, from the effects of which I think he will never fully recover. End of An Unbidden Guest.
The Valley Where Dead Men Live by Harold Ward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Valley Where Dead Men Live by Harold Ward. 1. I have passed through the valley where dead men live. My eyes have looked upon sights which God did not intend that men should see. My life must pay the forfeit. As a man of science, you may be interested in hearing what I have to say, and I must unburden myself to someone before I pass out into the great unknown. But 5 days have passed since I said goodbye to old Sourdough Jameson. It seems as many centuries. Professor Parmalee gave the speaker a quick glance. Did I understand you to say that you left Jameson's 5 days ago? Are you sure about that? The man on the cot nodded. On the 20th of June, to be exact. There is no possibility of your being mistaken? None whatever. My diary will prove it. I made my last entry the night before I left Sourdough's place, on the 19th. The professor sat silent for a second. There is something wrong with your story, Blake. The nearest route over the mountains, from here, is by way of Chickahoochee Pass, which would make the distance from this point to Sourdough Jameson's cabin a matter of over 150 miles. This is the 25th of June. A well man couldn't do it. It is impossible for you to have made it in 5 days in your weakened condition. Not that I wish to dispute your word, but... The sick man smiled wanly. Don't you see, Professor, that your own statement helps to support my story? I tell you that I wandered into an undiscovered route through the mountains. You say that you picked me up half an hour ago, lying exhausted and unconscious, a few rods from your camp. That being the case, the entrance to the valley where dead men live, on this side of the range, must be near at hand. You'll say I'm crazy when I tell you that I have seen living dead men. Dead men who do not know they are dead. Can you imagine it? No? Neither could I if I had not seen it myself. I've been through the valley of the living dead and come out alive. I've seen them, living dead men, by the millions and millions, fighting, stabbing, shooting, tearing at each other's throats like maddened beasts. And beasts they are, maddened by blood. Blood flows in the rivers in the valley where the dead men live. It's the rage they were in when they died. They carry it on with them beyond the grave, and they're fighting it out in there. Can you hear the rumble of cannon? Listen. You think that it is thunder, but it's not. And those flashes that you notice just over the brow of the mountain? The flashes of the big guns, man. Spirit guns. No, no. It's not lightning. I'm telling you the truth. I know that you think I'm insane. I don't blame you. He stopped suddenly, his nostrils dilating. Take a whiff of that breeze, Professor. Don't you smell anything? Parmalee sniffed. The air from the mountains does have a peculiar, acrid odor. It's reminiscent of something. Gunpowder. By George, that's what it is. Somebody must have fired a weapon close at hand. And yet, why didn't we hear the report? The scientist gazed out the tent door. It was none of my party. They are all accounted for. Yet I could have sworn that there is not another human being within 50 miles. Blake smiled again. I merely called it to your attention, Professor, so that you would give more credence to my story. It is so strange, this story of the living dead, that it will stretch your imagination to the utmost. I am a sick man. I doubt if I survive the day. You, as a scientific man, may be able to discover the solution to the puzzle. Perhaps you may even be able to do something to help release those poor devils in there from the tie of hatred that is binding them to this earth. At any rate, I would like to tell you my yarn, if you care to listen. Just give me another sip of that moose broth, will you?" Raising the sick man's head, Professor Parmalee fed him a small quantity of the warm soup. Then he sat down again beside the cot in an attitude of attention. 2. "You are going to put me down as the greatest liar since the world began," Blake said wearily. "Yet every word that I tell you is the absolute truth. My mind was never clearer than at the present time, so don't think that what I say to you is the raving of a disordered brain either. You have heard the theory advanced by believers in spiritualism that some people who die suddenly persist in keeping in touch with the earth, while others go directly to their reward. I have seen enough to prove, but I digress. My time is short. Let me start at the beginning. When the war broke out, I attempted to enlist, but I was rejected on account of my physical condition. Nerves. But I finally succeeded in hooking up with the Red Cross and got over. I was gassed and later got a dose of shell shock. You know what that means? Nerves, pure and simple. It is needless to tell you that I suffered all of the torments of hell. So we'll pass that up and go on. I landed in the States a physical wreck. The doctors sent me to the mountains. I am a wealthy man, but it suited my mood to travel light and alone. I wandered here and there until I finally reached this North Country. I studied geology once, and while I didn't need the money, I decided to do a little prospecting. A week or so ago, I reached the cabin of Sourdough Jameson, having canoed up the river nearly 200 miles. I remained with the old man 3 days, rested up, then announced my intention of striking off directly into the mountains. Jameson tried his best to dissuade me. He claimed that the Indians had a legend that there was a valley located somewhere in the middle of the range, which was the abiding place of spirits. The valley where dead men lived, they called it, and that nobody who entered it ever came back alive. I've been through it, and I'm out of it. But I'm no better than a dead man, so the old legend holds good. But I hope when I do pass out that my soul can rest in peace. God, I don't want to spend an eternity in that hellhole back yonder. I will not bore you with the details of my trip up the mountains, for I started early next morning in spite of Jameson's objections. That night I camped halfway up the side of the range. The next morning, that would be 4 days ago, I chanced upon a little canyon that wound in and out among the rocks. There were signs of gold, and I determined to explore it thoroughly before going further. As I continued, the air grew colder. From somewhere ahead came a dull, indescribable roar. I put it down to a waterfall somewhere in the distance. Suddenly, after a 2 hours tramp, I reached the end of the narrow pathway and found myself on the edge of a steep decline, ice-covered, slippery, a veritable man-trap, which seemed to surround a huge, deep basin. The entire place was buried under the pall of smoke which hid everything from view. On all sides rose the mountains, rugged, their peaks covered with snow, offering an impassable barrier. The path by which I had entered seemed to be the only means of getting in or out. Up, out of the basin, there came to my ears the steady, rumbling boom. The air was filled with it. The earth seemed to tremble under my feet at frequent intervals. Sometimes the noise would die out for a second, only to start again with renewed violence. There was nothing to be frightened at, yet I confess that the goose pimples came to the surface.
and I felt the icy chills running up and down my spine. My hair stood up like the quills of a porcupine. The very atmosphere seemed filled with despair, with a vague something the human mind could not grasp. Suddenly, the wind brought to my ears a shout. Then came a shrill, piercing, agonizing scream of a woman, a shriek that was filled with terror and helplessness. Again and again it assailed my ears. Shouting in answer, I ran along the edge of the precipice, looking for the pathway that would lead me to the rescue of her who called. As I ran along the narrow shelf of ice, I threw off my heavy pack and carried only my rifle. Then I slipped and lost my footing. My gun flew from my grip. I struggled to save myself, but without avail. Over the slippery edge I slid, down, down, down. It seemed to me that I rolled for miles. There was absolutely nothing which I could grasp to stop my wild plunge. Nothing but ice, 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 cold and smooth as glass. Faster and faster I went, until my speed was that of an express train. I almost lost consciousness. I could not think. Suddenly I struck the bottom with a force that knocked me senseless. 3. I was awakened from my stupor by a peculiar rat-tat-tat that sounded like the rattle of a drum. I opened my eyes. The air was filled with acrid smoke. It hung over me like a great gray blanket. Was I dead? I raised myself on my elbows and looked about me. For an instant I imagined I was back in Flanders. Then I remembered my fall. But where was I? The ground was covered with bodies, heaped up in grotesque attitudes, lying in odd-shaped piles. It was a veritable charnel house, a page torn from Dante's Inferno. And such bodies! Peculiar, transparent, crystalline. I could see through them as one looks through a heavy plate glass. Heavens! It was horrible, hideous. The blood everywhere. The air rang with shrieks and groans and laughter, wild, haunting laughter that froze the marrow in my bones. Close beside me a machine gun was rattling, served by a sergeant and two privates wearing the olive drab. All three were of the same peculiar grayish cast of pellucidness as were the bodies lying around. On all sides guns were booming. The ground rocked beneath them. Was I dreaming? Was I the victim of a horrible nightmare in which my subconscious mind was again living the scenes I had gone through across the seas? I pinched myself to make sure. I was at a loss for an explanation. I shook like an aspen leaf. I was filled with supernatural terror. Then something happened that gave me a better light on the matter. Just at my right was a small knoll, scarred and pitted with machine gun nests. Through the drab, smoky haze, I could see the ill-fitting German uniforms on the men who manned them. Across the gap which separated them from me, a man was crawling, dragging himself along on hands and knees. He turned his head toward me for an instant. I recognized Howard Preston, an old friend, a captain of infantry who had been killed at the Argonne after silencing a number of German guns which had stopped the American advance. Did he still live? But no, I had seen his body the day it was buried. Was I crazy? My head whirled. I was unable to move, so transfixed was I by what was going on around me. Suddenly I saw Preston leap forward. A dozen guns opened on him, yet they failed to stop him. I saw him fire from the hip. Then he leapt among the Germans with the butt end of his rifle. A second later, he hurled the weapon aside, and, drawing his automatic from its holster, he sprang into a second nest. The man seemed to bear a charmed life. The Germans swarmed over him time after time, but after each effort he emerged triumphant. His clothes hung on him in tatters. He was bleeding from a dozen wounds. His face was a red smear through which his eyes gleamed like burning coals. A German officer, a great, hulking, blond man, fired a pistol point blank at him. It failed to stop his rush. Both reached for their trench knives. They came together, locked in a death struggle, their weapons plying like mad. Slowly, the German dropped to the ground, a peculiar dazed look on his flat, round face. Preston turned wearily away and beckoned, as if waving for his men to move forward. Then he crumpled up and fell forward across his victim's body. Then I knew the truth, the horrible truth. The legend of the Indians was not fiction. This was the valley where dead men lived. Here, men who could not break their earthly ties came back to fight on until their berserker rage had expended itself. Here they were enacting over and over again the final tragedy of their lives. God, it was the most diabolical thing that a human mind could imagine. Think of it! All over that vast plain, in the midst of that ice-bound valley, similar tragedies were being enacted by men, dead men. Wraiths were grappling here, there, and everywhere. The peculiar feature of it all was that I seemed to be able to see each individual feat of valor at the same time, although they had transpired over miles of territory. It was like looking at an immense moving picture which unreeled itself before me. I can liken it to nothing better than one of the huge, old-fashioned panoramas that were in vogue a few years after the Civil War, some few of which still remain in southern cities. I seemed to be floating over the entire basin. The guns seemed to be real guns, shooting real bullets. The cannons were monsters of steel that I had seen in France. Yet I swear that several times I passed directly through barrages unscathed. The weapons, like the men who served them, were only phantoms. God in heaven, it was the most horrible scene of carnage I have ever witnessed, more awful than the hell of France and Belgium. For every detail was the result of the terrible ire under which the combatants labored when they met their death. As fast as they had played their parts, they started in at the beginning and went through it again and again, over and over, like automatons, held to their posts by a divine decree of some kind. Words fail me. It was so unspeakably ghastly, weird, a futuristic nightmare, a bedlam of noise and confusion, a kaleidoscopic phantasmagoria of light and color. Death walked everywhere. Remember, Professor, on a battlefield, the men do not die in great numbers and lie around in heaps. Hours, days, sometimes weeks, pass without carnage. Even in the heat of conflict, only a small percentage of those engaged meet death. Here it was different. For miles in every direction there was death, death, death. Nothing but cold, stark death. Explain? I can't. My idea is, as I stated before, that man must work out his own salvation. That those who die in the heat of anger must work that hatred off before their spirits can quit this earth. God, in his infinite wisdom, did not care to inflict the horror upon the entire world, so he set aside this barren hole as a place where dead men might sever the ties which bind them here, and, with their passion cooled,
pass on to a better life. No, the man never lived who could describe it, that cold, ice-bound hell. The air tingled with madness, and the look of awful malignancy on the faces of those poor souls as they went on and on and on through the same monotonous performance of killing and being killed. It was butchery. The place was a slaughterhouse. Ah, the deeds of valor that I saw performed, wonderful, magnificent. History will never be able to record the actual happenings, the cold-blooded bravery. Through the hazy heavens, phantom airplanes manned by ghostly pilots dipped and maneuvered, dodging, falling to earth in tangled masses, often burning. Gigantic balloons, in flames, tossed across the clouds. Among a heap of stones, the remains of what had once been a tiny church located in the center of an ancient graveyard. A sniper carried on his nefarious trade. His hiding place a tomb from which the bodies had been hurled aside. I saw a group approach the place, grim determination written on their faces. Their beloved colonel had been the victim of the sniper's bullets. They found him after a long search. A youngster, he had been the colonel's orderly, leapt upon him. A knife plunged up, down, slowly, monotonously, while the screams of him into whose body it was sinking made the night hideous. And when he had completed his work on the dead thing with the glassy eyes that gazed upward unseeingly, the youngster calmly wiped his weapon on the tunic of the vanquished foe. Oh, the look of vengeance that was upon the countenances of that little group! A shell came screaming through the heavens. They attempted to dodge to cover, but too late. And so the awful drama went on and on and on. There is no rest for those who dwell in the valley where dead men live. Men fought with the ferocity of wild beasts. They were blood-mad, frenzied. A little detachment of Englishmen were laboring with automatic rifles just at the edge of the woods. In front of them was a tiny vale through which wound a sunken road. On the opposite side of the valley was another thicket, in which were a seemingly equal number of Germans. It was a duel to the death between the two groups. Both seemed to exhaust their ammunition at the same time. By what appeared to be mutual consent, they left their guns and charged at each other, meeting in the middle of what had once been a peaceful little dell. There were not over 20 men on either side. Grappling, they fought hand to hand, using knives, clubs, stones, their revolvers, their bare hands. They were like cave dwellers, giving no quarter and asking none. At the end, there was no one left on either side, only a heap of dead and dying. When it was all over, the dead arose and again went through the monotonous performance. 4. I was hypnotized, held by a spell I could not break. Try as I would, I seemed unable to drag myself away from the ghastly sights. I don't know how long I remained in the Valley of Horrors. You say it was 4 days. Look at my hair, snow white. When I left Sourdough's cabin, my locks were dark. I am just past 30 years of age, yet from my appearance one would swear that I had passed 60 years and 10 allotted to men. I have not slept, for the hellish panorama continued on and on and on. Only at night a different group of actors filled the stage. The darkness was hideous with the roar of the big guns, the screeching of shells. Signal rockets filled the air.
As if by magic, trenches appeared here and there, little sectors, each with its own melancholy drama of life and death. Here was a stretch of no man's land with its grisly tenants. Men hung on barbed wire entanglements, their clothes in tatters, swaying to and fro in the breeze like scarecrows in a farmer's field. Once I lost consciousness. Fainted, I suppose. Much of the time I wandered about in a daze. I knew not which way to turn. Dead men, living dead men, everywhere. I dragged myself into a tiny house that seemed to stand in the center of the valley. It was empty. I threw myself on the floor, thinking to gain a minute's respite from the horrors around me. I dropped into a deep sleep. I was awakened by the sound of voices. I crouched further back in the darkness of the corner, frightened, not daring to make a move. What was I frightened of? I do not know. One need not fear specters, need he? There was a sound of a match being scratched, and then a candle flared up. By its uncertain light, I made out the figures of two men wearing the German uniform. They groped about until they found a trapdoor cut in the floor. Raising it, they lowered themselves through the opening, seized by some impulse which, even now, I am unable to explain. I determined to follow them. The events that transpired are inexplicable to me. The only solution that I have for the puzzle is that, for the time being, I was someone else. Some poor devil who lost his life in the attempt to avert a German surprise on Verdun. For I swear that I was propelled by some force stronger than my own will. Cautiously, I waited until I heard their voices trailing off in the distance. Then I sprang to the trap, and, a second later, dropped through into the darkness of the cellar. I stumbled about until I found the wall. Following it with my hands, I came to an opening. Far ahead in the darkness, I saw a tiny speck of light bobbing up and down. It was the candle carried by the men I was following. Without thought of the future, I followed in their wake. On they went. Then, suddenly, the passageway widened out into a huge cavern. Relying on the darkness, I crept closer until I was only a few yards away from them. Hiding behind a huge pile of boxes and barrels heaped up at one side, I listened to their conversation. At first, I was unable to understand what they were about to do. Then, with a murmured "shh," one of them cautiously drew aside a small block of what appeared to be solid rock, and, peeping out over my hiding place, I gazed through the little opening into a brilliantly lighted passageway. I caught a glimpse of uniforms. Through the opening came scraps of conversation in French. The truth flashed over me. I was looking into the underground defenses of Verdun. The Germans had tunneled up to them and were waiting only for the minute that the defenders were the fewest, to break down the tiny barrier which held them back and throw their hordes into the very vitals of the French defense. Even as the thought came to me, a watcher closed the opening softly, and with a muttered word to his companion, lighted a lantern and waved it across his body like a signal torch. And a signal it was, for instantly a distant whistle sounded. Then lights leapt up as far as the eye could see, and from the distance came the tramp, tramp, tramp of marching feet. I forgot that I was dealing with phantoms. The thing was too horribly real. I searched about me for a weapon, for some way to warn the unsuspecting men on the other side of that frail partition. In the semi-darkness to which I was rapidly growing accustomed, my eyes fell upon an open box. It was heaped up with hand grenades. I made out the markings of other boxes. I almost shouted for joy, for the pile was a huge ammunition dump, placed there by the invaders in readiness for the crucial moment. Seizing a grenade in either hand, I pulled the pins with my teeth and held them in readiness. Closer and closer came the German hordes. The whole cavern and passageway was filled with them. There were thousands, it seemed. The air was thick and heavy with the odor of their sweat. Then, just as the head of the column reached me, I hurled the bombs, not at the advancing enemy, but straight into the big pile of ammunition. The leaders heard me, saw me. They came at me with a rush. The ground trembled. A concussion. I felt myself being hurled through the air. Around me rang screams and cries of mortal agony. Then came oblivion. There is nothing more that I can tell you. How I came here I have no recollection. Evidently, my mind a blank, I found some exit on this side of the valley. I only know that you found me here, outside. My secret is yours. As a man of science, you will probably try and find the way into the place from which I have come. Take my advice and stay away. Now, I am tired, Professor. I must rest. 5. Extract from the report of Professor Phineas Parmalee, A.B., LL.D., etc. Mr. Blake passed away shortly after completing his strange narrative. The members of the Parmalee scientific expedition spent nearly a week searching the vicinity in the hope of discovering the opening through which he came from the valley, but our efforts were fruitless. I would be tempted to put his story of the valley where dead men live down as an hallucination, resulting from his terrible experiences during the war, but for one thing. I sent a courier by way of Chickahoochee Pass to interview Jameson. The letter says that the date given by Blake was correct. He crossed the mountains, as he stated, in 5 days. I confess myself puzzled. We buried poor Blake where we found him. Resquiat in pace. The end of The Valley Where Dead Men Live by Harold Ward.
The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I.C. Gall, South Carolina, 2020. The Vengeance of a Tree by Eleanor F. Lewis. Through the windows of Jim Daly's saloon in the little town of C, the setting sun streamed in yellow patches, lighting up the glasses scattered on the tables and the faces of several men who were gathered near the bar. Farmers mostly they were, with a sprinkling of shopkeepers, while prominent among them was a village editor, and all were discussing a startling piece of news that had spread through the town and its surroundings. The tidings that Walter Stedman, a laborer on Albert Kelsey's ranch, had assaulted and murdered his employer's daughter, had reached them and had spread universal horror among the people. A farmer declared that he had seen the deed committed as he walked through a neighboring lane, and, having always been noted for his cowardice, instead of running to the girl's aid, had hailed a party of miners who were returning from their midday meal through a field nearby. When they reached the spot, however, where Stedman, as they supposed, had done his black deed, only the girl lay there in the stillness of death. Her murderer had taken the opportunity to fly. The party had searched the woods of the Kelsey estate, and just as they were nearing the house itself, The appearance of Walter Stedman, walking in a strangely unsteady manner toward it, made them quicken their pace. He was soon in custody. Although he had protested his innocence of the crime, he said that he had just seen the body himself on his way to the station, and that when they had found him, he was going to the house for help. But they had laughed at his story and had flung him into the tiny, stifling calaboose of the town. What were their proofs? Walter Stedman, a young fellow of about 26, had come from the city to their quiet town just when times were at their hardest, in search of work. The most of the men living in the town were honest fellows, doing their work faithfully when they could get it, and when they had socially asked Stedman to have a drink with them, he had refused in rather a scornful manner. That infernal city chap, he was called, and their hate and envy increased in strength when Albert Kelsey had employed him in preference to any of themselves. As time went on, the story of Stedman's admiration for Margaret Kelsey had gone afloat, with the added information that his employer's daughter had repulsed him, saying that she would not marry a common laborer. So Stedman, when this news reached his employer's ears, was discharged, and this then was his revenge. For them, these proofs were sufficient to pronounce him guilty. Yet that afternoon, as Stedman, crouched on the floor of the calaboose, grew hopeless in the knowledge that no one would believe his story, and that his undeserved punishment would be swift and sure, a tramp, boarding a freight car several miles from the town, sped away from the spot where his crime had been committed, and knew that forever its shadow would follow him. From the tiny window of his prison, Walter Stedman could see the red glow of the heavens that betokened the setting of the sun. So the red sun of his life was soon to set, a life that had been innocent of all crime, and that now was to be ended for a deed that he had never committed. Most prominent of all the visions that swept through his mind was that of Margaret Kelsey, lying as he had first found her, fresh from the hands of her murderer. But there was another of a more tender nature. How long he and Margaret had tried to keep their secret, until Walter could be promoted to a higher position, so that he could ask for her hand with no fear of the father's antagonism. Then came the remembrance of an afternoon meeting between the two in the woods of the Kelsey estate. How, just as they were parting, Walter had heard footsteps near them, and glancing sharply around, saw an evil, scowling, murderous face peering through the brush. He had started toward it, but the owner of the countenance had taken himself hurriedly off. The gossiping townspeople had misconstrued this romance, and when Albert Kelsey had heard of this clandestine meeting from the man who was later on to appear as a leader of the mob, and that he had discharged Stedman, they had believed that the young man had formally proposed and had been rejected. But justice had gone wrong, as it had done innumerable times before, and will again. An innocent man was to be hanged, even without the comfort of a trial, while the man who was guilty was free to wander where he would. That autumn night, the darkness came quickly, and only the stars did their best to light the scene. A body of men, all masked, and having as a leader one who had ever since Stedman's arrival in town cherished a secret hatred of the young man, dragged Stedman from the calaboose and tramped through the town, defying all, defying even God himself. Along the highway and into Farmer Brown's crosscut they went, vigilantly guarding their prisoner, who, with the lanterns lighting up his haggard face, walked among them with a lagging step of utter hopelessness. "That's a good tree," their leader said, presently stopping and pointing out a spreading oak. When the slip knot was adjusted and Stedman had stepped on the box, he added, "If you've got anything to say, you'd better say it now." I am innocent, I swear before God, the doomed man answered. I never took the life of Margaret Kelsey. Give us your proof, jeered the leader. And when Stedman kept a despairing silence, he laughed shortly. Ready, men? He gave the order. The box was kicked aside, and then only a writhing body swung to and fro in the gloom. In front of the men stood their leader, watching the contortions of the body with silent glee. I'll tell you a secret, boys, he said suddenly. I was after that poor murdered girl myself. Little chance I had. But, he had just as little. A pause, then, he's shunted this earth. Cut him down, you fellows. It's no use, son. I'll give up the blasted thing as a bad job. There's something queer about that there tree. Do you see how its branches balance it? We have cut the trunk nearly in two, but it won't come down. There's plenty of others around. We'll take one of them. If I'd a long rope with me, I'd get that tree down, and yet the way the thing stands, it would be risking a fellow's life to climb it. It's got the devil in it, sure. So old Farmer Brown shouldered his axe and made for another tree, his son following. They had sawed and chopped and sawed, and yet the tall white oak, with its branches jutting out, almost as regularly as if done by the work of a machine, stood straight and firm. Farmer Brown, well known for his weak, cowardly spirit, who in beholding the murder of Albert Kelsey's daughter, had in his fright mistaken the criminal, now in his superstition let the oak stand, because its well-balanced position saved it from falling, when other trees would have been down. And so this tree, the same one to which an innocent man had been hanged, was left for other work. It was a bleak, rainy night, such a night as can be found only in central California. The wind howled like 1,000 demons and lashed the trees together in wild embraces. Now and then the weird hoot hoot of an owl came softly from the distance in the lulls of the storm, while the barking of coyotes woke the echoes of the hills into sounds like fiendish laughter. In the wind and rain, a man fought his path through the bush and into Farmer Brown's crosscut as the shortest way home. Suddenly he stopped, trembling, as if held by some unseen impulse. Before him rose the white oak, wavering and swaying in the storm. Good God, it's the tree I swung Stedman from, he cried, and a strange fear thrilled him. His eyes were fixed on it, held by some undefinable fascination. Yes, there on one of the longest branches, a small piece of rope still dangled. And then, to the murderer's excited vision, this rope seemed to lengthen, to form at the end into a slip knot, a knot that encircled a purple neck, while below it writhed and swayed the body of a man. Damn him, he muttered, starting toward the hanging form, as if about to help the rope in its work of strangulation. Will he forever follow me? And yet he deserved it, the black-hearted villain. He took her life. He never finished the sentence. The white oak, towering above him in its strength, seemed to grow like a frenzied living creature. There was a sudden splitting sound. Then came a crash, and under the fallen tree lay Stedman's murderer, crushed and mangled. From between the broken trunk and the stump that was left, a gray, dim shape sprang out and sped past the man's still form, away into the wild blackness of the night. End of The Vengeance of a Tree.